They don't kill Tarzan, it's so close, but he just survives. And then Hope,
so much value.
Yeah, Hope's able to turn this play around as well. It's a great dodge from Handsama, but Hope just kites back to the tower with the flash, ends up trading here. And I think at this point, G2 got a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
But this is still okay. This is still okay, right? They kill Tarzan. He's dead. And the TP comes in on the flag, and they could have just left.
Yeah, if we cut the video here, I think things are fine.
But a lot of things start to miss. The first Sonic Wave misses. Then we end up seeing a Mystic shot there, not connecting. Then here we have the Orbitception, the fallback not connecting, the Charm misses. And just, this is a very skill shot based composition for G2.
Yeah.
If you're missing the skill shots, you ain't doing nothing.
And yeah, Handsama missed a whole bunch of the end ones. Landed so many in the previous skirmish, so we're going to give him a little bit of a pass. However, that last bit, we prefer if we just didn't watch. So 200 gold going to be the advantage for G2 still, as they're looking for Soul Point. Great Crystallize comes down here from Broken Blade. It's Tarzan looking to make this a 50-50. It is secured by Skumon though, as Flandre in the back of this pit will be able to just Shadow Dash over. Nice little slow as the Chains of Corruption do go wide. And I think that means that AG.AL just going to get out of here.
I think great move from G2. You're playing into a poke Varus. The best response, don't give him time to poke. Just start up the objective as quick as possible. AG.AL bring the stance United to try and contest. But against the Lee Sin, he's so good at securing these objectives. Oh no.
Oh dear, the safeguard going to be able to get Skumon out of there momentarily, as there's the kickback underneath the turret. Skumon survives for a pretty long time, and Handsama now trying to sink his fangs into the Leona. She goes down. Hextech Ultimatum is there, as there's Caps starting to get the kills. Tarzan taken out, but Labrov is also dead. And Shanks gets charmed, but will be all right for now.
Ultimately, despite the fact that Skumon dies first, he's the one being targeted, G2 trade evenly in terms of kills, and that's with Broken Blade not even there. He's just pushing the side lane, so
yeah.
G2 feeling really good about that one. Trade evenly in terms of kills, and that's with Broken Blade not even there. And they're starting to build up a bit of an edge in this game.
Looking very good. And 1,000 gold, something like that, is getting towards those numbers that we do want to see from G2 if they do want to remain a threat in this game as it goes forward. I feel like Stand United adds so much flexibility to how you play out the later stages of the game. The G2 do want to keep up the pace, keep up the chaos, make sure that this Shen is being tested at every single stage. This was the beginning of this fight.
Yeah, the big thing is you got the safeguard off to get away from the initial damage from Shanks, and then the kick puts Tarzan low into an Ahri when there's low health bars. It's so scary as the reset starts to come through. And then here we end up seeing a disengage from Caps and Handsama. They know they're fine with the Anivia pushing in the side lane. They don't have to commit anything more.
Well, Rift Herald has now spawned. Tarzan going to be able to grab some permanent vision here, or at least some irremovable vision, as the Rift Scuttler does go down. Broken Blade back to his favorite place, and that is alone in a side lane. Skumon is going to be joining him though, so maybe I spoke a little too soon about the alone factor.
This is risky, because Shen takes a long time to kill, and you're showing on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, this Herald should be the answer from Tarzan, you'd expect. He is beelining over towards that Herald pit. As Skumon just takes this moment to take down the Krug camp. I don't know whether that's necessarily worth it if they do manage to take the Herald.
I think Doran would say yes.
He would. He is the Krug Lord though. That is a very different story.
And now we see Skumon able to move up in time. They're looking to pressure this mid lane tower. Can AG.AL put a stop to this?
Tarzan is not looking too afraid, but maybe he should be. Stand United does come on in. Hextech Ultimatum is there from Labrov. He gets taunted up though and taken out. Solar Flare going to get avoided by Broken Blade, but now the Bird does not have the flash. And it is a 5 versus 4. Not going to get the stun, and he's down to the egg. AG.AL just taking them one at a time out of the game. And that Rift Herald is not going to G2. Chains of Corruption go wide, but I don't know about that cleanse, as the Shockwave will just tear Handsama apart.
Absolute disrespect from G2, and AG.AL do not hesitate at all. They pick apart the European first seed and just get a handful of free kills. And it just felt so forced, I think, from G2. I think Handsama in particular on the Ezreal, there was no reason for him to arcane shift forward. It feels like, you know, there have been times where it's worked for G2, but they're constantly setting up these situations where they don't have the full team there. And then AG.AL are just saying, okay, we're going to challenge you. We're going to look to engage on that. Sometimes it hasn't worked out, but this time it definitely did for them.
Well, still, I mean, it is a stack of 3 dragons here for G2. That is going to be very valuable, but there's 1 minute left to go, and this was the wrong time for AG.AL to get full control of this game. So we have a look at how they did it once again.
You know, Caps is top and he's recalling. He doesn't want to be there. So Lebrov goes in, and then they flash out, and they still try and hold position. Broken Blade has just burned his flash, and he's still standing there. Jarvan can Cataclysm you, don't even need to use to kill you. And then Hans Sama, Arcane shifts forward onto the Rain of Arrows, which is he's already slowed. It was just a very weird passage of play from G2, mistake after mistake after mistake, and AG.AL, zero hesitation in the punish.
Exactly right. Fighting without the Ahri definitely seems like a little bit of an error, but now Caps is with the rest of the team. They're looking towards this dragon. Hansama in that mid lane will be able to take control of the wave, at least for this moment. Big old shield there from the quest out of Broken Blade, as he's got 2 items now complete, very close
we have a
to that Rod of Ages.
4 shanks on the Orianna, so harder target to punish.
Well, AG.AL have a lot of vision here in this brush,
Maybe
as you can see. That was, yeah, probably too much, you could say. But they can really see it, I can confirm it. As True Shot Barrage is going to land on the Kyle. He will not be too worried about it. AG.AL now moving forward as they understand that giving away this Drake will be a dangerous one. Caps on the wraparound, will be spotted on this ward. And does know it. That's the important part, as Lebrov now on a bit of a flank angle, but it's a little awkward when he is such a squishy Camille, and Hope has a bit of an idea to take him down. Chains of Corruption go entirely wide, though, as the Crystallize is going to block off Tarzan for the minute. Has to use the Flag and Drag to get himself in there, or just wait out the wall. Cataclysm comes in, and the kick out just to move him back towards the Drake. I don't know about that one, as there is no egg for Broken Blade. No life for him at all either, as now Flandre just walks after Caps to bring him out of this fight. Hansama now down to about a 3rd health. Tarzan still hunting for him, and he's already taken down the Drake, and I do really feel like AG.AL have just moved the game back in their direction.
Now in a position where these team fights, they have the engage tools, they have the comfort. We heard Jankos and Doublelift talking about it. You have the ability to dictate these fights, and for the side of G2, they don't win the poke war into this Varus, and they don't have an easy time setting up the fights as well. So if you don't find like a great flank angle, you're kind of just struggling. And even though we saw Lebrov burning the Chains of Corruption from the Varus, it just wasn't enough. Tarzan's so decisive here, it's just like, I'm just going to go in. We know the Anivia has no flash. I can charge forward. And then the follow-up comes through. The kick comes out, but it's too late to stop Flandre, who appears right in the Cataclysm and just goes for the Thorns. Lebrov then looks for Hope, but Hansama can't even connect onto him because his body's blocking the Mystic shots.
Yeah, at least Hansama was able to get out of the way of that shockwave that was being worn by Tarzan. But as you said, I mean, the fight was kind of already over. Maybe that kick needs to be used a little bit earlier, but I feel like I'm getting a bit hindsighty. And this is now AG.AL moving the needle back in their position. 2,000 gold at 24 minutes or something like that is not a huge deal, and there's going to be another opportunity for G2 to get themselves a soul. Flandre maybe in trouble, does actually have to use the flash to get over that wall. Great charm going to connect here from Caps, though, as he's not out of the woods just yet. Stun not going to quite land, though, as now Flandre looking to turn this. Caps taking so much damage, will find the Foxfire in order to get rid of the Shen, but they've used so much in order to do so. As now Tarzan moving down towards his bottom side. Won't have that big shield from the Stand United, though, if he does decide to go in. Now Caps moving himself out of the way. Skumon down here as well, just trying to help them out, but there's not a whole lot to fight for right now.
Honestly, that felt pretty close to AG.AL being able to punish, but just able to disengage in time. I think if anything missed from the side of Broken Blade and Caps, that could have been a pretty bad time for them. But obviously Ahri able to get that reset, able to get out of that sticky situation. A nice kill to pick up, doesn't drastically change the state of the game, but G2 still trying to be proactive and look for these picks where they can.
Yeah, and Hope just quietly doing the most damage in this game so far. I feel like the Varus hasn't been the main character, but has been getting a lot of work done throughout this one, as True Shot Barrage will be eaten by the Edge of Night Shield, and 3 items now complete for Hope, as the Mirror Mana immediately transforms, and he's now very, very deadly on this Varus, if he wasn't enough already. Yeah,
you know, we saw Poke Varus just like permabanned. I mean, Varus in general, permabanned in the early stage of the year, did get nerfed a good amount. I think it's more important now to be ahead of the curve, but he's got 3 full items completed. and the damage he's putting out, very relevant. Being able to poke out champions like Ezreal, who normally are the ones poking you, feels pretty good for AG.AL.
Oh yeah, as Hail of Arrows just going to help push this wave forward. And the Edge of Night also just really gives you so much added safety against a composition like this where they're going to be fishing with Sonic Waves, fishing with Charms. There are so many of these sort of single spells that are trying to catch you off guard, and they will not be working onto the Varus. And so very comfortably able to sit in this mid lane and just farm it up, move towards a later stage that they're feeling comfortable with. Kyle going to join him for the minute. The Baron is up and available, has been for just over 5 minutes, but neither team feels like they have a massive amount of Baron damage.
Yeah, I think for AG.AL, they're the team who have more of the control to set up for Baron.
Yeah, they have the tankiness. G2 has the damage, but they need kind of a bit of both.
They could make a business deal and do it together, but
yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's yeah.
Mundo here to broker it.
I mean, maybe they could figure it out in all chat, something like that. But it seems a little dangerous. As Tarzan moving on over, seeing whether he can steal away a blue buff. 50 seconds on the Dragon is going to be in the back of their minds as well. As Broken Blade holding on to the mid wave. Caps is on the top side of the map, teleport in hand. G2 will see whether they are going to go in early one more time or whether they have learned from that previous mistake. Wait for Caps to get over there and make something happen. Taunt is going to connect here onto the Ahri though. As Flandre, man, these auto attacks with the Q just hurt so incredibly much. Yeah, Foxfire does come on in as the Taunt is going to connect, but the Shadow, the dash is going to be there with the Spirit Rush. Now Broken Blade makes his way forward, and that is going to be the Shen falling. It is a good idea to chase down the Shen, but you can see AG.AL utilizing that time to take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and they will have the inside track towards the Drake.
Caps really did not want to commit the ult until he was certain that they'd be able to get a kill for it.
Oh dear, Labrov just going to get flashed on there by Tarzan and taken out. Shanks dominating, absolutely. So now it's a 4v4. Hansama moving over though, and I think G2 pretty happy about the 4 that they have available to themselves.
The no ult on Caps is a big hit for the fight here.
Yeah, will have it. Oh, it's still halfway done, so not going to have it for this fight whatsoever. Skumon now just trying to burn down this Dragon where he can. Into the pit they go, and Tarzan steals away the Dragon. But now the fight is on. The kickback onto the Jarvan, but Tarzan not too worried about it. Shanks now looking for the angle towards the Lee Sin, and Skumon just trying to get himself out. Does have the little shield from the safeguard, and they do take down Hansama in the meantime. The egg once more will be scrambled on the Rift, and AG.AL, every team fight it feels over the last few minutes has belonged to them.
Absolute domination in these fights. 18-12 now on the score, 2,400 goal lead, and it feels like Tarzan just sees target, kills target. Despite the fact he's playing into an Ahri and Ezreal, typically champions you're going to struggle into as a Jarvan, he's just playing it so well.
Yeah, 15 out of 18 kill participation here for the Jarvan. Tarzan just kind of getting everything done this stage of the game, and AG.AL thinking that they'll use that tankiness who we're talking about to head over towards this Baron. With Hansama dead, Broken Blade also down, and no teleport to speak of. This should be something that AG.AL can lock down, especially with the way Tarzan's been smiting today. They should be able to keep their eye on Skumon though, as into the pit goes Labrov, and out he goes via the Death Chamber. Skumon still over that wall though, as the Q is going to get blocked there by Kyle. Let's see how they're going to be able to make sure that they lock this one up. The taunt comes in, and that is going to be the Baron secured by Tarzan, but he's immediately taken down. And G2 actually grabbed Flandre as well. So 3 still alive with the Baron. I mean, that's almost close to even.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately AG.AL, I think the control to secure the Baron was good, but they end up losing 2 members for it. They're going to lose a lot of time with the Baron as a result as well. So G2 getting a bit of an answer back there, and we'll have to see what AG.AL can do with that Baron buff with just a few members. This is that initial fight though. I think just Caps is unable to really participate in this fight without the ultimate. And without the Ahri being such a pivotal piece of your team, you're not getting those resets, you don't have that threat onto some of these switchier members. Caps is kind of just playing in a similar way to Hansama is, on the fringes of the fight, getting damage down. And Tarzan is just unrelenting.
Yeah, and as soon as Flandre respawns, he is on top of Tarzan, making sure that Hansama has absolutely no way of dealing with him. And here is the Baron fight as well. As we're checking out live, it is going to be G2 taking that bottom in a turret.
So yeah, we see the Labrov go in very early to try and set up some of this damage, and they do nearly kill Tarzan on the back of it. Flandre then goes for this taunt to secure the Baron by denying Skumon. But with the taunt flash coming in, he has no way of getting out again. We are back to live though.
Hang on, who got the Baron again?
Yeah, G2 grouping as 5 and pushing, and AG.AL getting caught off guard. They have their AD carry in mid not present here. Their wave clear absent.
Hang on a second. Now the Nexus turrets are under fire. Shanks, you need to come home, buddy. He is going to be able to do so, but maybe he's just he's made friends with these siege minions, and they're going to be his favorites at this point in time. He's now going to be able to go back home, but with this bottom inhibitor down, this is not the play that AG.AL were looking for.
They are trying to find their way in. Remember, they have the stand united, so if Hell reaches someone, everyone will be there instantaneously. There's a TP on Caps though, so if they need him to come back, he can. The pings are coming out. AG.AL are going for it.
Yeah, Kyle is going to land on the Broken Blade first as Labrov looks for Tarzan. There is that stand united, and Skumon wastes no time. This time kicks him away immediately. Zenith Blade brings Kyle back into the fight, and look at the AoE damage. The Cataclysm from Tarzan Caps no longer, and Han Sama's also dead. Both carries eliminated immediately. And G2, I mean, it was a cute map play, but they may have just lost the game.
I think from this position, with only the Anivia alive, the Baron buff as well, they can look to end this. 20 seconds to the Baron buff.
Oh,
Rob is back up and available, but it's 5 members of AG.AL. Will they try and push for the end? They're looking for the Broken Blade.
Yep, that's going to be the knockup on to Broken Blade. He does go golden, but I have a feeling he is still very, very dead. GA is going to pop onto Tarzan, and he will be back for the photo as they take down this Nexus. AG.AL looking absolutely fantastic. They bided their time and then won the game in the end. Staying alive here at EWC and G2 down to the lower bracket.
I think the setup, the coordination in these team fights following the charge of Tarzan was just stellar from this team. It felt like it hit a point of the game when we were getting those 5v5s, and it was just hit after hit after hit from this roster, from the LPL. And honestly, if they're in this form, they were 1 game away from winning last year. They're looking like they could be in the form to challenge once again.
Yeah, I mean, EWC really feels like the AG.AL tournament. They have been very, very good at this. Obviously weren't able to win the last best of 5, but they looked so dominant throughout the rest of that one. I remember talking to Wolf, he was like, these guys are going to win the whole thing, the entirety of EWC last year. Gen.G were able to get over the line, but maybe this time around it's not going to work.
If Wolf said that, that's why they didn't.
He cast a curse.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's not going to be saying that this year. They will be free, and they'll be able to take them down. Looking brilliant, though, at this point. Did have them as a pretty deadly team here at this tournament, but I feel like EWC especially is where they really do shine, and that is looking to continue here as they look on towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think honestly, Flandre on the Shen, it's funny, we had Broken Blade talking about how, you know, he had this Shen build to sort of have that great result of Fear Stand, and Flandre is like, this is yours? This is mine.
Yeah, exactly. But we now have Tarzan standing alongside with Ian for a bit of an interview.
Seeing Tarzan successful.
现在我们和 Tarzan 又回到了舞台上来，我们的 AG.AL 的团队有一个非常精彩的表演。那么您在这次这个比赛当中呢，您相当于是带领着这样的一个团队去进行攻坚战。那么您对于选择这样的一个角色和带领您的团队是什么样的看法呢？
首先我们是准备 EWC 的过程是差不多准备了2、3周吧，然后我是有自信我们来 EWC 的队友中最努力的一个队友来，所以我们今天然后昨天都是来享受比赛的。
Well, we prepared for this match for about 2 to 3 weeks. We did a lot of training. So yesterday and today we came to the match, we came to the stage, we really enjoyed the match.
Yeah, that's very obvious to see. You came agonizingly close to lifting the trophy last year. Do you think that your team is better here in Paris than the version of you that we saw in Riyadh?
那么我们知道您可能会很有希望的获得这样的冠军，捧起奖杯。就像您去年呢，是一个非常有机会成为冠军的。那么您觉得今年和去年相比的话，您的团队是不是有更好呢？
其实来到 EWC 的队友都是很强的队友吧，所以很难猜到我们直接能拿到冠军吧。但是我们是目标就是我们每一场打好，每一场 比赛就过程准备好，就这样。
Well, I know all teams here can be really strong, so we have the confidence. However, we still need to work really hard, and then we just wanted to get each match done, and we want to perform well.
The hard work starts now. Congratulations once again, Tarzan, and to AG.AL. Thank you very much. June, we've been way too friendly up here. The serious business is about to begin. That is the end of the best of ones. When we move forward, we'll be crushing keys here on the stage. Congrats again. Thank you.
非常感谢您，谢谢。
哦，谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢감사합니다. Thank you very much. The man of multiple languages. Tarzan gets the job done here for AG.AL despite lots of creative and unique questions as expected from G2, especially at the end when they were behind. They tried to find a way into a base race and instead they got corralled into fish in a barrel.
And it's just so sad to see as an EU fan because it was so close. But I do need to say, can we drop the Camille? I have yet to see this champion work apart from there's maybe 3 players in the world that can make this champion work. And I'm sorry, Labrov, I don't think you're one of them. Look at how useful that Leona was. AG.AL was CCing and setting up the fight so damn well consistently.
We see this matchup so many times, and when games get this chaotic and we go super far into the game, the Leona is more durable, the Leona is more flexible, whereas the Camille is just kind of a one in, did we win the fight off of my play? Great. If we didn't, not so great. And he's trying to flank right, getting caught, just too squishy. I think a lot of this game came down to G2 running out of win cons, running out of control, and then having to make desperate plays only. And the mechanics were good. I mean, I think they made the plays as best as they could as in some of those moments, but the draft kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if we can watch actually the early Flandre solo kill, I'm down to watch that as well. I think the fact that he pulls out the Shen up against BB and then solo kills him on the pick, does his build again, and this is the Frankenstein Shen, as BB titled it. And he's just kind of styling on him,
He just talked about it in the interview we had with him as well. He was like, I was the first one to do it, cool to see him do it. He's doing it again. He's killing the man who made the build. And this is the first time these teams have faced off against each other. It's the first time Flandre actually meets Broken Blade directly here and takes him out here. So I think this is a pivotal moment, right, when you look at the overarching storyline between these two teams.
Yeah, again, just kind of tough there because it was an immediate engage under the tower, and then also the wall doesn't quite protect him as well. And that surprise killer instinct there by Flandre proven to be a great start for AG.AL. But that wasn't the whole story. There was a ton of fighting here in this last game. And here on the bottom side of the map, it's like, okay, we caught you, AG.AL, and then AG.AL like, no, we caught you, and then Hysterix is in the back losing his mind, but this was what we wanted to see here at EWC.
I mean, it starts off really strong for G2. They get an initial pick, and they kind of want to keep going. I think Caps goes a little bit too deep. He didn't have to go for the old charm, could have just charmed from range. And Tarzan living on 5 HP buys them so much time. He can then clear the wave, Hope being able to live for so long and trading 1-for-1 with Labrov. And neither team is willing to back down, right? G2, they want to kill Tarzan, but not just that. They want to kill Shanks as well with Caps TPing in, and that's when they go too far.
I mean, Shanks is also, the fight has gone so long he can TP back in, but the battleground, the initial battleground for G2 is between AL's turrets, so that means that they have the inherent advantage. They have the ability to chase down, they can use the Jarvan flag, get Shanks back in here, and these scrappy fights and how many we saw of them were AG.AL, despite the rough start, like you mentioned in the fight, fighting their way back in, keeping it to a close game so they could have those later fights where they turned it around later.
Yeah, Caps misses the charm. Dodged is the orb of deception there by Shanks. Those were two pivotal moments in that fight that you want to see from G2 Tech. Like, hey, let's try to create our own advantage from these hands fights where if we win, we're massively ahead. If we fail, let's not think about that. And we got to see what the result ends up being. They then start to lose a little bit of control there. But they were stacking Drakes really well here, Jack, and they had multiple opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, I feel like if one of these Drake fights go G2's way, they could have mounted a comeback and actually won the game. Because once you get the Cloud Soul and the Nivea on Ezreal, you're so mobile. But you see the power of the Jarvan and the Leona. It's so easy, especially when you've already blown the flash from the Nivea, to just go down on them. And once AG.AL have control, they have a really easy easy time turning on whoever they want because G2's frontline is just simply not tanky.
Both of these fights, Labrov is the first to get focused down, right? In the first Dragon fight, he doesn't die, but he's pushed out. Caps is trapped on the left side of this Dragon Pit twice, like both times trying to flank. You have two flankers, but the core setup with this Leona is just so much stronger in these fights for AG.AL. If you can't get that collapse, if you can't get that flank to work, in both fights, Caps is just surfing on the edge of the fight. He doesn't find his in. There's no setup with the Camille, and it's really easy for AG.AL to just chase you down with this Leona and Shen combo and just CC people to death. There was never a formation for G2. They were just kind of around orbiting the fight, whereas AG.AL were right where they wanted to be.
Especially when you have that Anivia, you got to be at a spot first if you want to utilize it to its full potential. And so G2 back to the drawing board. They will play in a best of 3 later on. And AG.AL, last year's finalists, finding their form. They will qualify on in as our number 1 seed from this Group A, our 2-0 candidate here.
I mean, G2 going up against DK, this is scary. It was a scary match to lose against AG.AL here. I think they overcooked a little bit. I feel like the fact that G2 went for the Camille and the Lee Sin, it's very like, we are going to outplay you in the skirmishes and snowball based on that. And as much as I love G2, I don't think they're quite at that level where they can just have a really good early game and just instantly turn it on. So I do think a more standard, normal front to back is going to suit them better. And I mean, trying to abuse Siwu, maybe that could be an angle up against DK.
I cannot stress enough how many times Showmaker across his career has talked big about G2. He loves this team. He loves studying Caps. He loves their play style. He's always been super interested in watching the LEC, but specifically G2. So it's fun for me to see this matchup just because I've heard Showmaker glaze this team so many times.
And it's funny that you bring up that because yesterday we saw Showmaker Lucid smurfing on Ari Lee Sin, and now G2 tries to do the same. So for sure there's some inspiration going both sides there.
And unfortunately, only one of them will be able to move on. On the B stream, we had our Group D matchup, and it was Hanwha Life Esports and JDG both winning their first game. This one, another tight affair until Zeus calls game here.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually see this fight, so I'm watching it for the first time right now here. HLE versus JDG, looking like the final pivotal moment here. Kanapi going in. Ooh!
Huge knock up there. I mean, it looked like Hanwha Life, they were just able to stack up all the dragons. So despite the kill score remaining very equal, you see them just outplaying in the team fights. They got, I mean, this was the Cloud Soul that G2 needed. It makes it so much easier to maneuver around all the threats from JDG, and then you can just run them down after you win the team fight.
Ooh, Zeus. And Zeus Kanavi doing so much work in these clips. Obviously, Kanavi most known for his Jarvan this year. It's been the pick that has defined his play and defined Hanwha Life Esports. So to be able to pick that up in a BO1 feels nice. And that will, of course, advance them on here to the next round.
That's right. It is Hanwha Life Esports as your 2-0 victor in Group D, which leaves JDG and MIBR Los as your decider best of 3 match. Again, MIBR Los with the huge upset of the champs of the LCS in Lion. So that will be our best of 3 later on today. We're going to set the stage for T1 versus GAM Esports. There we go. T1 versus GAM Esports in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends.
Was built to move, not trapped as a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Xin chào mọi người, thì bây giờ mình và Taki sẽ thực hiện thử thách clear hết 6 Bagon trong vòng 10 phút. Và mình sẽ bị bịt mắt và không hề thấy gì hết. Thì Taki sẽ ngồi kế bên và chỉ mình di chuyển để dọn Bagon. Let's go!
Nhắn di chuyển kêu lướt chuột lướt lên hả? Lướt lên nữa, lướt lên. Đúng rồi.
Kéo lên đúng không? Kéo lên được chưa?
Tiếp rồi kéo chuột lên góc màn hình.
Kéo lên hả?
Rồi kéo xuống lại xíu. Sao quá. Đi qua phải, rồi giữ sao bay rồi nhắm qua phải góc màn hình là con ấy đấy. Đang đứng cạnh rồi.
Rồi A nè.
Sao bay nữa, chưa được. Đi đâu rồi ấy? Qua phải lại, dừng lại. Giờ kéo xuống góc dưới các bạn. Từ từ, đừng giữ sao bay nha. Đúng cái click.
Rồi đó rồi đó.
Rồi sao chi. Đó, đang xử rồi đó.
Rồi 10 phút luôn mà.
5 phút. Rồi xong rồi. Từ dừng lại. Dừng lại. Rồi kéo lên trục cấp
Trái hả?
lên xíu.
Chừng chiêu nha.
Vô.
Ok. Đặt bật đúp chưa?
Chưa. Đặt đi.
Rồi.
Em kêu dừng là dừng nha, lia chậm thôi, từ từ, lia chậm thôi.
Ok.
Lia quá nhanh quá rồi, về lại số 7 về lại.
Rồi.
Đi xuống dưới đi. Ai anh đi nhanh quá. Ở đây rồi qua phải. Rồi nhắn. Rồi quất. Từ đúng rồi, quất. 8 phút rồi.
Bật đúp lên chưa?
Sói rồi. 8 phút mà mới con sói gì.
FF. GG bro. Đây qua chim đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Tới chỗ 2 mét rồi. Nằm tới cái bụi chim rồi. Kéo chuột lên nữa, miếng nữa. Qua trái. Rồi quất.
Bật đúp lên luôn đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Nó xong rồi. Qua phải chuột
Qua phải.
Chuột lên trên phải.
Lên trên đây ha.
Đúng rồi, lên nữa. Rồi dừng. Dừng. Cái chuột qua trái xíu, miếng nữa. Rồi vô đi. Rồi. Chuẩn bị kéo chuột xuống sơ mã này, kéo xuống. Lên qua phải nhích vài miếng. Rồi quất.
Được không?
Được. Ê, dừng. Xuống dưới.
Xuống dưới đây hả?
Qua phải.
Ở đây.
Lên miếng nữa.
Rồi
quất. Vô. Quất. Dừng.
Wow.
Mình thì rất tức giận bởi vì mình thấy hết nhưng mà mình chỉ rồi mà không làm được. Mình quá bực mình. Cảm ơn các bạn đã xem chương trình của tụi mình nha.
Thank you mọi người. Bye bye.
欢迎来到中路 solo 默契挑战，接下来我们将打破常规，把操作一分为二，一个人操作键盘，一个人操作鼠标。当两位选手合二为一，是否有完美配合呢？
别火吧，差不多得了。好像打得很多呀。打到是吧？带雪球啊。不重要，别举把切。弄他！你说我来控制键盘，你是有病啊！1啊1，你不了啊！谁在玩啊？1秒就死了，你能这么快？不是到了要说，出门太慢了。你指你要 Q 呢？不是把那个关了呀？那个怪不得。把什么关了？在哪里啊？完蛋了，不知道啊。别慢慢出现，别着急，进草，去这儿。你不了啊！我要按，我知道了，太蠢了。我丢，你说还行啊，咱俩配合。是了呀。对，找到了，关了，完美啊，咱俩来。先 A 起手。哎呀，你怎么办 ？AW 啊，还在里面啊。哇，还 Q 到了，可吃了，还有点燃的。放不动他，A 打也回头了，挺好，Q 啊！别回头，他拉不到你。好，去哪 ？A 兵，干嘛啊？回去吃药。他再一过来就来救他。Q！再装把基地推爆了。这什么传向大招了吗？我要打死了。别急吧，慢慢玩，别回来，等会儿。他这架好的，打懂看到直接打不了。快跑！这先一3000多，5人。走，不对劲，走。哎呦，对，你想干嘛？说？我想你进草。走，快走！哦哟。补刀吧，推荐一下，他没疾跑。
摸不到我们。走啊，你在干嘛？你赢他一手啊？
回不了罩了，
就踢不了，就打就完了。
逃离了，感觉。哎呦，
就是
走。
反正呢，
你要走啊，你不走。
结束了，
结束了，我们赢了呀。对。
Esports World Cup.
All right, I'm here with T1 fans. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We are looking a bit rough. I don't want to say I'm worried. Greatest team of all time, right? Not gonna say I'm worried, but I might be a little bit worried. What can we do? To bring this back?
I think I should replace Kyria and play Pike. And we will win like this, okay?
Okay, just by the way you're speaking, I can tell you're bronze. Disregarding that one. Okay, how about you?
I would say, we need Ahri to go on support, Fizz on mid. We need assassins and full tank on top. That's the new meta.
This guy reinventing the League of Legends meta, okay? And how about you?
I think we need to ban Cassiopeia. She's way too strong. But I believe in Kyria. Kyria's Kami and every plays he does is actually really good. I love this guy. He's insane. And he's going to bring everyone to the win. Because we need to win. We need to win for T1.
Yeah! Let's go, guys! Let's go!
Thank you very much, Coach Tyler 1 for T1 as they're going up against the surprise semifinalists, quarterfinalists, whatever finalists we are, bottom side of the bracket appearance here for GAM Esports as they were able to pull off the upset against MKOI yesterday and looking to do the same thing today.
I mean, if you're a T1 fan, you're not that surprised. You know, always T1 with the lower bracket, they're gonna bring some back. And yeah, but still, I feel like whenever you play against GAM, you gotta be careful about what you're doing in the early game because they really want to take the fight, really want to pull the trigger in the early game as well.
Honestly, we said that we wanted a best of 3, a best of 5 of those two teams. GAM pushed them so hard in the early game, and honestly, seeing them against BLG as well, I feel like BLG is like a more polished version of GAM. So if they can just pull it back a little bit, find their limits and still play that aggressive, GAM have a chance.
Again, this was a Baron call that could have gone their way. They make it out, but not all in one piece as Pays on that Talia showing off his mage mastery in the bot lane. Cut them off and then cut down the chances for GAM earlier in day one. Welcome back to the analyst Estigon alongside Trouble and Wadid. And y'all, this one does feel yet again like a Goliath, David and Goliath kind of matchup. What is the key here for GAM if they want to find any sort of success?
I feel like still play aggressive, push T1, force them to potentially make mistakes, because I think that's what BLG did really well in the best of 1.
We'll get your thoughts in just a second. Standing by right now is TK Nguyen, the CEO of GAM, with Jenny.
Thanks, Zigon. TK, yesterday was an incredible day for GAM.
Incredible. It was a historic day for us. So many milestones, so many achievements. We got to collaborate with so many different people all around the world.
But I want to talk about the League of Legends because solo kill on Faker in the mid lane, by the way, up 4-0. You reverse sweep MKOI. You're kicking out EU. What's going on?
So, okay, I gotta say, so Glory's our newest mid laner, and for him to solo queue the GOAT, solo kill the GOAT. I mean, come on, guys. What a way to start off GAM and T1. And that was peak viewership for day one from what I saw. So 4-0, for a second there, I was believing all of our dreams were going to come true. We might just upset right here on the EWC stage in Paris, the world champs.
So that is your prediction for the series against T1 today?
Of course. I mean, look, everybody loves T1, including myself, right? We got so many fans from Vietnam that admire and adore T1. But you know what? Everybody also loves an underdog. And that's who we are, and that's who we're coming here. Hopefully we'll surprise you, take a few games. Let's see.
I'm looking forward to the competition. You're hyping it up so well, by the way. The fans have been incredible, so thank you so much. That's it from us, and Digon, back to you.
Always great to hear from TK, the eternal optimist of the underdog. Now, what do you think is going to happen here as we're 20 seconds away?
We just need one simple plan from each team, you know. Like, you can't just flip it around between the games. So I just want to see what they can bring it to us.
All right, well, my analyst will be here to break down this matchup. It is a rematch of day number 1, the underdog versus the world champs. It's T1 versus AG.AL Esports as we send it to the stage for the introductions.
With the GAM fans, and let's be honest, we have been way too soft on this day here at the STC Arena. We need to start crushing some keys. Elimination time, and these GAM fans are feeling nervous.
Yeah, they don't look nervous actually. That's why I was gonna ask you, DK, are we feeling stressed? Because this is elimination game. As the CEO, how are you feeling right now?
We are definitely not stressed because you know what? We're here to have some fun. We're here to show you guys it's GAM time. Let's go. EWC, where you at? Make some noise.
They're gonna face indeed Team 1. Tears and embarrassment on the line, but they don't seem stressed at all. So let's welcome GAM Esports. The Vietnamese squad, driven by passion, peuvent-ils faire l'exploit, l'upset de sortir T1 de l'Esports World Cup?
To welcome their opponents, there's only one man for the job.
Winner stays, loser goes home. This is what it is all about. This is what they are built for. Make some noise for T1!
Talk about an introduction. After suffering defeat earlier on, the legends find themselves with no room for error. One more victory keeps their title hopes alive.
T1, les grands favoris, mesdames et messieurs, vous pouvez les applaudir.
It's a rematch from earlier on, but this time, lose and you go home.
It's David versus Goliath. Faites du bruit!
Is it GAM time or not? The question to be answered in the final best of 3 for one of these teams. I'm Mysterix, joined by Jack Spector as we take you into T1 versus GAM. It is an underdog story, but in the underdog story, David technically won. However, this one doesn't feel like David versus Goliath because despite T1 losing to BLG earlier, it is a much higher uphill battle for GAM.
It's even bigger.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say. Well, it's lovely to be here, Jake. This is my first time casting T1, so you know, I'm going to say it.
What?
Faker.
Nice, you said it.
I got to say it.
You got to say it. Anything else you want to say?
I also want to say a fun statistic. So T1 just lost to BLG, and I noticed Faker had 9 deaths in that game. And I thought to myself, wow, that is a lot of deaths. And then I looked it up, and that is his record death count. The only other time he also had 9 deaths was versus the Bros.
Really?
Yeah. But they actually won that game. So this is the highest death count he's ever had in a loss up against BLG.
By transitive properties, Bro is as good as BLG.
Yes.
That's my takeaway.
That's my takeaway
Get a
too.
bro shout out before we go into T1 versus Gam. I respect that, Jack, and that is a fun
The
stat.
LC casters are all with us, you know,
I mean,
like they're influencing me.
That's right. We're hanging around them. I'm going to call it the degeneracy, lack of a better word. They're obviously better than that, but they're lovely degenerates, those guys. Obviously, as we go into this game, quick reminder, best of 3, so we are going into Fearless Draft. I think another reminder for people as well is this was a BO1 if you missed out. Early game, first 10-15 minutes were very strong from GAM, but after that, the sweeping through T1 as a 5-man stack. I mean, that's a generalist way of putting it, Jack, but it did feel like T1 were kind of out-handsing.
For sure. I think what GAM wants to do is replicate that early game success, and hopefully they I think they had some time to review that game, see what went wrong in the macro department, and try to figure out how can we be more on the same tempo, because a lot of the time when we see these weaker teams go up against some of the top teams, it's usually due to how well they play tempo, how fast they play, that you get outmatched on the map. Suddenly T1 has Dragon control, they get the Herald control, and they can just start to snowball those objectives onto you, and you can never kind of grasp that control of the map back. So I think that's really what I'm looking at for GAM, because we saw yesterday that in the individual lanes, they can compete. They even had a solo kill on Faker.
Oh, that's right. I mean, it was Feisty who 2 times over. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of a different game.
Yeah,
it was
Glory.
It was Glory who 2 times over, because I was in a very similar mind with the Humble Life game. So I'm gonna have to apologize for that.
Feisty did also solo kill Seka.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of solo kills on some Korean goats yesterday, but both those games weren't enough. Now we go into a best of 3. Okay, GAM versus T1. It is going to be first pick here for the side of T1 on this red side, which has kind of been a common theme so far.
Yeah.
At this EWC, where red side has been the preference, but first pick has also come with it.
The first 3 Vayne ban, though, is very interesting. It indicates that they want to put Dorn just on this weak side, relaxing tank, and kind of leave him on his own, because we've seen Vayne do incredibly well when she has a good matchup. We saw yesterday Zest go 14-0, I believe it was, against Leon on the Vayne. So it's a pick that can be incredibly dangerous if left alone, and T1, they don't want to deal with it.
So especially with Doran, with the tank setup that you think is probably going to come through, feels like it's preparation for Doran maybe coming into this game 1 as well. Jay's going to go with Nocturne 2. Oriana's still up and available here, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out things like the Varus, although not super optimal. Rumble gone instead.
Yeah.
Might be GAM fishing for what? Bruiser top matchup as well.
And I do think if T1 now first pick the Orianna, it's going to be GAM looking for the Jarvan.
Okay.
And either the Cassio or the Syndra answer, I would expect to go into it. Jarvan really good into Orianna due to the fact that she's immobile. Maybe they also go Jarvan Estral to take away that mobility away from T1. Or they're going to go Camille. I'm a big Camille hater. I'm not going to lie. I have yet to really see the value that this champion
Unless
brings.
it's someone like On or, I mean...
I think it's incredibly difficult to make it work. I think some supports can do it and some teams can do it. And I do think when you're the underdog, going for this hyper-aggressive playstyle, they went to Camille Lee Sin. They're going to try to out-skirmish T1 at every step of the way. But if this game goes to 30 minutes and T1 is not far behind, it's going to be comfortable for T1 to play the fight.
I was going to say, the major problem with the Camille, right, is how do you get yourself into the mid-game? Do you have a lead or not? That really dictates how well she's going to play it out. Lee Sin going to go with it as well, so a lot of skirmishing here already for GAM. Other side, pretty stock standard for T1. Owner on a Vi, always good news with Faker's Orianna. Is the pivot going to be towards top or a support match?
Yeah, I think a Gnar pick makes a lot of sense there. You have a very comfortable blind pick. You have a really strong top side. It's really all about scaling being the name of the game here for T1. We'll have to see if Glory... Remember Tristana yesterday?
Yep.
That Zest tried to pull out. It didn't quite work against Zeus, but maybe they want to try to pull it out against Doran. Currently they're hovering the Zoe, which would be pretty crazy. We haven't seen that champion in a while. I think his Syndra pick is a lot more standard. It makes a lot of sense. You really want to have some CC to set Lee Sin's queue up for success.
Oh, yeah.
And they lock in the Syndra as we head into second bounce.
Means that the setup so far for GAM is pretty good, right? Again, an aggressive comp. If I was looking at the LPL, I would say that, you know, this is a very style, BLG-AL style of comp.
Yeah.
But running into T1, maybe that's just the magic, isn't it? We already talked about Doran picking up the Gnar in the top lane. Talia is going to be taken away, which means that GAM are kind of assuming that Pei is going to be pulling out a mage bot and at least something with more CC control to layer for game 1.
Yeah, I think especially when you have the Vi and the Gnar, you have enough AD damage that allows to pick any sort of AP bot. We saw Pace on the Talia yesterday up against GAM do incredibly well. They played the Talia Shen and made that work. And also Vi, Talia is such a good combo since Vi sets up the Talia shuffle so well. They actually choose to ban out both the Talia Lilia and the Shen, the exact bot lane that T1 played against them yesterday. So they don't want to play against that once more.
And they were watching through, they're like, no way we're going to let Keria make those roams again on that Shen. Respect it over to Gam as Ambess is taken away. Usually I'd be saying that they're just getting rid of some of the pairing options, but it does feel like options into Gnar right now, giving Doran a bit of comfortability when I think he has been the weakest link. Excluding Faker's last game, but overall is a big priority here for T1.
Makes a lot of sense to just take away some of those more aggressive top laners that's going to try to punish that Gnar. And Bessa being really good in general into T1's comp to give Gam more reach, more follow-up. We'll have to see what Artemis looks in here. I could see something like the Jhin to just have more follow-up for the rest of his carries. You kind of want some sort of utility because you have very little CC thus far. I think Caitlyn, Camille, while you can have a strong bully lane with it, I think it can be difficult. Jhin, Varus, both make a lot of sense. You have that CC, you have that long range, and you have the utility to help out your team.
I like it so far from Gam, really playing off it. They're going to have counterpick as well, and that counterpick is going to go towards the top lane. Remember again that this can be a Varus top as an option. Into the Gnar in the past has been a really good option, so I love that we're leaving on a flexible pick here for Gam. On the other side, T1, what's going to be in the bottom lane? Remember, Ori can also play bot, but
I mean, Syndra could also play bot if it's
That's also
Cassio.
true. This meta,
so
bro.
There's a lot of flex potential here. As Pace locks in the Cassiopeia, we've seen it. Pretty good success so far this tournament. I feel like a lot of the Castios have been very strong, even though I don't think they've actually been winning a lot. It's just been a very strong champion, really good early game, really good scaling, and pairing it up with the Leona. We've seen the Leona so much now into the Camille, and I feel like the Leona always is looking favored. You just outscale so incredibly fast. Once you get that level 6, you have so much CC, so much setup, and Cassio being really good into Camille as well, just being able to lock her down with the miasma.
And the question is, Gam, as they finalize the draft, how are they going to stay out of that lockdown? Is it going to be Varus bot or Syndra bot or something else?
They have a lot of options here. I would assume. Oh,
the Varus top, isn't it?
Varus, like Varus, yeah. Varus top, 6 bot, and Syndra mid.
Yep.
So they're trying to punish Doran. That seems to be their game plan here. They're definitely going to be playing up towards top side. I would assume that in the early game, Taki and Artemis might fight a little bit, just due to the fact that Taki's playing the Camille. But then after level 3, especially after Artemis gets that lost chapter, that's when we're really going to see Taki just roaming around on the Camille, trying to punish Faker, trying to punish Doran, and maybe invade Owner alongside Drakthar.
Let's see how these lanes go, because seem very lane dependent here, Jack, for Gam. Running into T1 for game number 1, shock them, bring those 15 minutes into fruition like they did yesterday, and turn this best of 1 into a game 1 start for them. They're the underdogs, but T1 haven't been on their best legs recently.
That's
MSI, you could say the same thing. You know, losing to G2 was unexpected for a lot of the fans. BLG going to a 5-game series and then dropping it at the very end. T1 have to prove that they're still up in the top leagues, because right now, if they cannot take this elimination series, questions will be asked going into summer.
And Gamma has picked an incredibly explosive composition. They want to snowball in the early game, put Doran behind, try to gank Faker, try to make things happen around this weak early game Vi, and just in general get themselves ahead so that they always either have a numbers advantage or a gold lead going into the skirmishes. Because if we go into team fights at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and the gold is equal, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Gam to be able to find their victory.
For Gam, their key crush on the line, so is T1's loser. Loses the key and all merits. Faker on Orianna for game number 1. He is 91 and 33 historically. Faker always has a better win rate, you know that, but Orianna at one of the best at 73% after 124 games. There is no one else like him. There never has been and there never will be as we get onto Summoner's Rift. T1 versus Gam.
And would this be the greatest upset of all time?
This would be up there in the rankings. This would definitely be one of the greatest upsets. G2 versus T1 was one of the greatest upsets in an international of all time.
No.
Don't you think?
I mean, it was an upset.
Bro, they love the lower bracket. T1 don't care. They love the lower bracket.
But it's T1 at MSI. It's not T1 at Worlds. If it was T1 at Worlds, I would agree with you.
I mean, yeah, okay. That's completely fair. And that means not really a meme. It's Faker in trouble. Hookshot, wallshot, as you said. Halo Blaze, Ignite down. Faker has to flash away. A level 1 gank from hell itself came knocking at Faker's door.
And Gam understand their team composition so incredibly well. They cannot rest on their laurels. They need to continuously fight no matter what. Taki is going to miss out on a lot of XP, and I think even Artemis getting zoned a little bit in bot lane here as well. So that is going to put them behind, but It chunks Faker out, he loses his flash, and now he's incredibly vulnerable if Drakthar wants to go for an early gank.
Glory's got a good opportunity here. Let's see how that lane develops. Mid going to be under wraps for now as Artemis. He did, of course, start that lane solo as Tucky came down. I don't think Tucky missed too much experience here, Jack, because I see XP bars the same down in that 2v2.
They definitely missed a bit. The question is if Artemis was able to get all 3 melees. I do think...
You think he missed?
We'll have to see if this ends up being worth it. I think it could end up backfiring for GAM with how far they might fall behind in bot, especially with the fact that since you're playing the Camille, you really want to be able to continuously fight, but now you're putting all the eggs into the mid lane basket and top lane, I suppose.
Let's not also forget that with mid going well, we also have the dilemma of top. More pressure points on the map for GAM is always going to be better when you have these winning lanes.
Yeah, here wants to continue to poke down Doran, get those plates.
Shot, wall shot, nice engage. Pays takes the chunk with a satchel charge as well. Artemis layered, good.
Great trade from GAM, chunking down Pays. Pays gets a little bit of return damage onto Taki, but it's not too much. So they recovered very nicely here, even with the roam, with the fact that they're a little bit down in the XP. The fact that they're able to get those trades makes it so that the lane is a little bit more equal, and they can start to fight again.
Spacing from Faker, nice as we return back to mid. Glory with the Dark Sphere, not able to land on the target. Faker, remember that flash to be abused, but also Glory still has TP. It's refillable for the back for Faker as he returned back into the mid lane, where Glory still has the versatility, where he still has a reset yet to go.
GAM need to be careful here. Owner knows about the ward, still gets spotted. I think GAM, they realize this.
Tucky, but he's face checking into Tri-Brush. Owner spotted out, hook shot, wall shot. Tucky thinking he can get on out, and he does, but he gets chunked heavy.
Good play from Taki there. He realized that Owner was coming, but that he would still be fine with the hook shot. It does, however, mean, due to the fact that he got chunked, that Drakthar is going to have a hard time contesting these Raptors now. Even Pace moving up. Looks like Drakthar is just going to have to give over the Raptors, which is a pretty tragic start for the Lee Sin, especially the Lee Sin Camille that really want to skirmish early up against this Vi Leona.
Yeah.
But a really nice early game from Owner.
Meanwhile, we go back to Doran. He just walked back in. Hey, Lavarro's auto, he's dead! What is Doran doing? Faker missing out from the Sonic Wave. He's alive, but now he gets flashed on the damage. Still enough. Remember, he has no flashes. He runs away out of mana as well. They get Glory on the return, but as GAM look for the chase, Sonic Wave misses. It takes an auto, but now 3 versus 2. It's T1 who find themselves in the middle of Glory themselves. And I ain't talking about the player. Double kill already picked up as T1 have Owner and Pace to the chase. The flash up from Zenith Blade. Taki with a hook shot, wall shot out. He tries to run to Artemis, but Owner matches him. A Vault Breaker down, and T1 sink their fangs into GAM.
And it's Pace's move that pays off there for T1. He gives them the numbers advantage, so despite the fact that Faker doesn't have flash, they're still able to make it a winning fight for T1 and get those kills onto Owner and Pace.
What a play. Jack will get a replay. It's going to be up to you to take me through that, because Pace and Owner getting gold value here in this game. And GAM, let's stop in the play. I want your opinion on this, because it does feel like after the solo kill top and after the flash that should have been abused from Faker, he lived too damn long for that.
Yeah, the fact that Faker was able to buy so much time really hurt them. The bright light for GAM is this top lane with 700 gold, but let's watch the replay here as it starts off with Keria getting onto Glory with the Zenith Blade. He stuns him down, but Faker has no flash. But the Drakthar missing the Q makes it so that he has to flash onto Faker, and then Pace flashes over the wall, gets the Q onto 2, and he's able to just spam those Twin Fangs and able to do so much damage, takes down Drakthar as well, and then Keria with a little cherry on top, flashes forward, but now we're watching top.
This is a POV.
This is just greedy from Doran, walking back up here, wants to go for the XP.
This is the replay POV, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it was really well played by the GAM top laner.
This obviously happened before the big play in bot, because I feel like T1 really found their way back into the game from that. Jack, gold is even as well, by the way, so while top is 700 in the lead, Pays moves to 400. Owner with a huge lead over Drakthar right now, and that Lee Sin missing a couple of Qs really cost GAM big.
Yeah, the fact that Pace as well, even though he moved for a minute straight, is up in CS.
Oh, yeah.
He's really hurting GAM, as Taki might be in trouble here.
Shield of Daybreak, Zenith Blade going to follow up as well. Owner finds him with a Vault Breaker in. Taki gun, hook shot out, and Owner's at 3. Drakthar over the wall, just watching while Glory gets Shockwave. It's a Shield of Daybreak again. Keria looking for the Zenith Blade, but Glory getting hit hard Faker with no mana to follow up for another round of rotation as Carrier's roam is big and Owner is now dominating.
Yeah, they're not beating the Camilla's useless allegations, I'm afraid.
No,
This champion is it's too hit or miss. It's so difficult to pull off as now Glory's in trouble. Carrier's behind.
He's doing it to Gam again. He did it in the best of one, now starting the best of three. Glory's feeling it's deja vu as Faker's just getting the clockwork wind up. The auto attack's going to do it. Command attack unleashes power, but does not unleash a kill onto Faker.
And Carrier, he's everywhere on the map, setting up T1 for success. And it's only top lane left for Gam. The rest of the map is on fire as T1 pick up the Mountain Dragon.
1,000 lead here for Owner. Mountain to start. And Doran's probably like, at least the rest of the map is going fantastically now for T1.
Yeah. And that does allow Doran to eventually get some respite, as we'll see Carrier and Owner open up towards that top side now. And I do think they can just leave Pace alone and try to help Doran recover. Yaya still does not have the flash for another 60 seconds.
Yep.
So that definitely could be an angle if Carrier and Owner want to look for it.
Glory, he's playing mega safe. Wave's in a horrible state, Jack. Tucky's coming down to match the roam, constantly out of lane, but Carrier's going to find him first. Zenith Blade mixes up for the hook shot, wall shot, and Owner's here for the Vault Breaker, expecting Tucky to take the upwards route. He goes down instead, and that saves his life.
Carrier just keeps canceling these hook shots, making it so hard for Taki to play as Doran all-inning onto Artemis.
Okay, he's getting some autos down. Such a charge going to save Artemis' life. Meanwhile, pings are going down on the top. T1 want to keep this game fast-paced. Gam looking to match.
T1 are looking. Drakthar might be in trouble. Carrier Hex flashing. Is he going to go for it?
Just a blue buff and steal take away. Start the grubs. Kiaya moving in. Chains of Corruption misses. Tries to find it over the wall. Gam's top laner now without a charge in that ulti.
But T1 are split. Carrier has no flash here. He might just get stuck in the pit. Kiaya can just hit him over the...
He's poked.
Oh, he got his flash just up.
Just came up then. Good point, Jack, as Gam do get the grubs in the meanwhile, but Doran is left isolated against the turret bot.
That's 3 grubs for Drakthar. But Doran able to close that gold lead now, getting those plates on bot. So despite the fact that Gam make a good proactive play, it's still a cross map for T1. Continuing to build that gold lead now, 1,000 up for T1.
Good dodge there from Faker. Gold lead, 1,000 as you mentioned. It is sitting largely on Owner, who just hit level 7, half a level above Drakthar right now. First item's not on the board just yet. We're looking at Kiai to be one of the first, but Owner, there you go. Of course, he will be the first with such a lead. Sundered Sky picked up. Big Vi here.
9 minutes Sundered Sky.
It's kind of crazy, yeah.
This is a very scary Vi here. I think any sort of skirmishes right now for Gam. If Owner is involved, it's going to be difficult for them to win it. Really need Drakthar to match that item. Or Glory to get his, or you can try to pivot and just play around Kiaya, which I think would make the most sense for Gam, because trying to match any equal numbers fight around mid lane looks pretty damn difficult right now, as Faker used the shockwave.
Yeah, I guess just a hard push the wave, neutralize. He's got TP, he's going to back away. Probably get closer to Lost Chapter plus components here, Jack.
It's a pretty low cooldown, and still 2 minutes to Dragon. So just invest that to chunk Taki out a bit, and now bases and TP's back.
And I'm going to take Scuttle. CS lead as well, brewing in the jungle, looking a little bit deep against Taki. This is Camille constantly on the roam we talked about. Bot laners who have been left isolated still pays his favor, equal in CS, but the kill making the difference of 300 and a bit. And Jack, 145, second Dragon for T1, going to be on the horizon here as Owner tries to abuse the Ziggs.
But Artemis looks like he's in trouble here. They have full vision of enemy jungler, and they know where enemy support is. I mean, Artemis is going to need a miracle to try to outplay this one.
Yeah, he tried to clear the wave, he does so, but they're not going to need a wave. Cease and desist for a Ziggs under Tara. Petrifying Gaze puts him in place, locks him down, and Owner is jungle diffing game 1.
It's an easy play. T1 have full information. They know where Gam is. Artemis is stuck under tower, no way out.
If he takes this, T1 are still here, stunned up. Noxious Blast from Paze. He's low on mana. They have a ward to spot that out. T1 are running away. Gam still on the pursuit.
Faker's
chasing
moving.
the tail versus 3. Faker's going to make 4 in the thick of it. That's not where they want to be. Owner's going to take another. the miasma of pain for GAM to deal with as they commit double TP, but T1 still have numbers. Scout of the Week not bad onto Faker, but Draktar with the Sonic Wave will not be concluding with a resonating strike. It's T1 who walk away heads held high.
And GAM, they feel the desperation, investing both teleports after Taki dies. There's just no play. You have no CC once the Camille falls. They still try to go for it.
Kiaya, not in trouble. It's a TP. Now he is.
Oh, he spots it.
As he runs back, he's not that fast. Taki going to come and help out. Chains Corruption, dodge pays. What a proto belt. The miasma down, the poison laid bare, the twin fang in. The exhaust helping out, makes it a trade for a shutdown. Taki now right in the middle of Doran, but he's going to go mega, even though Glory's coming in. I'm scared as he flushes away the unleashed power. Clutch here from Taki to survive, but Doran leaps out before Glory can get another rotation.
A great escape by Doran there. Kiaya being able to trade 1-for-1 against Pace, getting that shutdown.
Oh, Faker didn't check the other bush. Mega Inferno Bomb, he's at half HP. Faker in trouble. The minefield, the Sabotage pops him back, and Draktar is going to clean house. A rough day here for Faker as he finds his second death. 11th in total for day 2 at EWC.
Okay, some good return plays for GAM here as they're able to get some gold on the board. Equalize that gold lead, but it's still T1 with an advantage as they pick up their second dragon. We'll watch the replay of the top fight. A beautiful proto belt by Pace to get away. But Kiaya has the exhaust, he has the damage to trade 1-for-1 with Pace. And then Taki trying to bait Doran in for Glory to set up the Scatter of the Week. But Doran flashes, he dashes, and he gets out.
Great reaction time though from Taki. That was really pixel perfect here from the Camille. As for now, Dragon was taken in the replay. It was 2 for T1, or rather is. So it must have been Owner who walked down. We didn't get to quite see that one, but I'm assuming we saw the game. Did we see it? No,
yeah,
it's blind. Oh, and we're going to go for a pause. Glory is not going to get Shockwave, by the way. Faker has half the cooldown on that remaining, so there's no Shockwave to follow up, but the minion wave is left with 2, I think.
Yeah. And it's not the start that GAM were looking for with this team comp. It's been an explosive game, but mostly in T1's favor. And especially considering how the compositions function against each other, it's going to be difficult for GAM to team fight as the game progresses later and later. I think their biggest silver lining is Kiaya. He still holds onto his gold lead and can look to play the side lane, can look to be the team fight threat to actually carry GAM to a victory.
I've been told Glory has a mouse problem, so that's what we're waiting for. We're just going to fix that one. He walked up, maybe his right click is stuck because he clicked the turret.
Could be, yeah.
He didn't want to click the turret, I don't know.
Sometimes my mouse bugs out a bit and it's just like doesn't register a click. Could be something like that.
You've had the same problem.
Especially if it's like a Bluetooth mice, that can happen.
Are you not bringing Bluetooth mice on the stage though, are you? Isn't the optimal, are you?
I am, yeah.
Isn't the optimal performance wired though?
Yeah, but I think these days it's nearly the same.
It can't be. But if it's so minimal, if it's like 100 milliseconds more or less, I don't know how much.
Maybe that's why I was bad in LEC. I was using Bluetooth mice.
That's right, bro.
I need to ask Kansama what he's using.
He's definitely not using Bluetooth, bro.
You don't think so?
He's wired in with those fiber optic cables that like NASA has. Bro, if you want to play Perfect League of Legends,
I think that's Viper. I don't know if Kansama's got that.
True. Well, that's the difference. That's the gap between the regions.
Yeah.
Mice problem. T1, they always use fiber optics mice. I'm assuming that's fast. I don't really know much about cabling.
I don't think it matters. I think it's like 1 millisecond anyways.
Surely for someone like Faker that matters. He's played for so long. If something's off by like a millisecond or 10, let's say more realistic, he would 100% play different. Don't you think?
10 millisecond maybe.
He's done the same thing for about 100,000 hours at this point.
But 1 millisecond is like, there's no way.
I don't know, bro. I think you doubt Faker.
I don't doubt Faker. I'm just saying 1 millisecond is such a small
I did
amount
say
of time.
10. I said 10 milliseconds.
You said 1 and then you said 10.
Yeah, I can't change it because 1 millisecond is stupid. Like.
Yeah, 1 millisecond is... But I think, like, for example, if you go from 40 ping to 50 ping, or actually that one is not as well. If you go from 0 ping to 10 ping, probably you would.
That's
be able
more
to
egregious than 40 to 50.
Yeah, because that's a smaller percentage difference, right?
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Although technically 0 to 10 would be.
Do you like stage? Like, do you prefer? Because I've heard some people prefer a bit of ping. Like on stage is land right, so it's 0, so it's perfect timing. Does it feel weird coming from solo queue to
I mean, I was always choking like crazy on stage. So.
But was that you or the ping?
That was just me. I was just like nervous and bad.
We should have had a caster match. You could have.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always felt like my mouse was wrong on stage. I don't know if it was a mental thing or if there was actually something wrong.
And you used
but
the
it felt
same
like
mouse from home, right?
I used the same mouse as home, but it was just the refresh rate on the monitor. For me, it just felt something always felt off. But I think it was just a mental thing. You know, like Dota used to have like, he would measure everything with like a ruler. I think some pro players still do that.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to see it. Glory's mouse issue rather has fixed itself, so not sure what happened there, but yeah, Glory's all good now. Walks away from the turret. There was no shockwave available before we left you in the pause. Glory does have a CS lead, for what it's worth, 20 CS when he has been bullied a little bit this game. So doing okay versus Faker here, as Draktar is seeing contest from Owner in his own jungle.
Yeah, you can see how scared Draktar is. He smites the Gromp, even though it's 100 HP. Has no smite available for the blue buff now. And T1, they look like they want to contest. Carry is level 6.
Sonic Wave just used. Taki's going to go in. Hookshot, wallshot, carry at half HP, but it's okay. These Zenith Blades and Solar Flares look for an escape. Paze is there, cutting off the escape route. Kiaya, Chance Corruption, land this time. No Protobelt out. The auto attack's enough as well. Gam have numbers advantage, and Paze is left alone to die.
And T1 a little bit over-eager on this play. They're not able to match the numbers due to the fact that Doran's TP is still down for a few seconds. So that allows Gam to pick up another kill onto Paze, and Doran gets the plates in return.
And there is some big gold to take away. Before, it was Faker who lost his gold, I believe. Owner still, you would assume, is shut down to Sonic Wave. Not going to be hitting. Owner's just going to catch a wave in the meantime as well. Still big jungle CS lead and gold leaders. We look towards top. Shockwave going to be used. That helps get the cannon as well, I believe, at the back end.
Quite a few poking shockwaves used by Faker in this game. Yeah. Just trying to chunk Glory down, get some lane pressure. As we watch the replay here, it starts up with T1 wanting to go for this blue buff. And it's just the fact that Doran has no tele while Kiaya has his. It allows them to get a 5 versus 4. Pace tries to Protobelt the Varus ultimate once again. Not able to get away from the Chains of Corruption. And he ends up falling down.
Yes, indeed he does. So, state of the game. Dragon coming up in 2:30, but it's Herald now, the contest in 10 seconds. Being pushed through mid. There's Gam. As 3 congregate. See what they do next. Top lane being dealt with Glory. This is a TV flank. Kiaya up against the wall. It's clean from Doran. He doesn't stay to chat. He knows the Varus with uptime is going to win out in the long run. So now that Doran's here with a shield on his head, Chains of Corruption going to be used, but Faker's nowhere near. Kiaya is a free kill. Topside might have to be Gam for a call because bot is now open.
Great play by Faker there. TPing behind Kiaya takes him down. And Gam, they want to try to go for the cross-map Herald, but they don't have time. T1 has already moved all the way back up. Doran now TPing in.
There's no Mega Nava. He's going to be small for a while. He does have a big shield, though. Herald's going to reset after Gam give it up, but bot is going to go with it as well. Faker gets the much-needed gold, while the top push from Glory, he's going to have to TP out of there after finding himself, not the turret, but close to. Goes to mid instead. As T1 are going to start up this Herald.
But T1 are controlling every side of the map right now. They make their bot play, Faker gets his deep push, and they still defend the Herald, force Glory to TP away. They're pushing in every single lane, just choking Gam out, making it so incredibly difficult for them to play while getting plates all across the board.
I feel like we saw this in the BLG game as well, even though it was a loss. Like, it's this 15-20 minute mark when lanes end and people start roaming. T1 always faster on the play. Their rotations and their resets always better.
T1 macro is incredibly good. Yes. I remember back when I was still playing, we studied a lot of Faker VODs to see how he overloaded on side, how well he used his tempo. I think he's one of the smartest players. I mean, pretty self-evident, I'd say, one of the smartest players we have playing this game.
So many people talked about him. It's just, we're always just overlapping all the compliments, aren't we? And Doran, he's going into Mega Nava. Owner's coming up, spotted on the ward, hopping forward. Doran happy to take the damage. It threatens out Kiaya. Owner clears the ward and now hovers in fog of war. Tucky coming to roam and match with the Hextech ultimatum now as well. Carrier looking for an angle. Draktar misses the Sonic Wave. Sped up by the distance from Faker. Glory drops a spear, but Gam have more here for now. Owner, he moved around, and this is because Dragon's up in 5 seconds. It's the third drag for T1. Gam need an angle.
T1 have full control here. And Taki does have the Sundered Sky, but he still has no boots. So he gets CC'd by Carrier, no Merc Treads. He's not moving anywhere. As T1 decide to pull.
Sonic Wave kick. Oh, it's into the wall. Pace dodged it out from the Protobelt. Now Draktar is in the middle of no man's land. This sets up the play in the third Drake, I feel like. Sap Charge going to help out in the mid from what I saw, but Draktar, as he takes a couple of turret shots, he's dead. It's just a who at this point. Kiaya going to try and get that wave in to help. Glory's there. I'm wrong, Jack. He's okay. Thanks to Gam getting topside pro. They're going to move out, but they are going to lose this third Drake.
Pace's proto belt this game has had such incredible value.
Very true.
Dodges out on the insect there. We've seen him dodge the Chains of Corruption, and it just allows him to play so much more forward because he doesn't have to worry about all these threats. As now Artemis in trouble.
Decent assist, grounded, petrifying gauge, pays on the Casio. Absolutely venomous.
I don't know what Artemis was thinking there. He wanted to go bot lane to try to farm. I mean, going into the jungle at this point when your team is all basing.
And when they were just topside as a 4-man group getting deep vision as well, right?
Yeah, big mistake by Artemis there. That leads into a Herald on mid lane. And a lot of damage onto that mid tower that Ziggs so desperately wants to protect.
Kerry's going to spot out that Drakthar is on these wolves. Gets deep vision around this topside now to cover for Faker's entrance towards this outer turret. Mid almost dropping. One more plate and a bit left remaining. And gold for T1 only 2,000, but a very dangerous game right now for GAM as they face Salt Point in 4 minutes as Baron comes up so that one more mistake will slice the head off of this series.
Yeah, there's two big dangers for GAM right now. First of all is the team comp gap.
Yeah.
T1 has such an easy time engaging. You have the Vi ult, you have the Leon ult. While for GAM, it's a lot harder to pull off. You need a great scatter the weak, you need Taki to be able to find someone, Drakthar to find an insect, or Kiaya to be able to find a great Chains of Corruption or make a play on side lane. And then you're also staring down a soul point for T1. If they can get that Cloud Soul, it makes it even harder for GAM to be able to get any of those win conditions down, which then also forces GAM to constantly match T1 and look to teamfight them, which prevents Kiaya from being able to be that split push threat and try to go 1v1 against Dorn.
Trying to get his own blue buff. GAM found out. Solar Flare's going to get Drakthar as well. Onan cease and desist on Artemis. He'll find himself on the turret with the Hextech Minefield. Will only just help a bit. Onan's still tanking out the Vault Breaker, tagging the end of Drakthar. They need a Sonic Wave to connect. Drakthar with a Q. Enough energy to find so as a bouncing bomb does a bit of damage, but it's not enough. T1 get the hell out of dodge after trying to be a nuisance in that blue side jungle again.
And Owner is a magician. Getting out of the tower there. He was so deep after Drakthar kicked him deeper in, but he was able to get out with how tanky he is. He's so strong. 2 items completed already. Allows him to survive so many tower shots, and then get out, only burning the flash.
Owner with the extra health, his Black Cleaver. It's really helped to probably save the day, that second item already. He's going to back now, and he's on a longsword only. I thought we would have a little bit more, but I guess Black Cleaver was only just completed. And speaking of 2 items really for everyone in T1 outside of Doran are going to be standing there. And Baron now up 2 minutes till that Dragon Soul for them. And GAM struggling relentlessly to try and defend and clear their own side of the jungle.
2 minutes to this Cloud Dragon. That's what T1 are waiting for. No real Nash threat. I do say that, but T1 do have a tendency to just randomly rush the Nash. They do have a lot of damage.
They have a Cassiopeia.
They have a Cassiopeia.
Yep.
Even Nara as well does quite a bit. Vi as well. So they can look towards the Nash. And they are pinging it. I think they might just start it, Jake.
Now, you know what, Jack? Your timing could not be better. Drakthar is on the bottom side of the map. I don't know if he's spotted out, but if he pops out of that bush, Doran will have enough information. And they will go. Taki, it's going to be a blind Vault Breaker if it's anything. But Ona's going to walk away. Carrier with him as well. The CC duo just take a step back.
I mean, T1 have an incredibly... Oh, Taki.
And Taki has a what? Nothing yet. Half HP. Bursted out. Big top push. So pressure's still there, but we hold for now and resets need to come through because a minute till Drake.
Yeah. Really easy for T1 to just play for this Dragon. They now have full topside control, which also then allows them to pressure both the Nash and the Drake at the same time. So if GAM go too deep for Drake control here, T1 can say, oh, we don't care. That's just a Cloud Dragon for you guys. And then we go Nash ourselves. But it's so difficult for GAM to try to face check here. They're putting 5 people on mid, but both Taki and Drakthar are not tanky enough to survive the initial engage from
again. Vault Breaker into Taki. He flashes instead. Hexacoddleman and wants to take play on his own merits. Mega Inferno Bomb's not bad, but they're tanky enough. Onan taking a wild dive versus 5 members while Solar Flare sets up for T1's Retribution. Into the wall presents a Mega Gnar. Pays will find the kill. The flash forward, the shockwave. Glory now caught underneath as Taki tries to re-engage, but T1 have done the job. Yes, it's messy, but more members stand on the red side.
A great fight for T1. Faker got a little bit too hyphy there, flashing forward under tower, but they should be able to back off, have Faker TP back in, and play for this dragon. The only thing is Owner being down means no smite for T1, so they need to either zone Drakthar off or just wait for Owner to respawn.
5 seconds, it's going to be a slow start. T1 trying to flinch, or at least make Gam flinch in the process, but they're not walking down, they're not checking. And now spotted on the top side, Cam's an easy soul here for T1, as Paze is just waiting. Drakthar is trying to clear top side, but Owner, instead of going for the smite, says, you know what, I'm going to stop this guy. No business being here. Taki going to run into Pace. Scalaweek from Glory, not too bad. Sonic Wave connects. Petrifying Gaze, not used. Instead, it came through as his dying breath. As Cam looking for the fight instead. It's Owner taking the blast code while Carrier runs upwards. The exhaust helping out a milestone here as Carrier trying to survive, but up to his limits. Kia needs an auto, and he'll find that single-handedly. Walking away from the turret, at least for the cost of soul. It's an explosive fight for Gam.
But T1 try to go for 2 plays at the same time. They lose 2 members. Gam, they need to convert this into a Nash if it's going to be a game-saving play. Because if you're losing the soul and you're only getting 2, it's not good enough. But they want to keep fighting. They're TPing behind with Glory. But T1 are too fast with the Cloud Soul. You need to go for this Baron Nasher. And we'll see if Owner can be able to try to get a steal or get into the pit.
I mean, pings are going down. Owner and Faker walking very quickly towards that bottom side of the map. Glory going to scatter the weak. Faker with the low mana bar to take note of as Gam trying to be resilient around this Baron. Keep T1 from stepping in. Doran with the Mega Gnar is building up ever so slowly. Hextech Minefield as well at 5k. Going Mega Gnar soon. Gam maybe bitten off more than they can chew. Zender Blade after the Soulfire and the Shockwave. Drakthar dead. A wall again. It's easy as that for Doran as Artemis gets stunned up in the process. And Owner going forward without a bit of damage to his name. Glory scatters one, but not the other, as Owner cares not for your turrets. A double back in his pocket, and Baron and T1 will not be defeated.
And Gam knew that they needed to go for the Nash. It was their only play, but T1 are inevitable. They take down 4, they will take down the Nash, and now with Baron Nasher, with Soul, it is looking dire for Gam as we watch Doran here with a huge Mega Gnar, jumps to pivot the Shockwave, gets it onto 3, hits the rock, throws a little house. He's doing everything.
I'm just watching Paze on the rearview mirror where Paze was following up. I think accidentally pressed Sonya's. And his Petrifying Gaze was good as well. But it's just antics here. T1 using that jungle lead so well. Paze is clawing through the enemy composition. And Jack, 4.5k gold lead. Baron now acquired. It does feel like all the resistance from Gam has, unfortunately, led to T1 being in the driver's seat.
Yeah. It's trying to find a silver lining here for Gam. Gaia looked good. I think at this point,
to be fair,
Gam are thinking about game 2 just as much as we are.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, mid was a bit of a slog.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't like the game was over until that fight. Now, very different beast as Owner's just safeguarding the mid push and top push alike. Bot is going to be run through by Kiaya, but Doran is now in the base. One Nexus turret, or rather inhibitor turret, to fall first. That soon will be there. Owner finds himself a cease and desist on top of Glory. He can't move the Syndra with no movability. Dead first. T1 running through the front door. Is Taki going to join him? Artemis flashes away from the Soul Blade, and the Zender Blade and will survive, but he needs to start getting kills fast. Mega Inferno Bomb jumped away by Doran, and the Sonic Wave again. It just hasn't been connecting this game as Draktar's leads in. Leaves a little bit to be desired. But the base will fall and crumble in T1's favor regardless with the TP in with Baron. It's T1 trying to end this game 1 here.
T1 want to end it right here, right now. They have the Baron minions. They have the numbers. It's 5 versus 3.
Flash, Shockwave, okay, connect on Draktar on the way through. Carrier, it's good enough. T1 run through, 5 members still alive. Carrier just standing his ground, hoping to watch the Nexus fall in person. With a Petrifying Gaze from Paze to Pepper on top. He still dies. It still looks messy, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the Nexus fall, which won't be able to do right now, even with the Baron minions. T1 running for their lives. Low health bars it up for Gam to hold on for yet another fight.
And Gam survived. They defend the Nexus. Although Faker has TP, they're going for round 3.
They are. They've got another minion wave soon to be there. I don't know if it's going to matter at all. Draktar runs on in. Carry with low health bar with his Xander's Blade. The Scatter the Weak, not bad, unleashing power. Glory gets a return kill, but T1 will get the Nexus. The 50 gold that goes with it as well, Jack. and get one step closer to qualifying here as Doran gets a pullback, takes a fountain laser. T1 messily but securely take game one.
And GAM, they fought valiantly. They tried to find their way back in the game, but T1 had control from minute one. They stacked up the Dragons, they got the Soul, they got the Nash, and they finished in clean, pretty clean.
Clean enough. I think it was messy because of the comp, but also
messy but convincing, I would say.
I like that. I like that. And I think overall, I mean, you can be happy that like Doran had a much better performance to what we've kind of been saying so far. This play especially, Jack, was a big moment for Doran, but the setup from T1, as always, came together.
Yeah, I think Doran got solo killed, which was his biggest mistake, but after that he recovered well.
It's a hard game.
He didn't fall behind anymore. He was able to have some good team fights for T1 to secure them the victory.
Well, one step away from qualifying and knocking GAM out. MCOY was one thing in a BO1, but T1 something else as they find their victory in game one.
Thank you very much, as Derek says. Yes, it is T1 getting game one under their belts against GAM Esports. GAM time was there for a little bit, and it stuck around for much longer than what a lot of people thought. But ultimately, they fall in 27 minutes in a fast little sharp, look at that gold graph, a sharp little dip there.
I mean, we asked for GAM to play a little bit more aggro, to keep basically the theme that we've known them and push T1 to their limit. BLG managed to take them down with the exact same way, and GAM tried their best, but I feel like the discipline is what makes T1 come up on top.
But for me, it feels like the draft plan from GAM was kind of wrong in terms of like how they want to play through the bot side, because I feel like people kind of figured out how to play against Ziggs bot lane, because I think if you're playing Ziggs, you kind of want to make the bot lane boring and you just push the lane, delete the lane, and you let your support just play the mid lane. But I think this time around, we already figured out in the EWC that Cassiopeia bot lane is the answer into it and the make game really hard for Ziggs bot lane.
Yeah, nice to see that little adaptation here by the squad in terms of the draft. And we start with a replay that you had requested. You wanted to see a specific play in a specific moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Owner popped off with the vibe. It was a very great deal from Drakthar on what he did on his listen. So if we can play the replay right here, thank you so much, production. You see Drakthar has actually cleared, as we play this one, he's cleared his bot side jungle heading towards the top side. What we don't see right here is that he has an extra longsword in his inventory, and Owner hasn't actually backed. So what Drakthar is thinking right here is that Owner is going to fully clear like we know him, and with the extra longsword on that Lee Sin, he's looking for potentially a fight. If Lee Sin can open on Vi, not from Fog of War, he has the advantage on a 1v1 or a 2v2.
So in theory, he really wanted to take the fight on the bot side, but in fact, as I said, Ziggs cannot out-push the Cassio in lane, so T1 has the bot priority here, so they cannot really actually fight for the bot lane here.
And if you look on your minimap as well, Leona all the way pushed in the jungle, Cassio, as you mentioned, all the way pushed in the jungle, so Drakthar was really looking for that fight versus Owner's Vi to not allow him to pop off like he did, but he just didn't have that chance.
No, wasn't quite able to do that. Then later on, it was a Baron fight and a Baron call here. That was our next big moment in this matchup between T1 and GAM.
Oh man.
I mean, it was just didn't work out that well because the Nashor was slow initially, and also T1 were ready for the fight, and that was insane chain CC from Faker, Shockwave, and the follow-up from Owner, it just cleaned up.
What are the chances that GAM loses to T1 the same way in the best of one and here in the best of three game one? It was that Baron into the team fight and in the game.
Fantastic point there. And we take a look at the thing you were talking about earlier here with Did. It is Cassiopeia having a huge presence at EWC. We knew mages were going to be showing up in the bot lane, but now 5-3 so far in the tournament.
And maybe the win rate doesn't look that great, but I feel like Cassiopeia gives a lot of space in the draft as well, because it can flex on the mid lane and the bot lane as well. And I think nowadays the players really wants to take a fight no matter what, even though you are like less number. It doesn't matter, just take the fight, take the risk. And I think the Cassiopeia is the pick that you wanted for that one, because I think whenever she's on the Rift, it doesn't matter how much you have, it just gives a lot of like power spike for the team. So I feel like Cassiopeia is being really high rate and the valuable pick for EWC here.
Yeah, her blind pick power is incredible. And also T1 pulled the 2-in-1. Two A-tier mid laners out in game one. One was played bot lane, one mid lane, but Cassio and Orianna no longer in the pool.
Yeah, definitely not. It did stunt Glory in the mid lane. He was part of that success that GAM had earlier. I think a player under a lot of fire who had a nice play there after bouncing back from the solo kill was Doran. Found the big play there in the team fight. And it feels like Doran is always under the microscope here with Did. Someone who, when he does something right, it's like, oh, it was set up by the team. When he does something wrong, it's always his fault. That isn't always the case. I feel like Doran is a guy who makes a lot of space and does a lot of things that doesn't show up in stats.
I mean, I think he's just still struggling to find out what the matter is, because I think he's trying, but he's still getting the counter picked on the top side, you know? So I feel like even though he's not performing good, but also the T1 is like sacrificing him a lot in the draft. So that's why he's been struggling, but I still believe in him because he's shown up a lot of like moments where like everyone is criticizing him, but he's going to pop up randomly at some point. Trouble.
Both games ended with his Mega Gnar versus GAM, so I think he's been super influential.
It has been hero moments to close it out in this series. Will we see another one in game number 2? Let's find out after this short bit of content. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We're over at the B stream where KC just took down Sentinels on the first game of this best of 3 series. What has it been like casting that? Because there's so many people here.
All right, well, it's my first international, and oh my God, the people, the crowd, the energy, it is electricity. France, give it up! Yeah! They have been looking absolutely phenomenal. KC running the game absolutely into the ground, and they've been kicking ass.
All right, they're going to keep going, and we're actually on a break, which is insane. All right, that's it from us. Back to you guys. Welcome to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where once again we have our lovely reporter Chris to give us a bit of an update on Dota, because things are moving along and we've exited the group stage.
Yes, the everlasting group stage, honestly. It was going on for such a long time. But now we are into the playoffs. We have our top 8 teams, all guaranteeing themselves some club championship points, but they got to find out how many they're going to get.
Yeah, that's a good point. So can you let us know maybe which teams have made it out of that group stage that are notable in the club championship or organic system?
I think for us, the name that's always going to be prevalent throughout the next 5-6 weeks is going to be Team Falcons. Yes. And for Falcons, they've kind of niced it. They've got a good side of the bracket. They've avoided the teams who are on there right now, which is Yandex and Spirit, which are 2 teams could really go quite far. They may have a slight horse in the club championship race, but nothing too crazy. But for Falcons, they have a real big opportunity to make some ground up on some of the other real big competitors who are not in Dota. It is pretty much a free hit. Anything they get here, your teams like Vitality, etc., they're going to be able to catch them up.
Oof. And what about the likes of Liquid, for example? Because they were a big hitter last year.
Yeah, so Liquid and Virtus Pro going out just before they made it into the top 8.
Yikes.
So for those guys, 0 club championship points. That is a big stinger for them and an opportunity that they really did have. As mentioned, for Falcons, they're in a great spot. The opportunity was there for teams like Liquid, for teams like Virtus Pro, and they did not take it.
A little bit of an unfortunate situation for them then. We'll see how the things are going to be playing out on our stage, but that's it from us for now. Bye.
T1 victorious in game 1, but it is a best of 3. GAM underdogs, but not out just yet. Elimination match where the winner goes to qualify into our elimination bracket, and then the loser goes home. GAM are one step away from being said loser, but it's an organization that always full of surprises here, Jack, as Group C is about to finish.
Yeah, I think GAM's draft was too difficult to pull off. Camille plus Lee Sin, we saw G2 try it out as well. It's just very little frontline, very little real CC. Like, you have the tiny knockback from the Camille E and the lockdown on the Camille ultimate, but it's not something like a Nautilus, like a Leona, like a Rakan. And I think it's just too difficult for these teams that are not able to transition cleanly from the early game into the mid game. And even in this game 1 between T1 and GAM here, we didn't even see real much value in the early game from the Camille pick. They tried to do a little cheese onto Faker. He got his flash, but the later on skirmish didn't play out in their favor due to Pace's move, which is an indirect consequence of the fact that Taki chose to sacrifice bot lane, giving Pace and Keria full control of that lane.
So a domino effect, really, is what you're selling to us. And I think as well, you know, for that fight, as soon as Faker, by about 5 or 7 seconds, even without his flash, kind of knew it was doomed here for GAM. A couple of fights where their comeback was possible, but I think realistically, that first fight at level 3, at level 4, really stipulated the game from there. T1, I didn't hear sides, Jack. I didn't see sides, but they chose red side last time. They got first pick.
I will have a look.
Jack is going to use technology to find that out, so that I don't have to.
Chose, well, now we see it on the screen.
First pick, but T1 blue side, so it's first pick red side again.
First pick red side, blue side for T1.
Yep.
And I do think that if GAM are to take a game here, they really need to quite hard outdraft T1. Like, they need to have winning lanes, and I'd say better scaling too, which for me that's like the prerequisites of a big outdraft is if you have both of those, because you usually shouldn't be allowed to get both.
You should not. Scaling and winning lane.
Yeah, like if you're winning both early game and mid game and late game, probably your draft is just better.
You're winning the game. Then.
Yeah.
You're saying so you should win the game to win.
Win the draft to win the game.
Okay. That's also just complete. Boy, that's just, I want to win the draft because then we win the game.
No, but what I'm saying is they need to win the draft.
Yeah.
I think T1, even with a subpar draft, can win. But I think if I look at another draft from GAM versus T1 here, where I feel like it is favored for T1, it's a real big uphill battle for GAM.
Okay, I get it now. I get it. I'm sorry to make fun, but I definitely understand. So for GAM, let's go through some of the picks that are going to make a difference here as we are about to pull up the draft on your screen right now. That's what that camera means. So, Jack, Fearless on the top side of both respective teams. Talia's going to be the first to go as well, especially against Pace for that bottom lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Shen early rotation ban here from GAM, as well as Rumble joins the pool for GAM.
I'm curious if we're going to see the Vayne ban make its return for T1. It could be an option for Kiaya. It's been the most explosive top laner that we have seen in the tournament thus far, and I do think that if there is one weak link that we could see in T1's early game last game, it was Dorn up against the Varus. So trying to replicate that success that Kiaya had on the Varus, as he was the standout performer for GAM last game. I think that would be really good to set him up for success, as now T1 takes out the Jace, they take out the Ryze, and an early Talia ban and a Zir ban.
Yeah, it's a target Faker ban as well. I guess also taking the Ryze out was stipulating what could be a B1 here. Sorry, what could have been the B1 and 2, as GAM have first pick here. So, what is up and available? Varus has already been picked away, obviously, for last game. Syndra, Ori, both off the table with the Cassio as well. Bard's going to go in case there was going to be some Caitlyn Bard lanes. Remember, Elise is also there if GAM want to explode the lanes and set up bot for success.
Yeah, you could look for the Elise-Caitlyn combo. With the Bard being taken out, you cannot pair that up with the Caitlyn. Ezreal is still up and available as well. There's the Jarvan, if you want to go for that. Real nice and early, as GAM are taking their sweet time to decide their first pick.
Smiling about it.
Or maybe there's a bug. Well,
there's a bug. That's why we're smiling.
Okay.
All right. We're back in the client. Okay. So we're going to work out what that was. Apparently it was just a bug. Happens in Champ Select every so often in Tournament Realm.
I think the Jarvan first pick would make sense. The only thing is the Ezreal is still up and available, so T1 could grab that one away to have a escape up against it.
Yep.
But you are just picking a really strong, solid frontline. Bruiser has engaged. can always ulti in and then flag and drag out to be able to lock in any carry. The only thing that's removing a bit of value from it is the fact that the Orianna and the Syndra are already out. So you're not being able to play into those immobile carries.
I was just told in my head, misclick. That was the only word.
Oh.
Which is funny.
Maybe they misclicked.
But
Champions League.
I mean, yeah, I think we obviously still get a remake because if you have no champion, you have no champion. It's not a 4v5. That's not how the rules work. That'd be pretty bogus if it was. Yeah, so we're just going to work that out while GAM discuss amongst themselves. You mentioned Jarvan. I'm going to pull out Zin's out. I'm going to pull out, I mean, Pantheon has really dropped in prior. I haven't seen it this tournament so far, from what I can understand. Obviously, guys, there's 2 streams going on at the same time. It is funny, like, how popular T1 are, because this is the main stage here.
Yeah.
The other stage, KC versus Sentinels, is happening.
Yeah.
So the French crowd must really be surrounded by that, but this crowd is full, it's packed, it's chockers.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, it's especially crazy because we are in Paris.
Yes.
You know, like, this is KC's home. This is KC's home, you know? This is where all the KC fans
like
come,
French,
but still...
there are so many French T1 fans.
There's so many French T1 fans, and also so many dedicated T1 fans that are willing to fly all the way over here.
Oh, yeah.
And celebrate T1. And for good reason. I mean, it's the greatest organization in League of Legends history.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yes, it is. That's the tagline from what MSI? Make them believe. Is that our recent MSI? No, it was
that's
last year. Or the year before.
I think last year was Defy, no?
Oh, then the year before?
Make them believe, yeah.
Make them believe, and then bring home the glory.
That is an older one.
Oh, is that older? Yeah.
I don't remember what last year was.
It's like, there's some cool taglines, but there are a lot of taglines. We have had a lot of LoL esports over the past 16 years.
That is true.
It keeps on going. Jack, I'm going to pull up the picks. Not the picks that we've seen, because obviously they haven't happened yet. I'm going to pick up the picks that we have not actually had a chance to talk about. And Nefiri we pulled out. Lee Sin's already been picked. Jarvan's already been picked with Vi. There's Wukong, there's Poppy, there's Xin Zhao, there's Nocturne, there's Skarner.
I believe T1 banned out the Poppy. I think it was banned out at least.
Is that the final ban?
That's
T1
taken
also
off,
banned
I'm pretty
Rise.
sure. Yeah, Rise is out. There's not a whole lot of mid laners, high priority mid laners.
I guess we could have like more Akali, Galio, Victor matchups. The Anivia kind of flexes around there. We've already had an Anivia bot. So I think flex picks right now, again, we've done that full curveball where maybe 2.5 years ago, flexes were dominating. I'm just throwing a number out because it comes around every 2 years.
I think flex picks are a breath of fresh air for drafting in League. It makes it a lot more fun to... Both you can experiment more, and also when you're watching the draft, you're kind of always on the edge of your seat, not really knowing where any of the picks are going.
Are you upset by Mage's bot? Are you complaining?
I think some mages are unfair. I think Mel... I hate Mel.
I think Mel as a champion sucks.
I think Mel is really annoying. I think Syndra is really annoying because her Scatter of the Week is so difficult to play around. I think Siggs, for example, I don't mind playing against Siggs. I feel like if you play against Siggs, you just get to free scale, and then if I play the team fights better, I can carry.
There's ways to abuse him, like, you know, hard range CC.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get onto.
It's more complicated, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand. I'm sympathetic to my fellow ADC friends that hate the mages, but I feel like for me, it's kind of like a Cry Wolf situation. I feel like ADC players are always complaining about mages, even when they aren't good.
And then we'll come back around and be 80 carries only, and then we'll start crying about Varus again.
Yeah.
You know, cry about an 80 carry.
Although, to be fair, Varus has been meta for, like, since the dawn of time.
I mean, he has, but he goes through waves of, like, oh my god, lethality, Varus is so broken. Wait, on him, Varus is the best champion in the game, you know?
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't mind if we didn't see Varus for, like,
let me ask you, are 80 carries the biggest whingers? As an 80 carry pro player yourself, are you the biggest whinger?
What is that, like whining?
Yeah, whining. Do you think 80 carries whine the most?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean...
Because top laners don't talk to anyone, right? Junglers, they've got music on.
The thing is, I think junglers are.
Junglers are the biggest whingers.
Because junglers face the most trauma. They get flamed every game.
That's so true,
They get flamed every game, no matter what. So they just, like, unleash it and get so upset.
Okay, all right. Well... If I could talk to I'm not sure who speaks English in the crowd. I was going to talk around and just get some AoEs.
You're going to talk to random people in the crowd?
Yeah, why not? I think mid laners are just so cooperative with the team.
Oh, you were going to ask them who's the most toxic. Who do you think? You were a top laner.
I don't think top laners complain. I think we're Chads.
I think supports are the nicest.
Supports are definitely the nicest. They have to clean up everyone's messes.
Yeah. Mid laners are usually... For me, mid laners are usually...
They think they're the center of attention or what? Because their lane literally is.
I think they're usually fine. Yeah. I think mid laners are usually fine. I think top jungle and ADC are the most complaining.
Right. We are apparently setting up an interview in the crowd. I am watching some guy on his handheld play a different game right now. He's stopped waiting for this pause. Again, we're trying to fix pick ban. If you're just tuning in, there was an issue. And I'm just seeing what everyone in the crowd is kind of doing. This guy's got he's got Twitch open on his phone. What are you watching in the meantime? I'm talking to you. What are you watching? He tells me. Which one? The B stream. He's watching the KC at the same time. See, that's tech. He's watching on his phone at the same time, so he doesn't miss a stream.
Are KC winning? I hope.
Are they winning? No, he's gone. He's gone.
I hope KC's winning.
Sorry, guys, we don't have a third mic. We have a third headset, but I cannot vet the people yet.
It's been a disappointing tournament for EU thus far.
Oh. I mean, KC won game 1, and then winning game 2.
Yeah, but in general, like...
What do you mean? Disappointing tournament for NA.
Yeah, but it can also be disappointing for EU.
Furia's gone.
We lost to AG.AL. G2 just lost. MKOI lost to GAM.
Well, we're going to win because Lou is standing in the crowd, Jack, quickly before we come back to rambling.
Yes, thank you guys. Tech pause, vous connaissez la petite pause tech, on rompiche. Mais du coup, j'ai l'honneur d'être avec 2 fans de T1 et vous allez avoir une bonne surprise. I'm with 2 T1 fans, Yumin and Dongbin, here with me. Et la première question que je vais te poser, elle va être en français parce que tu parles français. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir, s'il vous plaît? Ma chère Youngmin, tu es en France, tu es coréenne, tu parles parfaitement français, tu soutiens T1. Est-ce que tu peux m'expliquer un petit peu tout ça, comment ça se fait et est-ce que tu es contente d'être ici?
Parce qu'en fait, je suis étudiant à Paris et alors je travaille en guide touristique et puis en fait, je suis fan de Faker et alors en fait, depuis 2016 et alors je suis toujours le fan de Faker.
Une fan de Faker, I'm a big fan of Faker. I moved to France in 2018 and I've been a touristic guide here in France and I'm sure that you do a lovely guide, of course. Here we go, back in English. I want to ask you, of course, who's your favorite player, but you can't say Faker. You can say Faker and someone else because I want to, learn a little bit more about the other players, of course.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm also a big fan of Faker, but today I want to support Doran.
I think that's a good answer. Évidemment, je suis un grand fan de Faker, mais aujourd'hui, j'ai envie d'apporter du soutien à Doran et je pense qu'il en aura besoin. Thank you very much. Merci, Kamsahamnida. Thank you for joining me and hopefully we get back to the game very soon. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou. And I was going to say the one Doran fan, but everyone else cheered. So there's a lot of love for Doran.
Bro, Doran has a lot of...
He does. He's a very...
He's a cute...
He's a bit of a rat, and it's good. That's a positive thing, and it's a compliment.
It's not a compliment to call someone a rat.
It is.
You can't just say... You called the LCK guys degenerates, but then
that's a positive thing.
Then you said it in a good way. You can't just say something that's not a good thing and say it in a good way.
He's literally got an emote. Dorat is an emote, and he is...
He doesn't have that emote. He didn't make that.
No, but it looks good. Okay? Now, Doran has copped a lot. And you know what? He's a bit of a rat because sometimes he has insane games. And sometimes he has absolute stinkers.
Yeah.
And you know who else was a rat? The Shy.
Okay.
He was a rat.
You're comparing Doran to the Shy right now? Is that what you're doing?
Why would I not?
I think...
Okay. What about Nuggery? As ladies and gentlemen, I've been told, no, I still have my job, but other stream, B stream right now, we might have a look at KC versus Sentinels in the meantime.
Ooh, I want to do that.
We can, I know the other guys are casting it on the stream. I guess we can cast it if we don't have the audio, or we can listen in, depending on what version we get, while they try and get in pick and ban for GAM versus T1. Small delay. As soon as we get the thumbs up, we'll let you know, and we'll switch back to this pick ban because this stream will be focused on T1 versus GAM. But Sentinels versus KC, wouldn't mind it. That guy probably doesn't need to be on his phone. He can just hover over my shoulder. And we'll see. If we bring it up on your screen, we will see. But for now...
Now we're looking at Owner.
We're looking at Owner. Owner.
You know I got a picture with Faker?
Did you?
I got a picture. That's probably the highlight of my week, month, maybe year. Nah, year's too far. Month. Definitely, I'm still happy about it. Like, when I think about it, it makes me smile.
I'm still happy about it. Of course you are.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. You know what? Every time, without fail, if at international events, whether it's going into an elevator, passing, always bows, always small smile, always so respectful. That's what, I love. And by the way, don't worry. KC in KC right now are probably close to 2-0ing NA because we are the better region, while Jack, there's no NA representative here. They can't defend themselves. We're about to go to pick ban. You don't have to listen to Ramble anymore. and we can take you into T1 versus GAM Game 2. Not sure specifically why pick ban was so bugged, but probably a lot of refreshers involved.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
I mean, the League client isn't exactly known to be the most stable.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client next year.
New client, new me.
New client means amazing, amazing time in the League of Legends world. Because no, we're not gonna go down that road. I like my job. I was just gonna set us up for failure. I don't like the client.
Oh,
Jack. I just didn't want to take you there. I don't want your first cast of T1 to be your only one.
So far it's looking like it, Jake.
Yeah, sorry about that. By calling Doran a rat. We're waiting for this big ban to go up, complaining about the client. Is there anything else you want to get off your chest before we go into this big ban? Because I've been baited. It's not here yet.
It's not here yet. I think that T1 is a good team.
That's good.
Woo!
Very good. Well done. Well said. We talked about junglers before. We talked a lot about the Nefiri, the Jarvan, the Wukong, the Poppy. Got to look and see if that Poppy was the third and final ban. Those bans will be the same as what you saw if you tuned in at the very start of this game. Xin Zhao also on the board with a Nocturne, Skarner possibility. Those are the junglers so far we've seen.
Yeah, I think I was talking a lot about the Jarvan, but I think maybe the Nefiri might be higher priority.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of teams have a lot of success on that champion with how much damage it provides, and it can just play so well as a carry jungler. With the Ryze being out, though, I think Ahri looks like maybe the best premier pairing with the Nefiri, because you really want something to set that Nefiri up with some CC.
Or Akali as an option to follow up dive with support and top, kind of facilitating front line.
Definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, the Camille's gone, which, Jack, if I'm getting this camera, hang on. We get the POG drone cam down, which means only one thing.
What does it mean, Jake?
Oh,
okay.
I know production and I know good looking cameras.
It was a Nocturne first pick, so even with the Orianna out,
wow.
GAM still decide to go for the Nocturne, and T1 answer with Jarvan of their own, and we'll see what ADC, I presume, they look to pair with it here, as it's going to be the Seraphine for T1. They can look to do the Ashe Seraphine, or they can have Pace playing the Seraphine carry.
GAM take away the Ashe, though. Ashe Aurora is my question mark, because pairings with Nocturne, Aurora's been one of the best. You were kind of alluding to before, like what else we could see in the mid lane. Nivea also there, Ahri also there with another diving jungler that's going to be slammed by Glory with the Nautilus as well.
Yeah, Nautilus really good into this Seraphine. Makes me think that probably T1 might look to send it as Seraphine ADC and put Keria on something like the Alistar, something like the Braum, that can just receive this hard engage from GAM. Because if you look in the Ashe here, you're playing Ashe Seraphine, two immobile carries into Nocturne, Ahri, Nautilus. Incredibly dangerous ultimates from the side of GAM that can gap close and get onto you super, super easily. So I do think that Pace is going to be the one taking the Seraphine here.
Well said. Seraphine, Braum have been options in the past, but that's me speaking about Vitality. Jack probably wrong with me to do so. Is it's going to be Faker, Silas most likely. Still technically a flex, I guess.
I mean,
into top in this current meta. No,
I would say 99% this Silas is going to Faker.
Yeah.
It's quite an easy matchup into the Ahri. You are getting pushed in a little bit, but you can start to trade, you can start to threaten. And once you get that level 6, the Ahri ult is fantastic, the Nocturne ult as well, even the Nautilus ult. A lot of good options for Faker here. This now allows T1 to put 2 bans into either the ADC for GAM, if they want to take out something like the Kai'Sa for more follow-up, or they could choose the ban for Dorn.
I saw that timer go to 0, scared me that the client did something mischievous again, but Mel's going to be taken away, so Jack doesn't have to complain about that one for this game. But with Vayne gone as well, maybe we are just going to get Kiaya on a tank top. Sion comes to mind, Cassante comes to mind. Those are some of the few right now that are up and available.
Ambessa is still up and available for GAM. I think that would be by far their best pick if they could get it.
Yep.
Otherwise, I do think we're probably looking at just a tank for Kiaya. Maybe the Cassante would make sense for him. As T1 decide to ban out the Olaf, they might be looking for the Ambessa themselves.
Yeah.
I think both teams really like the Ambessa here. We'll see what GAM decide to ban out last.
Because Jace is gone, that was what the Olaf would suspect, but with a lot of top laners now banned away, I do like that we are going on that Ambessa angle. Will it be banned by GAM? Remember, next pick out of this ban phase will be T1 on the blue side. Ashe is going to go. They're thinking maybe still the possibility, even with this comp. You think it's a wasted ban?
I think it's a bit of a waste of ban. I think T1 would not look for it. It's going to be the Renekton pick for Dorn, so a really strong blind pick here. And we'll have to see what GAM answers.
Does Kiaya feel confident playing Kennen? I mean, is there too much AP damage?
I think Shen I really like for GAM. Pairing up with the Nocturne, you can ulti in with him. It's a decent matchup into the Renekton because you can dodge out on the stun.
Yep.
It is going to be losing, but we'll have to see.
Kennen.
It looks like he might go for the... Oh, my voice.
Zihan? Okay, what a shame. But regardless, Zihan's still going to get locked in. I think the biggest question you now have to ask is, how do you complement this? Because we're building a bit of dive.
Just had the worst voice crack of all time.
That's
We'll
okay.
see what Taki here
growing
locks in. I think... What? I did not expect that. I thought he would go Kai'Sa for sure, as it would make a ton of sense, but they decided to go for the Lucian, even though he doesn't have the Milio.
What do you want here as a support?
I think it's either Alistar or Braum for Keria, 99%. Anything else I would be very surprised by, unless Keria has something crazy cooked up. You just want something that can receive this engage and peel for the T1 carries.
Okay, well, 3 seconds, and it's locked. So engage, peel, and as you said, Jack, well spotted, it's going to be Pays on that Seraphine bot, so that the Ashe didn't get to not play the game in Game 2.
Makes a lot of sense. Keria deciding to go for the Alistar over the Braum as well, because you're pairing up with the Mage, so you're not going to be able to proc that Braum passive too easily. So I do like this from T1. You have a really strong front line here. You have the Seraphine healing and shielding to keep things going, and Faker as well is going to be able to do quite a bit if the fight goes longer. While GAM have a bit of a different strategy. They really want to blow you up as soon as the fight starts. Lucian, all about that burst. Ahri, the same. While Nocturne and Nautilus have great ultimates, but if the fight goes for longer, they're going to get outmatched by their counterparts.
What do you think about weaving in and out of the fights here for GAM? The commitment is not, you know, as hard as one-sided like a Malphite ult, but it's still, once you're in, you're kind of staying in with versus Alistar, versus Sylas, versus the Chain CC that T1 can lock you with.
Yeah, T1 want to keep the fight going. They want to make the fight long.
Yeah.
While GAM need to find that initial pick, need to find that blow up with the Ahri Charm, with the Nocturne ulti. And if they can find that, and they can take T1 down, make the fight on their own terms. But if T1 are able to kite them back, re-engage with the Seraphine, movement speed, healing, shielding, CC, there's a lot of tools for T1 here, and I'm afraid to say I think I still prefer their draft.
Do you? So we're coming back to the draft gap discussion of Game 1 then.
Yeah, the thing is T1, they have a really easy way, I think, of receiving the engage from GAM. I think as long as Pace is not the one that gets engaged upon, it's really hard to make anything happen on Jarvan, Renekton, or Sylas. So your only real threat is the Seraphine, and I think Pace is a good enough player that he recognizes that he's the only real target for GAM. So if he plays back and is healing and shielding his team up, it's going to be very difficult for GAM to find an opportunity, and they're going to have to work hard to be able to find it.
Well, we've watched one Seraphine from Korea dominate the competition only yesterday, and here comes another match point for T1 in this best of 3 to qualify for the elimination bracket at EWC 26. And it is GAM who have to commit to the dive and find themselves the pick, or all hell will break loose with T1 in this game. Conqueror for 4. With a Glacial Augment for Keria. And as you said, Jack, they keep the fights going. They get massive value here.
Yeah, 4 Conquerors, as you say, Jake. Conquer on Seraphine especially. Pace wants to go for those long skirmishes. And Artemis choosing to go for the Doran's bow here. Means he's a little bit... Oh, good hook.
Line. Okay, for now, you might not have audio at home as Keria gets a headbutt away. Taki, the stretch line starts off nice onto Pace. We'll obviously fix that for you in a second, as I assume people at home are experiencing the same thing. But Jack, there you go. Right as the engage comes through. Headbutt away. Heal going to be used as well. Keria can't do much. It's a level 1 Alistar. What do you expect? Dredge line in. Nice. Auto attack as well. Artemis. Close. Hang on. He flashes away. And Nautilus obviously better at the start of this game.
Oh, Keria there having to flash away. I thought for a second that he might be dead if Artemis had the W back up, but it was still a little bit on cooldown. It's a great start for GAM here as they force both sums from Keria. They force his recall, so he's stuck at level 1. And Taki now is going to be sitting at an XP lead for the majority of this early game as Owner wants to go for an invade.
Spotted. Phalight's going to be dropped on down. And Owner looking for the gank, while meanwhile KC have just 2-0'd Sentinels.
Let's go!
So NA officially out of the competition.
Wow, that's crazy actually.
Chains connect, flag and drag. Glory going to flash away. Faker takes the ignite and flashes himself. Chains going to land as well. Glory close to finding the kill. Faker not dead though. And the turret meanwhile Taki in a bit of trouble, but look better here for Artemis as Kerry has no flash. A dredge line already used and will not be reused here from Taki in the 2v2.
And the shield from Pace there was so clutch. You could see how Artemis was posturing that he wanted to flash forward.
Dredge line Pace gets him under turret. Oh, Taki no! An auto attack and down he drops. Pace stands in his face. Another turret shot. Pace already used his flash, but he gets the range. GAM have just been schooled in the 2v2.
And how does T1 do it? As Seraphine Alistar, they find a double kill off of GAM's mistakes, and they are snowballing this early game.
Oh man, and top might be another bridge that GAM cannot cross. Doran gets a bit of cleave here with a Colder Meek, or rather Ruthless Predator about to come up. Wait for that. Kiaya running for his life. Ona gets an auto attack down for the slow flag. And Dragon to find him. Matches the flash. And T1, the star points cannot be greater. There's that Ruthless Predator, and Doran gets the kill across the map. It burns for GAM.
And T1, they're making plays across the board here. GAM want to try to match and dive Pace. And Kerry is going to try to run here as fast as he can. GAM is on a timer. It all comes down to this.
Pace does not have flash. He has nothing available. Gets launched under turret as well. Dredge line out as well. Good dive from Taki. And a shutdown over to Drakthar.
It's a mistake from Keria there. He over-roams on mid lane. He's not in time for the wave crash to defend Pace. So Pace ends up dying. No teleport, so he's going to lose a lot of minions as we watch this back. It starts with Taki flashing, trying to get onto Pace. But he doesn't get the hook. Pace flashes it well. And then Lucian takes the tower shot, and then Pace lands the with the minion.
Beat drop at max range. I have to say, Pace's monitor is very bright, Jack.
True.
Brightness was at max as GAM. Yeah, DK a little bit upset by that one. Laughing it off as he has to, as Faker might be found out, but he gets saved out by Carrier. Pulverized trample and the heal from the King Slayer. The King will not be slayed as Faker finds himself the kill in retribution. Mid lane will not get anything. It's Glory who wants that Orb of Deception, but Faker is too far.
Great play by T1 there. Faker gets the W off. So damn close, but GAM are not able to take him down. Doran able to continue pushing in this top lane, getting plates for himself. And the one lane that GAM had last game has evaporated. There's no winning lanes anymore for GAM. They need to use Drakthar, get him level 6, and try to play around that Nocturne ultimate to get it back into this game. But Artemis is 2 levels down.
Yeah.
It's about to hit level 4, but not the start you wanted, especially considering the fact that you're playing Lucian.
I mean, yeah, it's all about the lane. It's all about that first item spike. How quickly do you get there? The answer to this game is going to be very different. The threat of return from Kia, you're not going to land. Doran has Dominus available and is dominating the lane with it as well. He got the kill earlier and he went straight for the heal cut. Jack, that's an 800 gold spend here from Doran that's going to pay dividends against Kiaya.
Yeah, he wants to continue snowballing this lane. He's also up quite a bit of XP across the board for T1 here. Only person with an XP lead is Drakthar on GAM as Keria face checks.
And got pulverized. Keria looking for the trample, gets stretch line in, 2-mag flag and drag. Ona goes in deep though versus 3 now as Artemis looks for Keria. Maybe taking him out was the wrong move though as Ona got to separate the pack. I think Artemis made a crucial, game-breaking, EWC loss-making mistake.
I mean, Artemis, he had the right idea. He wanted to continue fighting, but he overcommitted on Keria, flash forward, and Faker had the move. Glory was not able to match, so it's a numbers advantage for T1. Artemis now falling even further behind. Level 6 on Pace, still level 4 on this Lucian. So difficult for him.
Now, maybe not as disastrous as it once was. Death Dodge going to be used by Faker. He stole that charm dodge as well. He gets the change on top of Glory. Keria coming in to help out, but Glory still had that ult. He doesn't pull that off.
Great chunk by Faker there. As we watch this replay of the fight, I mean, Keria face checks a little bit early, so he gets really chunked, and that's what baits Artemis to continue going forward here. He dashes forward, and he thinks he can take down Keria, but Keria holds the heal, so Artemis is then forced to flash. Faker's wrapped around, Glory's not there, and you get a free kill onto Artemis.
Faker gets the kill. Big silence. Maybe not as devastating as it once thought, Jack. Obviously, the wave was held by Taki, as we saw at the end of that play. So he does get some CS, hasn't fallen as much behind as I thought he would. But as GAM try to put the pace on, they're looking towards the top side. Carrier's moving up. Taki's going to join in with Drakthar. Paranoia is up. So in range is this Nocturne as Carrier sits on a ward.
Draktar is up half a level on Owner here. This could be a good timing for Gam to fight, as Draktar's level 6 and Owner's still stuck at that level 5. But Pace is here. Pace is here.
You're right. Paranoia going to be used. Pace, the advantage going to be there. He has the Encore waiting to use it. Draktar about to find a kill, but the Encore comes in clutch. Flash here from Draktar. He's stunned up. Onan takes a while to die. It's like the last play where Gam have to commit so much, and it ends up being a trade with Pace picking up his 3rd kill.
And again, we see Pace moving just like he did in game 1 and being the difference maker, as Faker wants to go for the 1-1.
He's got damage here. He thinks with the Hexagon coordinator doing culling right in melee range, but Faker's is better. Pace walks up to the turret, trying to return, flashed away from, while T1's dive on Kia doesn't work out. Taki, his opportunity strikes now as Carrier behind the Krug is going to try and survive, but Glory gets an orb deception, and Gam get one back.
D1 wanted to go for the dive on Kia there, wasn't quite able to get it. Pace being forced to flash and Carrier falling, but still it's a solo kill for Faker. He's going to be able to push in this bot wave, accelerate himself, as T1 are dominating across the board.
Yes, indeed they are. We keep seeing trades. We see Draktar getting gold. But in the end, what does it mean for the map is the biggest question. Is 2,000 gold up? We look at the replay here and the attempted dive.
T-Pace here being forced to flash away from the Zayan, and Carrier has nowhere to run, surrounded by Taki and Glory. He dives to the electrocute. It's just the life of a cow, though. Not the end of the world, the support falling. We see the pro view of Faker here. He uses the Lucian ultimate, and he does a bit more damage than the enemy Lucian.
They just kind of matrixed each other, you know.
Yeah.
Who can dodge the best. Faker looks like he's having a good time.
That's what you got out of that?
Yeah. There's the guy you got a photo with, Jack. Next plate, or rather, plating picked up in the top side, but I was going to say, Protobelt picked up by Faker as Carrier looks for the dive again. Owner's here with a Cataclysm. And Kiaya, how safe is he?
3 members. Kiaya looks try to back out here.
Overrise flag and drag is up. Onan doesn't need to flash. He's got the trample from Carrier as well. The stun up. Kiaya just trying to move. Grim Deliverance is not available either. Cataclysm down. The stun up, the slow down. The passive GA is there. So Kiaya is just going to be a potential kill, but not just yet. As Doran, the attempt to dive in response. He dominances. He takes a 1v2 onto Taki. There's a paranoia. Doran flashes away, but Faker's here to help out. The Q healing. The wave's gone. Faker's got his back. A double for the Silas. Doran was bait. And a 3rd waits. Faker at 5. He gets the chains down. Takes his 3rd. And Faker with 6-0 returns.
And Faker is the savior for Doran as he roams bot lane. And he gets 3 kills and seals the fate of Gam here with a 3,000 gold lead and 10 Dark Seal stacks.
Carrier as well, trying to get that ulti out. It's just a nice combo. Use the minion wave to get there. Is he in trouble though from the back end of it? Glory misses the charm. Carrier walking away with trample. Headbutt pulverize again. Glory's about to run out of the ulti. Use the last to get over the wall before T1 arrive with backup.
Really intelligent move from Faker there. He realized that Gam wanted to go for the cross map, tried to dive Doran, so he moved preemptively to defend him, and he arrived just in time to save Doran and pick up 3. And now Gam are staring at a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. They do have the Ocean Dragon at least. If you watch the replay here from Faker's POV, even despite the fact that he has no vision with the Nocturne ult, he's still able to arrive, takes down the Lucian, dashes forward with the Ahri ult, gets the W, dashes forward with the chains, lands that, takes him out with the Kingslayer.
Doesn't even blink. Triple kill for Faker. 6-0. Silence is unleashed. Already was, and now even more so. Jankos is gassed. Maybe Double Lift not looking too happy because he just lost his teams. So,
where we going, man?
As to be said, yeah, just taking the trade-off here. There's no first item for Doran because he went Xe first, so a little bit behind. But I mean, Doran again. Remember, he used that Cole the Meek Jack on the minion wave and got some champion damage, so the healing was enough. That he was no longer a kill under that turret, and he cleared the wave.
Yeah, it was a good tower defense by Doran. As we see continuous trades on top here favoring Doran. A big gold lead for him. See if he's able to hit that tower, get that plate. He does need to be careful though. Draktar is top side here with the Nocturne ultimate. So if he gets baited to hit the tower, it could be an angle
Damage
For
down.
Gam to go in.
Dominus is available. Dread of Return going to find him. There's that Paranoia you talked about, and it's still not used just yet. There's that Dominus. Gets a healing out, looking for the 1v2, but the passive from Kiaya going to keep him safe. He brings in the Grim Deliverance. Owner's now here, stuck in the middle, but he doesn't care because Plays is on the way with the two-man Cataclysm as well. And a knockup from Carrier. He'll take one deserved kill while the Kiaya GA pops, but Gam cannot support his return. It's Dreaded. It's Faker running in for number 7 as T1 the chase on top of this Nautilus. Needs simply but a trample. Dredgeline, the blood from Carrier. No cow on the menu. He'll survive to walk it out while Faker claims the glory again. Owner gets ignited. Glory trying for the kill, but a depth charge stolen. And Faker is running Paris and Gam into the ground.
Oh my god, T1 are just running circles around Gam. Pace somehow always shows up where he needs to be to save them alongside Faker. 9-0 on this Silas here. Maybe even picks up the Medjais to celebrate.
He had 10 stacks of the Dark Seal for a while. Jack, I think he's gone back and forth on this one as Faker finds Draktar. The chains are out. Doran's coming to help him out as well. The fear not going to matter too much here in Doran. Looks for the sun's up, find a chain lash, going to be flushed away from Draktar. Pays teleported in. The Culling Claw's getting killed with Faker in the way. Interrupt the chain lash again. This guy's Silas, unreal. 10 kills on the board. Another chain, and that is League of Legends right there.
Yo, this Faker guy is kind of good. He's just styling on him. 10-0. Continues to find the fights. He's either moving first to the play or he's the one starting it as he did there against Draktar. And T1, they just don't want to stop. They keep the tempo going. Glory has no ult and he's in trouble.
It's going to be pulverized, flagged and dragged. Owner has his number with the Cataclysm not up. He's looking for the auto. The charm interrupts. He will die as the trade kill as Carrier manages to slither his way out after Draktar turns off the lights. As they return back on, Carrier is left in no man's land, so he will die with a Dread of Return pulling him back. Gam find a couple back after the overeager dive, but they need more than that.
Yeah, T1 went a little bit too crazy there, wanted to just keep fighting and keep fighting, but 2 kills is not enough to get Gam back in this game, as you say, Jake. Although, they are going to be able to pick up the Cloud Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds, with Owner and Carrier still being dead. So that is a silver lining.
2 dragons for Gam, and all they need now is to kill the king. 2 items here.
That's a tough task, especially...
He has 1,000 gold, Jack. 1,000 gold is his shutdown. And you're telling me it's a tough task.
Yeah, Owner is able to make it
in
time to the Drake. Unfortunately for Gam, they just didn't quite have the damage.
Here he comes, inevitable as always, as an Ari ult, has an angle, finds the chain lash once again, the 10-0 stars, returns back in to finish the job. He makes it 11, and he's got to reset. The angle over the wall not going to be found. He goes to the camps instead, thinks, hang on, who else is here? Chain lash into the abyss, but it's not needed. He already found the blood, and now he corners off the top laner of Gam.
T1 want to keep going. They want to take down Kiaya. They have 4.
Everyone in the kitchen, Sing, just wait for the chains to connect once again. Grim Deliverance going to get him out of dodge, but Faker finds his number. This guy has Bluetooth on his E button. Cataclysm to finish the job. Doran to take one more. T1 are inevitable again.
T1 are just diving them. They're dominating. It's impossible for Gam to find any respite as now Artemis wants to make a play on the Pace. He has no flash. Pace is
Seraphine Encore going to come through and the spell shield is enough as well. Draktar gets a shutdown.
Gam are finding
something.
Some plays.
Yeah.
Some plays, but it's an uphill battle here. As they have yet to take down Faker and...
oh no, Culling going to come out. Artemis at melee range, needs help from Taki. Going to be blocked. Chain lash though is enough.
God.
He's trying to set records. Again a chain lash. He's taking on the whole damn Gam. Owner comes in to save Grace. He says, Faker, you can't take all the kills. He runs in, he gets charmed up. Finally shut down with Faker's skin on Glory. Owner trying to cut away. Dread of Return brings him back in. Orb Deception is enough damage. With a bit more gold going to Gam, T1 lose about 2,000.
Okay, a pretty big gold swing for Gam here as they were able to finally take down Faker. Faker got a little bit overeager. He was stuck under tower, got CC chain, and they were able to take him down. And we'll see if it's able to make the difference here as now Taki might be in trouble.
Taki, dredge line, doesn't get him the right way. Pays corners off his escape. Carrier's on top of him. His Alistar has been so big this game, and it's still a T1 glazing session, but because of the way they've been playing. Taki, bopped. He's saved by Keria with the TP coming out and the flash as well. Keria is going to pull himself out with the unbreakable will. The stun up from Pays, nicely done.
I felt a bit personal from Keria. He just flashed to kill the 0-6 Nautilus.
He wanted a piece of the action.
The fact that he bumped him over the wall, he was like,
you can't get away now.
You're not getting away. No.
Herald's still up. This is a 34-kill game in 17 minutes. It's not even Baron yet, as T1 controls top. Is Doran dead?
Doran is not dead. Faker is here to cover him.
Oh my god. Here he comes. Doran slowed down. Stride breaker. Here's Faker. The chain's going to be blocked. Paranoia. Stolen but not used.
Now Faker, though, with the Paranoia, will be so deadly. And in the side lanes and wherever he goes, honestly. Faker is a very scary player for GAM to face right now. They need to rely on a CC chain so that he cannot get the healing, because if he gets those Kingslayers off, he's going to be healing just way too much for GAM to be able to deal with.
So, GAM, 5,000 gold in the hole right now. Glory got a lot of gold to net Lichbane, and now they're looking for Owner. The setup there with Cataclysm. Artemis layers him down and peppers him with the culling. Hayes can't help him out. Owner caught out again. And this, for T1, has been a recurring theme so far at the tournament, but more so here in this game, it's starting to build.
GAM does have a lot of damage in their team comp. When they're able to layer that Ahri ultimate and the Nocturne Paranoia, they're able to do so much so fast that Owner is not prepared for it. Now Doran wants to go for the 1v1, use the Dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a skirmishing chaos frenzy here in this game. Slice and Dice going to be used. Kiai going to try and TP out without the Ruthless Predator available. Close to dying, but he does not. Kiai teleports out, and Doran can't get the kill.
Still though, TP use from Kiai here. We'll see if they can try to transition that into a Baron pressure in the next 1 minute. I would assume that T1 is looking to try to do this Baron Nashor on spawn. The only thing is they don't have great damage on the Baron Nashor.
Faker using that because the hijack is timing out. So he's just going to reset it. Also just confuse maybe GAM a little bit more as he backs away, and Faker sitting on a Seekers now. So Zonya's going to be the third item here. As so far for this guy, it has been, I would say, I can't say generational gaming because that is just false. It's so much BS.
Yeah.
When Faker has many generational games. But it is a doozy right now where Faker is hard carrying along with the setup from T1. Stretch line, he doesn't have dominance available to shoot it, he's dead. GAM are getting creative and it is working.
GAM have so much burst. We'll have to see if T1 want to fight this 4v5 or give up the Infernal Dragon. Knowing T1 and knowing this game, I think they want to try to fight the 4v5.
I think Faker's going to get the wave and then pick an ulti. He's got a lot to choose from here as GAM moving to the river. Tucky using the blast cone to try and get an angle when Jack Dragon begins.
We'll have to see here. Faker's off on the flank, but Glory is trying to watch him here, trying to get the charm.
Faker, who's he going to find? We go to the POV cam. He's in the bottom of the fight looking for an ulti to steal. He'll chain lash in. The encore comes through as well. Darkness for the time being even matters not because T1 have numbers advantage in this choke. Depth charge taken. Faker the angle, but he can't seek us in time. He's dead. Can find the fight, even though T1 is so far ahead. It's their moment. Glory missing the charm, but not the game here. He sends out an Orb of Deception, finds a kill. Owner runs for his life with the Herald, but Glory has a reset. And the charm, all he needs to do is find it, and he does. And a dredge line to boot. GAM take all but one to the death knell, and this game's still going.
And GAM get Nash. T1 with a mega throw here. They get too cocky, contesting a singular dragon for GAM. 4 versus 5. They think that they're way too strong. Faker has no time to press the Seekers. He goes down, and I will have to see if Doran can try to get something in the back end. There's Faker peeping in.
He gets over the wall. He's 1v5 at the time being. Baron goes down, but the bodies are going to drop for GAM. Doran into 5 doesn't care. He'll take one for the next. Faker looking for the depth charge. He won't get the reset here on Kiaya. He gets the next depth charge on Artemis. He will die. Baron for 3, and Doran took on the world.
A heroic play from Doran here to get T1 back in the gold lead. Takes down 3, removes the Baron power play for GAM, and it puts T1 firmly in the driver's seat here. We'll have to see if they can try to siege or do anything with 3 dead from GAM.
Now, this is not a clean game. This is not perfect League of Legends, but hot damn if it's not spice. 43 kills in 21 minutes. What do you reckon, Jack?
A lot of kills.
I think we're going for more.
I think we're going for a lot more kills. At this rate, I don't think I need to be talking too much. You can do all the talking.
Bro, I'm not going to be done. I'm not going to be here for the rest of the days at this rate. Let's look at the replay. Which one is this? The Doran versus the Calamity.
So much AoE damage here from Doran. With the Dominus, with the Q, with the Stride Breaker. He's able to take down the Nocturne, take down the Nautilus, and then Faker takes down the Lucian in the back end.
So where are we at? What actually matters in this game, Jack? What the hell are we talking about now?
I mean, what we've seen is that GAM have incredibly high burst. So if T1 make a mistake, if one person makes a misstep, doesn't matter if it's Dorn, if it's Owner. I think the only person is Keria who can live for a little bit longer, but the rest of them die so damn fast that if GAM is able to pull it off, they can just one-shot someone and then win the fight. So it really comes down to execution. You want T1 to be the ones engaging first, because if they're engaging first, then it's really hard for GAM to coordinate their Nocturne, their Ahri, their Zahan, all together to go on the same target. While if GAM get that preparation time, get to use that Paranoia with the Spirit Fox and Glory, they can be the ones one-shotting a member from T1 and starting the fight on their own terms.
3,000 gold is what separates T1 from GAM, and a comeback to move to a Game 3 in an elimination best of 3 at EWC 2026. GAM, unspeakable horrors of what we're going to await them with this Silas moving into now 14 kills, right? But the fact that they're back in this game, the fact that T1 made so many mistakes, to GAM's credit, that shotgun, when does it go, or rather, when does it get played out next? As GAM using the Baron buff to try and get some gold here. They are down in power play because they lost 3 members after it, but still, they've stagnated the game, Jack.
Yeah, and also, like, Pace has the Medjay at 0 stacks.
True.
So that feels pretty bad for him. As well, Faker, he was sitting on the 10-stack Darkseal. He was forced to sell that.
Yep.
While it's actually Glory now with the 10-stack Medjay himself. So a lot of throws here for T1 that has definitely cost them a lot, but they are still ahead, make no doubt.
One's going to get ganked here. Is it a window for GAM? He slices some dice within, dodges away and gets back out. Glory looking for the dive or potential damage, but he'll just take the plating instead. All the attention from T1 right now is focused around this mid lane while Faker is solo leveling up in that top lane. He's taking the turret here. And Jack, this is going to be a trade for GAM. Gold is going to be shared, yes, but Faker getting the inner turret is obviously going to be more worth.
Yeah, Faker getting even further ahead here. He's going to be looking to complete that Sonia's once he finally bases. And what we talked about earlier in the Champ Select, well, I like the T1 comp more.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize how much damage GAM would have, to be honest. Sure. Because what I thought was they really could only go on the Seraphine, and if they ever went on the Jarvan, the Renekton, the Silas, it would be hard for them to win the fight. But what we've seen is, as long as they have a little bit of distance between the T1 carries, they can blow someone up in 2-3 seconds so fast that the rest of T1 can actually not react. And now Dorn is pretty deep here, but he's going to be fine. As T1 want to get full control of this Infernal Dragon.
Chain's not going to connect. Infernal Dragon will be number 2 for T1. GAM get this, they move to Soul Point. Does feel like a nail biter that could be beneficial, but are they going to go for the mid turret instead, try and open up their map? It seems like 4 members going to at least get the mid push here as T1. It's Faker trying to find the chains. It's Pays matching the wave clear with Faker clearing the rest. T1 are going to be in this dragon area first.
T1 holding control. GAM need to find some way to break their formation. Taki can't really face check. They're having Kiaya do it.
Pays with the damage as well. Kiaya takes a little bit, not too much to speak of though. Drakthar has an angle. Not being spotted out. They know there's a control wall there. They're thinking, where is this Nocturne? Paranoia turns the lights off at 2K. Keria face checking, looking for the engage. Depth charge in. Up T1, get the Drake. Owner teleports a little bit weirdly as Keria's already jumped on in with the breakable wheel. Kiaya now has a Grim Deliverance. Perfect AoE. And as Drakthar just walks into melee range. T1, are they losing this fight? I'm seeing Fate get dead. Doran heals up for the time being though, trying to carry the rest of it. While meanwhile, Owner gets some autos down. Pays lives for a little bit, but it's not enough. T1 have thrown it all in the sink as GAM find themselves Deliverance.
And GAM have out-team fought T1 in the 5v5. T1 pick up the Drake, but GAM pick up 5 kills for 3. They're gonna get the mid tower, they're gonna push him both and get that as well. And finally, they will equalize the game in the gold.
A 14-2 and Silas couldn't do it. But apparently the Ahri could. GAM are going to move to inner turrets now, both in mid and bot. So much gold on the menu, and it's going to be equalized even more so. GAM are going to find themselves in a gold lead for the first time in this game, and Baron is coming up in 10 seconds as we look at this one replay.
And T1, while they were able to get the Drake, Keria goes too deep. You see here, he has the ultimate active, but he flashes in to try to get onto Artemis, but Artemis has the flash cleanse. He can get out, and now Keria has no ult. He ends up falling, and this Sahen is doing so much, healing so much, and just wrecking havoc in the back line here for GAM.
As you said, shotgun. Trigger pulled by GAM. Flush away from the charm is not enough. Seraphine, the only one left alive. That is a rough fight for T1. Faker died at the start of it. And Jack, we could be going to 3.
We could be going to 3, and it feels like a lot of this is due to T1's hubris, I must say.
Yes, I think very much
They decided
so.
to continue fighting no matter what. They never wanted to put on the brakes. Even the 4 versus 5 when Doran got caught, they still wanted to keep fighting. And it has cost them dearly now in a 51 kill, 27-minute game. Gold is completely equal.
We need
2 Drakes apiece. It really all comes down to execution at this point, but you can see how strong this Sahen is now. This Sahen has outscaled this Renekton. It's going to do a lot more in these team fights, and it's becoming harder and harder for Faker. Even though he has 14 kills, he's down in gold.
He is indeed. Somehow, Faker down in gold is hilarity. T1 here in this game for a lot of their fans, it's going to be hilarity and disappointment for them. If T1 go to a Game 3, they'll be one step away from GAM eliminating them. GAM's already beaten MKOI. The story of this tournament is that the number 3 seed from EU couldn't put up a fight against GAM, who, remember, they didn't actually qualify through here. They're partnered organization, Jack. So they're not the best the region sent, but GAM are here, nonetheless, putting up a fight against T1 of all teams.
They're here to play.
Very respectable, yes.
Putting up a much bigger fight than Team Secret.
Oh, yes.
So a great showing from GAM thus far. A really competitive game 1 yesterday against T1. And taking down MKOI, as you said, Jake. And now a great game 2 from them as well. Off the back of the GAM top side. Really stellar performance. But we'll have to see how T1 can navigate these later fights now. As Faker's advantage has evaporated, he needs to be able to find a flank or a great ultimate takeaway to be able to make the difference in the fights. But we've just seen him get continuously CC chained and taken down too quickly for T1 to be able to manage. But Doran looks like he might be caught.
Yeah, he's super deep here. Doesn't have the flash available. A 3-item croc has to run. GAM aren't going to commit resources to it, though. And Faker also has the TP. That would have exploded with Pays being able to join as well. They back away. Dragon's up in a minute. 2 apiece. 3rd means everything. Baron there also, but that's an afterthought, I feel like, right now. Dragon seems so important in the game. We're Infernal for a shotgun comp. Cannot be given.
Yeah, you see T1 now. They're keeping in the mid lane. They want to get full control of this Dragon here. And GAM was able to break their formation in the last fight. And now they're tasked with doing it again. As Faker is basing on a ward here, this could be the timer that GAM wants.
Maybe it's a bait. Paranoia going to be used. He runs away with the chains, jumps back in. Paranoia in response as well. Encore not bad. Faker will take one. Glory is down. Tractor up next as well. Gets in the background. It's Grim Deliverance on Kiaya. He's in the middle of 3, but with the flag and Dragon, Faker healthy. I think GAM have gone too far. A double for the GOAT. As 3 with the Dreader return, yes. Kiaya with the GA, yes. But will he live? You know the answer's got to be no. As Cataclysm brings him down, he's going to try and Ori rush out of there, but a flag and Dragon, he takes so long to die. As he resurrects at full HP, Faker's going to try again. He brings those chains right into his infernal face. Dreader return on back. Somehow, some way, this champion's in the game. Grim Deliverance, though. Faker will finish the job after doing 9,500 damage.
And both top laners were absolute raid bosses in this team fight. Doran takes out the GAM bot lane, while Kiaya bought so much time for GAM, but it was not enough. T1, they ace GAM, they're gonna pick up the Infernal Dragon, they're gonna get the mid tower, and they're gonna be looking to set up this Baron Nashor.
But is the game over? No, definitely not. I don't trust it. Jack, I definitely don't trust this 58 kill game as we look at the replay. And that 10k damage came purely, I think, from Kiaya and a little bit of the jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great engagement with Pace, but it takes so long for Pace to die. they actually got to one-shot Glory with the Nautilus ult that Faker took. That could have been the difference maker for GAM if Glory is able to live their longer takedown pace.
Look at
a
him.
whole different fight. And then Kiaya is left to 1v3. And he's a scary guy. He can 1v3. He flashes onto Keria. He buys so much time. He's nearly able to take down Faker with the healing, with the damage, with the dashes. But Faker is able to survive on incredibly low HP and take down Kiaya here at the end.
And at this point in the game, he heals up to full pretty much. So they got to do it again. It's like a second phase of the boss, Jack, and you're like, oh my god, he's got the same HP.
The raid boss has 2 faces.
Yeah.
Oh,
Culling going to come through, caught out. Is Faker? No. Not quite at half HP. GAM in their 4-man entirety, hover around, or rather 5 through mid. T1 have an angle up in top side. They're going to look for the push up there, maybe, or to steal Cam. Remember, Baron is the only objective up now, so that
Faker
does feel like the game
flash.
side. Yep.
Faker just lost his flash in that play. He's not going to have that up and available. But T1, they don't care. They're starting the Nash. Faker's TPing in. T1 want to fight.
What ult is he going to steal? Hijack up and available. Carrier with an angle. GAM move in through this side brush. It's Draktar with the lights to turn off. It's Doran with an angle spotted out. He's got Len, so he knows Kiaya is there at the back line as well at 8k. Carrier starts it off. Onan looking for his angle. The on-call not too bad as well. Onto Kiaya. He's versus Doran. Onan tries to jump in and they dive Artemis to the dirt. Meanwhile, Pace is dealing with Taki while I'm watching Faker glide through with Glory's ultimate. We're going to do this again. Kiaya's going to resurrect, but instead of 3 this time, there's 4. He'll die quicker. And T1's team fighting when it comes to the tooth and nail of the game is going to be better.
And T1, they start the Nasher. They know they have the advantage with the ultimates that GAM burned, trying to take down Faker. And with that, they seal GAM's fate. They're gonna get the ace. They're looking to end this game, running down mid. And what better way to do it? With 20 kills for the GOAT himself.
It was messy, it was convoluted, but 20 kills for Faker. I'm not going to say this is a generational game from him, Jack, but I am going to say that he still started this, and now he'll finish it. Next start number 1, and then 2. Faker ends with 20 kills on his Silas. Still the GOAT, always will be. T1 survive elimination, survive GAM, knock them out, and continue to the elimination bracket at EWC 26.
And what a monumental game from Faker. I mean, always the Silas. It's a pick he's known for. It's a pick he's made the difference on. I'm brought back to BLG versus T1 World Finals 2024 Game 4.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had the incredible Silas play on mid lane to win that best of 5 and win that World Finals. And it feels like a player that always when it matters most, he steps up. He's going to be the one to be in the clutch moments and bring the victory for his team.
And I think the takeaway from this is T1 have that spark, but they do not look super clean. They're going to move on as a better team, but GAM gave them a run for their money. They will be eliminated here at EWC. They knocked out MCOY. They can be proud of that in the best of 1, but I think, oh, sorry, best of 3.
Yeah.
But I think the best moment in that second game is when we saw the fire that GAM had in them. That comp made a lot of sense when we got to extensive fighting. We definitely got the old VCS way of playing for GAM.
GAM showed a ton of life today. And throughout this whole tournament, the fact that they were able to nearly take down T1 Game 1.
But not enough. Faker on stage, 20 kills on his Silas. Still the best of all time.
No doubt about it. The GOAT standing by. T1 book their spot in our quarterfinals here at EWC. A big thanks, of course, goes to the unkillable Demon King himself. Paris, faites du bruit pour Faker! A real standout performance from you. You went big. Did you feel the pressure to step up today, knowing that your team's backs were against the wall here with potential elimination?
일단 페이커 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 탈락의 위기에서 정말 팀을 구해내시고 결국에는 팀을 캐리하는 모습 보여주셨는데 그런 위기에서도 흔들리진 않으셨는지, 그런 위기에서 좀 부담감이나 이런 건 느끼시지 않으셨는지 궁금합니다.
오늘 경기 사실 좀 걱정도 많고 좀 잘 안 풀린 경기도 있었는데 그런 와중에도 그래도 저희가 할 수 있는 것들을 좀 최대한 하려고 하고 있고요. 지금은 좀 부족하지만 남은 경기 동안 오히려 좀 성장할 수 있는 기회라고 생각하고 잘 준비해 보려고 할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we were worried about our performance. Yeah, we were definitely pressured. However, we just tried on what we do, what we can, and we were trying to stick our plays as much as possible, and we're trying to be improved as much as possible here.
Première question au GOAT, effectivement, est-ce que tu as senti la pression? Vous étiez acculé, dos au mur, et est-ce que c'est ça qui vous a fait step up? Et bien effectivement, on a senti la pression, on était un petit peu en galère, on est revenu, on a réussi à s'améliorer pendant la game et je suis évidemment ravie. Faker Sanso Paris Ongel Wanyaneo. Welcome to Paris, bienvenue à Paris. Évidemment, my question, you've made everyone agree. You are the legend of the game. Everyone knows that. So it must be hard sometimes to have self-criticism. But if you had, to have maybe something you want to improve about your game, about yourself, what would it be today?
일단 페이커 선수가 역대 최고이고 언제나 최고의 선수라는 걸 다들 알고 있겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 계속해서 좀 보여주는 모습이 계시잖아요. 그래서 사실은 자아성 철학이 좀 꽤나 힘드실 것 같은데 그럼에도 좀 계속해서 자신이 좀 발전해 나가야 될 부분이 있다라고 하면은 좀 어떤 부분이 있다고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
뭐 최고라는 수식어 자체가 저는 결국에는 과거형이라고 생각해서 지나간 경기는 지나간 경기라고 생각하고 중요한 건 앞으로 있을 경기에서 얼마나 더 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여주는지가 중요하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, so best means the past. So it is always going to be a gone games. I don't really look back at the past. I just focus on the game at hand. So yeah, for me, it's just about how to improve myself on my performance next game.
Yeah, game after game, day after day, that's a big humility from you, Faker. Donc la question, c'est évidemment, quand tout le monde dit que t'es le GOAT, quand tout le monde dit que t'es la légende du jeu, c'est dur de se remettre en question. Qu'est-ce que toi, t'as encore envie d'améliorer aujourd'hui? Je me concentre pas sur le passé, sur les trophées. J'essaie de m'améliorer game après game. Et je pense que ça s'est vu aujourd'hui.
It's time for another key crush here in Paris. Anything more iconic than a Faker key crush? And look who's standing by in the distance. I'll leave you to it.
It's time to go. Faker, Maddox, you can come with me to the key crusher. One of your first time crushing a key. And who better than Tyler One to welcome you in that thing?
So excited for you, bro. So excited. Good job out there. They were like, maybe we shouldn't root for. I'm a T1 favorite. You killed it, by the way. Anyway, sorry guys. We're gonna be crushing the key right now. He's gonna brief you. This is gonna be Gam's final goodbye. Congrats.
I think right before Faker crushes the key, do we have Ian? I'm gonna wait you for 1 sec. I think Ian is checking in with some T1 fans. Do we have T1 fans in the building?
Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
T1 fans, how we doing? Are we ready to crush a key?
준비되셨나요? Yes, he's ready. He's ready.
He said he's ready.
Yes! He said
crush that key! Yeah! Make some noise, yeah!
Faker, Maddox, I'm gonna welcome you back onto the stage. We're gonna go see some T1 fans here. I think everyone can congratulate you on this. I'm gonna ask you one more question. You have fans all over the world. You have fans here in France making noise for you. You have fans coming from Korea here to cheer you up, and you deserve it. Do you have anything you want to tell the fans going on to playoffs?
이제 마지막 질문으로 정말 전 세계에서 봐주시는 팬분들과 그리고 파리 현장의 팬분들과 그리고 먼 곳에서 한국에서 또 페이커 선수를 보러 오신 많은 한국 팬분들을 위해서 마지막으로 해주실 말씀이 있다면 어떤 말씀 있을까요?
이제 저희 팀이 8강에 진출했는데 사실 지금 좀 부족한 부분이 많다고 느끼고요. 그렇지만 저희 팀이 항상 우승할 수 있는 저력이 있다고 생각하고 남은 기간 동안 팬분들이 좋아하시는 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, our performance is still lacking, I feel. However, we still have our potential to lift the trophy. So, yeah, we'll try our best to give the best performance we have. Thank you so much.
Encore une fois, du bruit pour Faker, mesdames et messieurs. De l'humilité de son côté, on n'est peut-être pas encore à notre meilleur niveau, mais on a le potentiel pour aller chercher ce trophée. Mesdames et messieurs, une dernière fois, du bruit pour Faker. To our last PO3 of the day. See you there.
There he is, the GOAT walks off after crushing the hopes of GAM Esports. And as Lou said, another match in just a little bit. But first, we've got to break this one down. 40-23, it sounds like an American football score. Touchdowns and field goals abound. And it started off super one-sided and all of a sudden got so messy.
Absolutely. I felt like this was an absolute bloodbath, and you can't expect anything else from GAM. We asked them to go pedal to the metal, try and confuse perhaps T1, push them to their limits, but I don't think there's many teams that can truly push them there.
It was most dominant game from T1 by far in the EWC, and it was insane performance, and now we are prepared for the interview here.
Yeah, again, a huge victory here. Lots of fights, lots of scrapping, and I think something to be proud of if you're a GAM Esports fan. Glory with multiple opportunities. Kayaya seemed unkillable in a lot of those fights. But 40-23, that's a spectacle you don't get to see too often as we take a look at the scoreboard one more time. 40-25, excuse me. As lots of gold. That gold graft was all over the place. But there is one man joining us here, a very special guest from T1. Please welcome world champion Owner 선수. 안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요.
어떻게 지내세요?
지금 또 이제 열심히 대회 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we are playing now, so it's kind of rough, yeah.
Yeah, Trouble had a question about the schedule given all the success that he's had.
Yeah, so usually when you lose in a tournament, you take some time to bask in your loss, think about it, move forward. But your schedule is so packed. MSI, EWC, back to LCK. How do you deal with that?
이제 보통 그 토너먼트가 하나 끝나고 나면 좀 패배 이후에 조금 회복할 시간도 있고 그런데 지금 이제 MSI, EWC 그리고 또 이거 끝나면 LCK도 있고 정말 스케줄이 엄청 많이 힘들잖아요. 어떻게 보면 이런 상황 속에서 좀 어떤 식으로 좀 본인만의 대처 방법이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 스케줄이 이렇게 힘든 일정이긴 하지만 힘든 일정이 없는 것보다는 훨씬 프로게임 하는 데에서 낫다고 생각해서 그런 마인드로 지금을 즐기자라고 생각하면서 이런 힘든 일정을 소화하고 있는 것 같습니다.
So for sure, schedule is rough, but better than nothing, you know. And as a pro player, it's really enjoyable, and it's really grateful to enjoy this kind of tournament. So I'm trying to have fun.
Absolutely. You only have that schedule because you're always winning. So definitely a blessing. Well, you had a question about the meta?
Yeah, because I really want to ask how the meta transit to EWC, because MSI and EWC is the same patch, but it seems like everyone has different idea. 그러니까 사실 MSI랑 EWC가 같은 패치임에도 불구하고 메타가 계속해서 바뀌고 있는 것 같거든요. 좀 본인이 생각하기에 지금 메타 어떻게 좀 생각하시는지?
지금 메타가 이제 B1딜이 굉장히 많이 나오는 메타였기 때문에 B1딜 위주로 이제 서폿과 정글이 좀 주도적으로 게임을 해야 되는 메타라고 생각해서 그런 부분이 좀 재밌는 것 같습니다.
I think right now in this current meta, you have to work with the non-AD carry bot lane, and I think on top of that, you have to work with your support a lot. So I think that's the most important part in this current meta here.
You had a question here about specific junglers.
Yeah, I feel like it matches really nicely with that question into the meta, because not only do you have to play versus different bot lanes or with different bot lanes, it's also different junglers. Now for Shun, you played him on MSI, but now you had to prepare for both Shun and Drakthar. What is the difference in the way you prep to face different types of junglers?
이제 챔피언뿐만이 아니라 선수들도 어떻게 보시면 정글러로서 슌 그리고 드락사르 같은 그런 타입이 다른 선수들을 이제 상대를 함에 있어서 어떤 식으로 다르게 준비를 또 했는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 개개인 선수마다의 특징이라는 게 있기 때문에 경기를 좀 보면서 어떤 느낌으로 하는지를 좀 많이 봤었던 것 같고요. 그래서 그에 맞게끔 잘 준비했었던 것 같고 빌지전이 아쉽게 지긴 했지만 또 다음에 만나면은 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I've been watching how they play because everyone has different kind of play style and the personality on the Rift. So I've been watching their games, and again, even though we lost against BLG, I'm pretty confident in myself that I can play better against BLG here.
This schedule has been very busy, but we are here in Paris, France. How has Paris been for you so far?
바쁘긴 하지만 어쨌든 파리에 오셔서 지금 이 현장을 즐기고 계시잖아요. 어떻게 생각하시나요, 파리?
일단은 바쁘긴 하지만 이렇게 파리에서 많은 팬분들과 함께 이런 또 대회에 참가하는 것 자체가 너무나 영광이고 또 이렇게 즐길 수 있다는 것 자체만으로도 선수 생활하면서 많은 경험치와 많은 추억 이런 걸 가져가기 때문에 지금을 너무 즐기고 싶은 마음이 큰 것 같습니다.
It's packed, but it's always been honored to share this kind of memories with all these fans here, and I'm really happy that I can share this kind of memory with my fans. So I'm trying to be more glad that I can actually share these thoughts with my fans here.
And then finally, with this victory against GAM, you finish as a 2 seed. Who do you want to play in the next round? Would you rather play Gen.G, Hanwha Life, or AG.AL cannot play BLG because they're in the same group?
이제 감 e스포츠 상대로 승리를 거두셨고 이제 다음에 8강에서 젠지, 하나생명 그리고 AG.AL 이 세 팀 중에 한 팀을 만나시게 될 텐데요. 어떤 팀을 상대로 좀 만나고 싶은지 궁금합니다.
실은 어떤 팀을 만나고 싶은 팀은 없지만 그냥 어느 팀이 됐든 저희는 저희 스스로 잘해야 된다 생각해서 어느 팀이 오든 꼭 승리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I don't really have a preference to play against because it's on us, to play good. So it doesn't matter who do I face. I'm gonna play better and the best for the team
there
and
it
the
is.
fans.
Such a professional answer. Owner 선수 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Everyone, Owner from T1. We'll see you after this short piece of content to set you up for a second knockout match.
We're over at the Allianz Vault where we got some MLBB action going on, and we got Trav Talk to Underscore to give us a bit of a rundown of what we are seeing today.
Yeah, so we've just finished up our group stage in MWI. Obviously, we're in the women's international competition of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And the expected people have got through. Vitality still leading the charge at the moment and obviously need those points for the club championship as well after a pretty disappointing week one in Fatal Fury. Falcons, however, though, do have two teams through.
Ooh.
And one of them, bit of a spicy quarterfinal, will be going off against Vitality. So big quarterfinal for both of those organizations trying to get points on the board for the club championship. Na'Vi made it through as well with a successful first week, obviously winning Fatal Fury and getting the points on the board there. They're in a great position to go far in the club championship.
It sounds like everything's going well according to plan, so to say, here over at this stage. But that's it from us from now. Back to you. Showmaker joining us ahead of his matchup against G2 alongside Maddox for the translation. Thank you to both of you for taking the time. This is quite the important series because it's a qualification one. You are in the lower bracket after the loss yesterday against AG.AL. Could you give us a rundown of what you think went wrong in that game?
일단 쇼메이커 선수 오늘 정말 중요한 최종전을 일단 앞두고 있는데 일단 지난 경기부터 한번 좀 얘기를 해보죠. 사실 지난 AG.AL 때와의 경기 때에는 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐는지 좀 말해줄 수 있을까요?
이제 좀 상대보다 교전에 있어서 좀 아쉬운 플레이 보였던 것 같고 좀 뱀픽이 저희가 난이도가 좀 있었는데 그걸 수행할 인게임 능력이 좀 잘 안 나왔던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think overall team fight was a little bit sloppy, and our picks and bans has been actually very difficult to play. But I think in that sense, I think we should have been more careful and more cautious doing the team play and team fights.
Well, G2 is a team that when we're looking at their drafts and their team fights, it feels like they have been getting a lot better, especially at MSI. They were able to take away the series from T1. Does that make you a little bit worried at all? Or do you think that after the game from yesterday, being able to learn from your mistakes, that G2 is not going to be a threat?
이제 그래서 사실 MSI 때도 G2가 정말 뱀픽이나 좀 팀 교전 부분에서도 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 T1을 이기기도 하는 등 상당히 좀 위협적인 모습을 보여줬잖아요. 그래서 그런 점이 좀 DK에게 있어서 상당히 좀 뭐라 해야 될까 위협으로 좀 작용을 하시는지 그리고 AG.AL 전에서 좀 그런 것 느낀 점을 좀 어떤 점을 배워서 좀 대응을 하시지. 그래서 G2가 좀 그래서 G2가 좀 상대가 안 될 것 같은지 아니면 상대 좀 하기가 좀 어려울 것 같은지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단은 G2 상대할 때 있어서 뭐 모든 팀들이 겪는 문제겠지만 확실히 좀 특이한 뱀픽들을 사용하면서 좀 상대방을 혼란에 빠뜨리는 그런 시리즈들이 되게 많았기 때문에 좀 저희도 그 부분 인지하고 있고 뱀픽 얘기도 되게 많이 했고요. 그래서 잘 상대해볼 생각이고 또 AL과의 경기에서 뭔가 선수들이 또 경험도 쌓고 이제 그 현지 무대에서의 긴장감 같은 것도 잘 느끼고 또 배웠을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각합니다.
So I think against G2, I think every team struggles. Their picks and bans are very, bizarre and very unorthodox. So yeah, it's a struggle for every team. However, we know and we'll take that in mind about their great team fights and their picks and bans. So we'll have to adjust to that to counter it. But also that from the match against AG.AL, we have learned a lot and made a great experience, especially playing in front of the crowds. So yeah, I think that experience will help us getting into the G2 match.
Yeah, it's going to be a game in front of the crowd again today. There are so many people here already. You will be playing against an EU team, so I'm not sure which side the crowd is going to be leaning towards, but this also being an elimination match, does the crowd and the pressure maybe add onto it a little bit?
그래서 사실 관중들이 또 많이 와서 보시는 만큼 또 EU 팀을 상대하시게 되잖아요. 그래서 EU 관중들께서 어느 팀을 사실 응원을 더 많이 할지 잘 모르겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 많은 관중들 앞에서 경기를 하기 때문에 좀 부담도 되실 수 있으실 텐데 그런 거에 대해서 좀 부담감 많이 없으신지 궁금합니다.
뭐 물론 부담감 같은 것도 있겠지만 최대한 좀 그런 압박감 같은 걸 즐기려고 노력하고 있고 또 많은 팬분들이 와서 그렇게 크게 환호성 질러주시는 만큼 저도 들뜰 것 같아서 되게 재밌는 경험이 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely on because there are a lot of crowds, and also we're hanging on elimination. So yeah, I mean, pressure is there, but we're going to enjoy the most of it as much as possible. So especially we're playing in front of the crowd. So yeah, we want to show our best performance there.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to it. Good luck to you guys today, and thank you, Maddox, for your translations. That's it from us. Back to you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're here at the analyst desk with Ox joining myself and Wadid. And, I just got to give big props here to Wadid for that last interview translation live with Owner on the spot. Wadid, number one.
Honestly,
thank you so much.
Have you been practicing your Korean? It's gotten really good. Thanks. I'm working on my Korean skills, it's been working out. Thank you.
Well, we might have to use that again because our next match is G2 versus D plus Kia here in Group A. One of these teams and the lowers will be going home in this best of three. One of them will be moving on to the knockout stage as the number 2 seed alongside AG.AL.
And I feel like this Group A, when we first saw it, it was always going to be difficult to see who makes it out. I think there was a lot of competition we've seen already, and the fact that it's G2 up against D plus Kia, two strong teams for that last spot. It's going to be sad to see either of them go home.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, I'm really hyped about this matchup, by the way, because whenever they play against each other, there's so many storylines. And this time around, I really want to focus on the mid lane, especially because it's Caps versus Showmaker once again, because they played against each other so many times. They know how they do it. And yeah, this time around, it's all about the BO3. It's an elimination match. It feels a lot.
And in terms of series score, it's 3-2. Match score, it's 6-5. It's sandwiches. Back in the first time that they met, it was Caps getting the victory. And the most recent time, I can't believe it, was 3 years ago in the Swiss stage, 1-0 for G2.
And a chance today for Caps to beat that record Showmaker currently has the advantage in. And for Showmaker, he can really just get a healthy lead ahead of him. A lot of pressure on this one, and obviously for G2, played in that best of one earlier. I feel like a best of three, something we saw from them at MSI was a lot of flexibility in the draft, and we also saw that at First Stand as well. I think more space to innovate maybe than in the best of one, especially with Fearless now at play.
20 seconds left before we go to stage. Who you got?
Well, you know, as an LCK representative, of course I'm going with them, which I assume both you guys would as well, right?
I'm going for G2.
Oh,
Betrayal.
Betrayal. We'll see if Wadid has a job after EWC, but right now we're going to see who continues on in this matchup. It is G2, it's D plus Kia for the final spot in the playoffs.
Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? Lou, they can do better than that.
Les gars, sérieux. Paris, comment ça va?
Now, every time I step on this stage, I think to myself, how can we do something even more incredible? Does it get any better than watching Faker crush a key at EWC in Paris? That was crazy.
I think that was pretty amazing indeed. Mais vous le savez, il nous reste deux équipes à monter sur scène, G2 et DK. Et vu que Carmine s'est qualifié, je pense que G2 n'a pas envie de rester derrière because KC qualified. And I'm sure that G2 doesn't want to be left behind, so they're coming for it.
They're coming for a lot of things. Number one, they want the lion's share of that $2 million prize pool. Every single team here is competing for those vital club championship points, and of course, to be the next to raise this trophy up in the air. Shall we bring out our next two contenders?
Yeah, you got it. The stakes are high, and it's time to welcome our two teams to the stage.
Please welcome DK! A former World Championship winning organization now finds itself fighting for survival. One more defeat ends their run here in Paris. One victory keeps alive the hope that this new look roster can still make its mark on an international stage.
Que va casser Showmaker aujourd'hui après avoir explosé la clé et la machinière? And it's time to welcome G2 Esports! Europe's leading force, incredible talents. They carry many hopes, and they don't want to be left behind in the Battle of Regions. Ils sont au sommet de l'Europe et ils doivent prouver qu'ils méritent leur place en play-off.
For DK, it's a chance to prove this new chapter still has life in it. For G2, it's another opportunity to show that Europe belongs among the world's elite.
Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, s'il vous plaît,
faites du bruit!
Thank you so much, Lou and Ian, for the introduction of both of these teams. We have two more spots remaining. We do have JDG seeing whether they can make their mark as well against ML over on the B stream, and now G2 versus DK. And when they brought up the history between these two teams, Wolf, I was so surprised that it was so long ago that we had the last one, because this was like a marquee matchup for so long.
Truth be told, D plus Kia have not been attending very many international events since 2023. We had them obviously play in that little side special tournament we do where for the teams who didn't get to go to Worlds, right? We saw them go to Hong Kong, which is not an international tournament, but we're able to make it to the very end of the LCK Cup. But EWC has been something special for this team this year. The qualifier run they had, she used eclectic picks in the top lane, or how they got here. But G2, I think in a lot of ways, are the favorites in a lot of people's minds. They have such a strong roster right now. They are looking very informed. Broken Blade's top lane match looking much stronger than the performances we've seen from Shiyu thus far. And, you know, when you look at some of the other matchups, you're looking at Hans against Smash, very close, very contentious. Showmaker, depends on his form, against Caps, who's been a lot more consistent. But the thing that I focus on most here when I look at these two teams coming to this best of three is draft, because both of these two teams have been drafting outside of the box, with D+ throwing the Trundle bottom lane, the Trundle support there, the Victor being played in the bottom lane with Camille as well. Just yesterday, we're seeing some comps here from the side of G2 that have been very hit or miss, right? We saw the Ahri Camille composition not really find its footing earlier today, which is why they ended up falling to AG.AL to find themselves in this matchup in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I'm paying the most attention to as an LCK representative is the Grim Reaper at the door. You know, it's the death note that G2 have put together for themselves. First it was B&K BRX, out of a tournament. Gen G, out of a tournament. T1, out of a tournament. And the next one on the chopping block, just heading on over to see whether this axe is going to fall on them as well, is D+ Kia. It's only been Humble Life Esports that's managed to get over the line as far as survival against G2 in a tournament as an LCK representative. It is absolutely crazy how much our region has suffered at the hands of G2 in 2026.
It really has been. As we jump into this one of the picks I have my eye on is the Syndra, that I am not a huge fan of right now. I think has really left a lot of teams with not very many options if they do lose control of the game, even though it's Showmaker's favorite when you think about him historically. We'll see if that is what they want to do in this draft, or if they're going to adapt a little bit here. Nocturne Poppy gone here. Smash, or rather Lucid, losing his Lee Sin and the Jarvan, so a lot of focus on the jungle here from G2.
Yep, the jungle Vayne also going to be taken away, so 5 junglers now have been removed. That's a joke, everyone. Vayne is likely a top lane answer. We'll see what that means as far as what Shiu wants to be playing, or whether he is going to be blind picking something like a Gnar towards that top side of the map. One more band to come through here for G2. And the Orianna up and available, Cassiopeia. There's a lot of these things that have been very first pickable, and the Orianna will be the decision here for G2. I think Victor first pick is actually kind of a good idea for D+ once again, based on that flex that they did demonstrate. Does kind of work.
It works really well. Syndra first pick would make me worried.
Vi's up, never mind.
Vi is available, and with all the other jungle bans we have here, it is very, very strong. And at this point to grab it early, there's so many different archetypes you could build this Vi with in terms of bottom lane follow-up, top lane with Shiu's Ambessa he's super well known for. Let's see what the response is going to be here for G2. If they look for a prio mid here, or for what's likely to be played here in the bottom lane with our awesome dude meta here.
Yep.
Ziggs will be the first to go.
Yeah, Ziggs Camille could just be the lockup right away. I think you would lose the Camille if you didn't lock it in here. But Lebrov, that's if they want to play it.
Yeah, Lebrov's Camille hasn't been as impressive as I think a lot of our other Camille players in this tournament thus far. And it is a risk as Skumon's just going to pull out Susan right away.
I love this, and this is what we were talking about all MSI. We didn't get any Susan. I know that it was played in the LEC, it was played in the LCS as well, thanks Griffin, and I'm so glad that we finally get an opportunity, because I think the last time I cast Nasus being played in the jungle, it was like Spirit playing it, or Peanut playing it all those years ago. And so this is a huge treat up against the Vi this time around, seeing whether those withers are going to be real good. Okay, the Victor that we were talking about, though, is going to come in.
Yeah, Victor Flex does come through. And I think Leona feels fairly strong here because it's great into the Camille, denies the Leona Ziggs, but they're actually looking for the Camille themselves. This just allows Labrov to lock in that Leona third, though, and answer. So I'd rather see the Leona side of this matchup. It's been doing so well this tournament. It also works well with the Vi, but instead, Career is going to be picking this Camille up right away, and I think that means this Leona is almost guaranteed for Labrov in this final spot. He will not have the opportunity to pick it if he lets it through.
Yeah, the other option is to take a Vi, or an Ari or something like that, if you do want to deny it, but I guess you do have some bans for that one. So I would expect the Leona should be coming on through here, and there it is. It's also color coordinated with the Ziggs, which I think is, somewhat important to get that synergy on the bottom side.
It's just such a strong lane, it always has been. Now the Victor Camille is specifically what we saw from D+ Kia just yesterday in their matchup against Furia, so definitely have been working on that one, have been scrimming it.
Yep.
But given the history of Labrov thus far in this tournament and the skepticism we have, I'm surprised, especially with how well Leona's been doing, that D+ opt this way rather than the other way around, because this Victor could have still been flexed mid, and now it feels less likely.
Yeah, and I wonder whether it's because they feel like Victor into Leona is kind of all right. I believe that was what they played
was the same matchup. That's right.
The last time around. So maybe there's something to do with that. Not entirely sure. That game didn't have a lot to do with the 2v2, as it turned out as the game went on. It was largely about Smash just sitting in the bottom lane, getting a whole bunch of money, and then using it all to destroy Furia. Okay, but Syndra are going to be taken away from Showmaker, and they are assuming that that Victor is once again heading towards the bottom lane, which I think is a good idea.
We don't know what the mid lane picks are going to be just yet, again, assuming this Victor and Ziggs are going to the bottom lane. But one of the things that is a little bit scary to consider is a Gnar pick when the Vayne is banned away. It's very blindable, very safe, strong in the side lane. I think would work well with either of these compositions. So definitely one I have on my mind right now as a safe one, as the Renekton is taking away the Ambessa, which is great for follow-up on the Camille and the Vi here. Makes a ton of sense, especially with, as mentioned before, Shiu's proficiency on the champion.
Yep. One more ban. We'll see whether it is going to be, like, there is still Varus and things like that. If you do want to be playing something that's susceptible to an 80 carry towards that top side, maybe that's where they're going to look.
They could still flex this Victor mid and play Mel, Camille in the bottom lane or something crazy like that. You know, there's a lot of different possibilities here. It's a very tricky draft to navigate. We'll see the Cassiopeia now removed as well. So a lot of trades here. Well, one top ban apiece, one mid ban apiece. Or technically bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Two mages and two top laners.
Yeah, I was going to say two mage bans, I think is fine. The Rise, going to be a consideration here. Theoretically blind, there is an Anivia up and available if you would like to on the side of Showmaker.
I think this Rise is a great pick. It can help move the Nasus around the map. Can help empower the long-range engage of both the Leona and the long-range ultimate there from the Ziggs. And it's been a pick I've been calling for this tournament. I think it's still very good.
Yeah.
And it is going to be Talia, so keeping it still a bit of a mystery in this bottom lane, but I think likely to be mid to be able to follow the rotations of this Rise. So the last question now is, what is that blind top pick going to be for Shiu? Could just be the Gnar.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Perhaps the Gnar pick, but that's a Trundle. Where is everything going, guys? If this is actually going to be a Trundle pick, then
It's Trundle support for the Camille jungle and the top Vi, and
that makes sense. You can use Ming's skin, because that was used in the jungle in 2018.
The blind Olaf will be the choice.
That looks a little bit more like a top laner or a jungler, I guess.
Pretty good into Nasus as well, to be able to just ignore the slow and get on top of him.
And you can also ignore a whole lot of what Leona wants to do as well. There is a lot of CC that can be very annoying. The satchel as well is the only way the Ziggs is going to be keeping himself alive outside of shooting himself away with said satchel. So I think the Olaf value is definitely going to be high. This is something that we have seen Shiu play many, many times. Is Broken Blade actually thinking of going for the Gnar as the answer?
I kind of feel like when I look at this draft, a lot of the choices that D+ gave to G2 are super obvious, right? Even though the Rise isn't that common, it was available. It is going to be very strong to give a little bit more rotational power here. The Leona was straight up, the easiest pick for Labrov in the world. And then they blinded the Olaf with the Gnar available, so Broken Blade could try to play around that with spacing. Obviously, if you get hit by a few of those undertows, you can get slowed down and run down by the Olaf, but it's an otherwise fairly good matchup here for the Gnar, especially early on.
I do think it's hard to play, though, because Mini Gnar is very susceptible if you are, as you say, hit by those undertows. If played perfectly, it's fine, but I do think that there's a lot of people that would like the Olaf in this matchup if they're feeling confident about their skills. Xiu, though, has had a little bit of a rough time so far at the tournament, reaching quite a few deaths on his Jace in their previous series against AL. So just have to see whether he can get back on the horse and figure it out.
I mean,
as you can see, he's not too upset on the camera.
I had a very different read going into this series that a lot of what we had seen from D+ in our previous series were experimentation, especially in the match against Furia, where we were thinking, okay, these are some unusual ones, they're feeling it out. But now I feel like this is D+'s read on the meta. They want to be playing these Victor bottom lanes. They want to be playing around these eclectic picks, whereas G2, similar vibes, but it feels to me like they got a better, more well-rounded composition that plays well into D+'s style. They look very prepared.
Yeah, and they've also had a lot more experience in this meta as well, especially on big stages, as the patch has not changed since MSI. And I love that because you do get these scrim bubbles clashing, right? And sometimes they just merge into one, and other times one of them explodes. And I don't know whether the merge into one thing is ever going to happen with a team like D+ Kia. They often just decide that their ideas are the best, and we're going to see whether it works until it doesn't. And right now, it could just not immediately, as we are going to be starting with a little bit of a delay. You did see that we were almost onto the rift, but that was a lie. We're not quite there just yet, and we'll make sure that we get everything sorted out.
The best time for a pause is before the fountain opens, in my opinion. It's not, there's never really a great time for a pause, but if there were ever to be one, it would be right now, before anything happens.
Make sure that you get everything sorted out. That doesn't necessarily give away what has happened, and in fact, it's like nothing happened at all, as we are getting onto the rift immediately. You can see some mice getting moved around. Mouses, sorry everyone. Mouses getting moved around. Gotta work on tools. It's DK making their way out onto the rift here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Keep themselves alive at EWC.
I was casting with Hysterics at the end of the day yesterday. It feels like it's been a while since you and I have cast together as a result.
Yeah, it's been a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long time, Wolf.
I know.
A really, really long time. I missed you.
I missed you too.
I really did.
Glad that we're reunited here. Victor bottom lane with the Camille, as Lucid is going to cross the jungle and grab this ward early and start Raptors. On the other side here, though, Skewmon is coming over with Labrov to potentially stop this level 1, as Smash is very far away from the minion wave.
Yeah, Korea's moving over here as well, though, and this is kind of frustrating for G2, because they were trying to go for the other side jungle, and you can see they've got a Vi just doing whatever she wants in the enemy side of the map.
Yeah,
DK will be able to push G2 away.
So they end up getting a lot of damage on Labrov. Now Skewmon's jungle is delayed. Lucid is already working on his second camp here. He's cleared the Raptors completely and is now working on this red buff. So I don't think this level 1 worked out the way G2 were hoping, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, and there's another hook shot to come down. Labrov taking even more damage. Does have that aftershock to help him out. But this is DK playing with a lot of tempo in this early game. And it's working out very, very nicely. Labrov is just going to go home right in front of them. And Korea going to clear out some vision. Labrov actually going to eat the Ignite as well. That's actually high value. Wasn't able to interrupt as the hook shot is going to be able to land on Hansama, but Korea tanking a turret shot is not exactly optimal. X-Tech sweep for a little bit of damage, but good bouncing bomb there from the Ziggs.
Hansama just not able to get level 2, so has to wait for his minions to get a little closer, just leech as much experience as possible. We talked about how it can be quite tricky for the Gnar if hit by undertows. Level 1 also going to have to be a little bit more timid. We'll see what Broken Blade can get done now that he has a few levels under his belt. Labrov going to the mid lane here to try to punish this immobile Talia, maybe get a flash, but Showmaker's playing incredibly respectfully, knowing that probably Leona should have been back in the bottom lane by now, and he's not. So Labrov is called out here, and we'll just have to walk away.
Yeah, Showmaker actually probably pretty happy that Talia finding her way back into the meta here after the MSI patch. Did sort of, as it developed, that Talia was picked up as an answer to the Ryzen has always been something that Showmaker has enjoyed. Korea really going for a wander here through the jungle. Maybe looking for an opportunity topside. Is the Undertow going to get picked up here? Shoot, not going to be able to find the next one. And Korea making his way over. See whether he can actually get an angle towards Broken Blade. It looks like he feels like he cannot. And Lucid is clearing. I think he's 3-buffed so far. Will be trading scuttles.
This it could be a huge win here for D+ if they can get Broken Blade. If Career can actually set this up. Oh, doesn't look like it's going to happen here, though. So we'll see that back come through. Lucid going to go over here and try to control this camp a little bit further. Obviously, NASA scales incredibly well, more than most junglers, but if his camps keep getting taken away, he's going to really slow that down as Labrov comes over to help.
Yep, siphoning strikes are a little bit harder to stack up if there's nothing to hit, as Labrov going to get stunned up multiple times. Caps makes his way over, but Showmaker going to see him out. Labrov down to 100 health as the punch goes through from Lucid. Not enough to kill him, but still, G2 going to get pushed away from their top side of the jungle once again. Little popcorn chickens come over. At least he gets a Q stack from that one, but Lucid will get rid of the rest. And this Nasus really is having a rough time in the early game.
He's starving, Atlas. He's not eating at all.
And this has been one of those things, you know, throughout the years of League of Legends. Nasus not good early game, afterwards can get good. But right now, having a tough time. Broken Blade moving on over here as the Vault Breaker will get Lucid out. Good seismic shove there onto Caps from Showmaker. And Lucid should be able to get a Vault Breaker in here at the same time as the Ghost is going to be used from Caps to get him out of the way. Korea moving over towards Hans as he flashes to pick it up. First blood for the Camille. And Showmaker going to sidestep the Zenith Blade. Caps flashes into the wall face first.
Labrov also not going to hit the Zenith on the flash either. Double fail flash from G2, and D+ walk it off after the kill goes in the bottom lane. Skumon is starving, 400 gold behind nearly here over Lucid, and this early game is really in a lot of ways a result of the dominoes that start falling with Lucid starting Raptors and their level 1 going badly, as Career here even going to get the overgrowth to proc, and we'll grab, looks like a plate here as Labrov pulls the minions away. Maybe not gonna actually pick that one up, but let's go back to this play here. The flash from Career denying the satchel. Great reaction time there to make sure Hans could not get out.
That was really, really well done from Korea, just kind of reading the play from Hans Sama. He obviously needed to walk to the other side of the satchel, and so understood. Needed to flash, make sure that the hookshot is going to be able to work out. So very, very nicely done. Secured that. Hans Sama now getting pushed out by Smash, who looked very comfortable in this matchup the first time around, is continuing to look so up against Hans here towards the bottom side, and we're expecting to see a lot of just 1v1 between these two. Hans not exactly psyched about that whole scenario as the Arcane Storm comes down on his head. Lucid now looking for the first dragon of the game as well, and D+, this is a phenomenal start. But if we know anything, Wolf, a good start means nothing when it comes to D+ Kia. Everything can go wrong, and we'll just have to see whether they can keep it stable, keep it all right, and finish it off.
We saw a pretty incredible start for them against Furia yesterday, and then Furia kept it pretty interesting for that first game. Game 2 a little bit different, but either way, the level 1's really working out so disastrously here for G2. I mean, Caps has no flash. They're just going to continue to threaten him here. And Labrov comes over a level down, trying to help keep his jungler fed, you know, to get him any money he can.
Oh, Zenith Blade comes through, but great buffer there of the hookshot. Showmaker with a threaded volley, trying to find Labrov, but he's just going to throw him around a little bit. It is going to be Skumon locking down his red buff. That is something at least. But Lucid is just kind of manhandling G2 right now. This was Lucid's most famous pick, coming straight out of Challenger. He had an entire year where they just did not lose. If he got this champion, he would not die. He would kill everyone. He would be everywhere. It has since not necessarily been as much of an ace in the hole, but as we can see here, He's still got the
we're
skills.
going back to Lucid's Challenger days. I think anyone who faces D+ Kia better hope that at least Jungle doesn't come back either. 'Cause that was another crazy one. As we do have a bit of a ward here to deny Career from making a second play here onto Hansama. I notice Hansama's kind of constantly set up in this zone. He doesn't know full information about where everybody is. He has to play defensive, but it's cost him a lot of farm. He's 530 gold behind right now, and several waves of farm have been denied from him as here comes a bit of an all-in.
Yeah, he's ghosting. Looking for the angle towards the mini now. Broken Blade gonna have to flash to get out of the way of that undertow as Shu has to just take a little bit of a detour in order to pick up the axe, but Broken Blade is in so much trouble, still charging the Naba where he can, and you can see the axe is a long way away, still trying to catch up as Hansama makes his way in, but there it is, the last hit with the Q, and down goes the Na from 0-8 to solo killing Broken Blade. A much better look here for Shu.
Yeah, much better here. I don't think the Ziggs TP is going to do Hansama any favors, by the way. Bottom lane completely open right now.
And this is the problem. I mean, Lucid's taking the grubs. There's a free turret there for Smash.
I mean, consider also if Broken Blade hadn't run left there, which makes basically it's guaranteed he's going to die, he's doomed, then maybe Hansama actually gets run down post TP from this Olaf as well. It's very scary. This is just so much control right now for D+, 2,000 gold lead, but I feel like the way it's happened and how well the money is spread across every lane right now is such a problem. And this composition is not necessarily going to come online, so he hits the slow and he knows he can go ahead and commit the ghost for the play here, has his ult, forces the flash here. And then Hansama is like, I gotta come up here and try to bail him out, so he commits the TP, and this means that, you know, Lenar is just stuck in this awkward spot. He has to run left, and Hansama is just not going to be able to save him.
And you can see Shio actually had so much support, so many teammates on their way up. As you can see, Broken Blade, yeah, unfortunately getting run down. Has been a fun matchup for some of our Olafs, and it looks like Shio is going to be joining that club in this particular game. And this was, I'm trying to remember back, because you were there with me, Wolf. Was this one of Shio's like first champions that he played in the Kesper Cup when he debuted for D+? I'm pretty sure it was.
I think it is, and I think it was one of those eclectic picks. He has so many of them. Alawi most recently, I think, is his most notable, but before we can talk about it further, might have another orange buff situation here. His career, okay, will be seen on this ward. Broken Blade is just going to have to back away, but at least he won't die here from this ganking Camille.
Okay, Career's still going to be rotating over, and they should be able to get the crash. The undertow will land. Might be difficult to stay underneath the turret, but at least the Nabar is in a good spot here for Broken Blade. So BB going to live by just hanging out and taking down these creeps. G2 going to try and slow this game down. 2,500 gold is not the end of the world, but it's getting there, especially this early on. As 3 grubs have been taken. The first Drake has been taken. The second one is going to be 1 minute away. And I don't know whether G2 are going to be fight ready at that stage. A 30 CS gap in the jungle as well. That is so many camps going over to Lucid, but at least the Protoplasm Harness has been completed here for the Nasus.
Yeah, so at least he has that really eco first item here built up.
Eco-friendly first item.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a budget item. That's what you want as Nasus in the early parts of the game.
But it's made out of fully recyclable materials.
Absolutely.
And it's good for the environment. And that's why he's in the jungle.
The gold here at list 2, it's just really a bit of a struggle overall for G2 right now. But this game is not by any means over. Nope. It's just a really, really tough time as Lebrov will be able to eclipse and walk away here. I think for G2 right now, you need to find your moment. You need to find an opportunity, or otherwise just simply give up some early objectives. The fact that 3 grubs have gone over to this D+ roster is a huge problem, as Smash is just pre-hitting this turret for so long here. But you don't want to try to, for example, contest this dragon right now with no control whatsoever, surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
Well, Skewmont is going to walk on down, gets a control ward in there as well.
Hey, they're starting to break through a little bit here.
Yeah, Banana Brush control is going to be there for G2, but Lebrov is kind of out of position here. The Death Ray, oh my god, Smash does so much damage. The Arcane Storm is following the Leona. The hookshot from Career is going to work out, and there goes the Nasus. Caps is going to get Career out of there as he does find another Q to take him down, but that might be all they're going to get, as it's a double kill for Lucid. Caps now gets closed in on, and I don't think he's getting away with that Realm Warp, as it's a double for Showmaker. She was fighting against Hansama in the top lane, and while the disaster is happening around the dragon.
That was a bit of a rough one, and I think from our perspective, right, the casters had the full vision, full information. It just didn't look likely that G2 were going to be able to pull off the contest here.
I mean, I would contest, Wolf, that even with the amount of information G2 had, it probably still looked like a bad idea.
Just trying to be nice, Atlas. I don't think it was a good play here. Now, you have Realm Warp to play around in this fight, but unfortunately, they're not set up to use it. So when we do see Skumon bounce over the wall here and go in, he's just instantly locked down, and the harness isn't going to be strong enough to actually keep you alive here. So now there's no contest on Dragon. Labrov was a ragdoll in this fight, and Caps gets the kill onto the Camille, but can't actually do otherwise any damage. Broken Blade's in trouble.
Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum comes down, and Showmaker is going to be able to finish off this Gnar. Man, the Camille combination with this Talia, the hookshot getting the stun from all over the Rift, and then adding to that the seismic shove from this Talia, not to mention the Vi that we've seen used alongside this so many times from these two players. D+ just looking so extraordinarily comfortable here in this game, which, Wolf, I was just not expecting based on what we'd seen in their previous games. AG.AL really made DK look very uncoordinated, and in this one, they're like a well-oiled machine.
I mean, you could almost make the argument about that last Dragon fight that G2 knew they were in a bad spot, trying to go for the element of surprise, trying to play through that Skumon Blast Cone engage, right? But just D+ were so ready, and so much of this game was about the level 1. So much of this game was about the early jungle pathing, where Skumon got nothing and Lucia got everything, and then this Nasus was put so far behind that they couldn't actually keep up with the tempo in the lanes. And speaking of, like, Caps can't farm here, can't defend this turret, he has to back away. And now I think this is an insurmountable lead. Like, we have now reached critical mass here for D+. This gold lead has tripled, and I just don't know if there's any coming back here.
I mean,
it'll take a real long game, I think, for Caps and Hansama and Skumon to come online.
So this game is pretty one-sided. I'm going to take this opportunity to say something potentially controversial, okay?
All right,
Are you ready?
For it, yeah.
So I mean,
look, the graphic agrees, yeah.
This is going to be really difficult. I think, okay, Lucid is going to come on over and look to see whether he can get some of his popcorn chickens. He's going to survive. I think that this was a really smart drafting choice and practice choice from CV Max.
Yeah.
I think that their read on the meta looks good.
I'm not 100% sure yet.
I know, it's controversial, Wolf. I know it's controversial.
That's a bit of a results-based...
No, it's outcome-focused, okay?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry. We hate results-based analysis. But
no, that's for losers. We're about outcome-focused assessment over here.
It can be a little bit better. I don't think we've seen the power of what G2's comp could do on even footing, and you know, in some ways, I don't know if we even saw D+'s comp do what it's supposed to do in this game. The Camille we saw a lot. We saw the Vi do a lot.
But I'm more just thinking the way that they've piloted it just shows that this style of composition has been practiced a lot by this team. And so the practice working out here for D+.
And my read when we came into the draft was I thought G2 had the better one. And D+ came with not only the draft, but the early strategy, right? The invade of the Raptor camp, the defense of Skumon, which they were 100% ready for. How well they handled that. As we've got some D+ fans here in Paris.
Yeah, a lot of D+ jerseys actually in the audience as well, which is really great to see.
Some classic Damwon jerseys, I think, from that World Championship win where they got so much acclaim. Yeah. Gio's up 2 levels, so this Mega isn't going to scare him too much, but Labrov might. He's going to go ahead and use his Ragnarok, and Caps, he expected that. He's going to walk away, but now Caps is in no man's land.
Yes, Skumon is going to come down as well, as that's a great Solar Flare. Korea, exceptionally dead, is going to be taken out here. That's a great pickoff for G2. And maybe the Caster Curse has finally kicked in.
Finally, I mean, we've been trying real hard.
So hard, man. I feel like I had to compliment CV Max's drafting. Like, there were so many things that I had to do in order to get G2 going.
The closest game I've cast so far this tournament was when Karma and Corp had a lead on Genji for like 10 minutes. I'm just trying to get a good one here.
Well, let's see whether G2 can find their way back, as it's a decent start. They've got a Nasus. When it came to scaling, this is where we learnt what scaling was, is when Nasus was in the meta. And so you learn he does stack up Q, everything's fine. As Hextech Ultimatum comes down, Korea is in, he's gonna flash his way out. As Skumon with the ulti running, he's just not that tanky. Cease and desist it's gonna be Lucid back over the wall. Great shove onto 2 there, as Skumon's going to have to deal with this threaded volley, and he cannot do so as, oh my goodness, the Olaf has found his way back in. The undertow will take down the rise, and there goes Labrov. Shiu just cannot miss with these axes, by the way, as Hans Sommer's gonna have to get himself over the wall, but he's running the wrong direction, and I have a feeling the referee is going to find him. Okay, there's another blast cone. There are mega cones in this game as well, and so it is taking him quite a distance, and so he will make his way out.
I noticed that even Cowbell Cowman, who often appears in dire times, you know, when we have long pauses and otherwise slow situations, he appeared on camera, but he had his cowbell sheathed. He's not even ready to say that this game is playable.
I completely missed it because I was focused on the Ziggs' great escape, but that really is, it's really depressing, Wolf. A sheathed cowbell is not something that you ever want.
G2 needs to employ TK.
Please. At least get it out.
Now, in defense of G2 again, a lot of this game happened early, and it's now at 18.5 minutes in. Very difficult to make choices that make you look good, that make you be able to get back into this game, right? They're just trying to farm it out. They're trying to scale up, but D+ are being aggressive. They're not just letting G2 sit back. As we're going to go to this play here from moments ago. A little bit aggressive from Career, and Caps is able to walk it off, and then the re-engage comes through. See Showmaker here on the bottom side, trying to push LeBron away. This shove, really nice from Showmaker. It actually saves the bottom part of the fight for them. But D+ trusted it. They were already pushing towards the top side, and then Shiu hits these undertows. He does not miss. And look at this from Career.
Okay, we've got some drifting going on here. Oh man, all right, straight to Tokyo there, as Lucid going to be able to get a secondary charge on that inner turret. Inner fell down on the top side of the map. It's a 9,000 gold lead. So in the last series, we had Faker on like 12-0. The gold lead never got to this.
No.
Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, Faker, he was winning a lot individually. There were some other problems around the map here and there. It was some back and forth team fights.
That was a very fun series.
We're not seeing back and forth team fights. We're not seeing, you know, it's not just, okay, well, Showmaker's got a 2.5 thousand gold lead, but Hansama's ahead. No, they're not ahead anywhere.
No.
They don't have a jungler in this game. It's not necessarily Skumon's fault. It's a good plan from D+.
No, the poor little Ziggs tripped on a rock and he just fell over. Oh, Showmaker is just having the best time. I swear, Talia is so frustrating to deal with if you're a Nasus as well. I feel like it's a genius pick on that front. It's because you're trying to get a race like this large target that's very flickable and thrown around. He was, you know, it's kiting that can be the real problem for the Nasus. And it's continuing to be an issue here as Broken Blade flashing out of the way. D+ moving everyone towards this inner turret on the bottom side. The Baron is 27 seconds old, so it might be an option for a little bit later on. But right now, D+ gonna have to siege the old-fashioned way, as G2 just trying to pick up the pieces as best they can. They're going to save at least this next plate on this inner turret, as D+ going to go home and spend all of that money. And Showmaker, he is no stranger to the Magi Soul Stealer, and he's stolen 14 souls so far.
He just, when you see that item in Showmaker's inventory, that's when D+ fans know that it's safe to, you know, get up and go get some out of the fridge. You know, you don't need to watch the rest of the game. It'll surely be fine.
Yeah, that was one of those times, and then I woke up with no hair, Wolf. Look, he didn't buy Magi's that game. He was playing Renekton or Jace, I think. He was playing Jace.
He was playing Jace, yeah.
Yeah, so there was no Magi's, so I guess it's fine.
There's no Broken Blade right now, I have a feeling.
Well, Korea is going to not find the Hextech sweep and then walk away. So Broken Blade is going to be all right for now. Showmaker just pushing this wave up, and they are doing such a good job just keeping this pressure up.
Yeah,
we were talking about it before, and that has been a bit of a downside of DK, is often they push their luck, but not in a good way. This time around, they are suffocating G2 and making intelligent plays around the map to avoid G2 having any opportunities to get back into this game, outside of Korea just randomly tanking the turret there.
He's just trying to keep Broken Blade from backing, and, you know, I said there's no Broken Blade. He didn't die, but he has been put down several times. He's 0-3 right now, denied his back twice, pushed out of the lane, and unfortunately for G2, it's going to take, I think, 20 more minutes of survival if we are going to see some sort of comeback from them in this one. Their attempts to contest the Dragon, for example, were valiant, but they failed, right? So that's the risk they took that puts them in a 10,000 gold deficit. Had they just sat back, maybe they lose too much and the game is out of hand, but I don't know if it would have been 10,000 gold out of the hand, but that's the choice they made from the deficit, and they are really feeling it now as Caps is, and not like Shulk.
No, they're not feeling it like that? Oh no,
I
you're going to have to put the Minato away, I think. That's all right. Skewmon going to be tanking up this turret a few times. Caps takes one as well. That's a nice little stun onto Career as the Solar Flare is going to extend it. Skewmon makes his way over. Siphoning Strike starting to do a bit of damage as the Realm Warp is not great and the Undertow slows 3 people. And Career is just going to try and do his very best to wander his way up. Broken Blade gets on in here as Caps is going to be able to cut off this Camille. And Hansama gets himself over there and will be able to satchel Career back. So Career is going to be dead for the 3rd time.
A story into picture-in-pictures, meanwhile, with the Mega going mini and fans surprised by the teleport.
Yes.
But he did end up getting over there. He did end up picking up the kill, so it ended up being worth it. Although it's not normally how we see Nar teleport. In this case, it made a lot of sense.
And it's 6 turrets to 0 as a result of that play as well. You did see Showmaker towards that bottom side, trading the turret. And that is why the gold lead has now eclipsed the 10,000 mark.
I know we had a bit of a, it's actually an all LCK broadcast right now with the desk being fully LCK and us being LCK here on the caster desk. And I know they were we did a lot of grief for saying he thinks G2 is going to take, but I really expected.
No, I did too. I thought they were favorites, 100%.
Okay, now maybe
Region has suffered at their hands. It's okay. 4 versus 1 Olaf, and he's just going to flash himself out of the way. Great seismic shove from Showmaker as he turns up though, and in goes Lucid, but doesn't actually find the roll breaker and immediately explodes. Maybe it's a chance for G2 as into the backline they go. X-Deck ultimatum is Career. What are you, a top lane Camille now? What was that engage? Absolutely insane as Smash takes down Lebrov and D+. They just brought down the wallets and G2 were taken out.
Yeah, that was a very, I mean, what do you do? It's an Olaf that's pretty significantly fed and has a lot of friends coming up. Like for about half a second, I was like, oh, did they get him? And then we saw the Weaver's Wall.
They killed Lucid. That was a good part.
Yeah.
That was a good bit.
D+ did kill the Baron.
Okay.
No more. Hold on.
I mean, she was pretty killable here as well, as Baron is going to get taken down. That is going to be Career somehow that manages to get that one because they didn't have a jungler. Still, Broken Blade coming on over, and the rest of DK going to look to try and escape. Remember,
doesn't have ult.
You do kind of have to keep everyone alive. As Showmaker just goes up into the sky for some reason instead of using the blast cone in order to escape, kind of trolled by his teammates, I assume. As Lucid, out of the Death Chamber, maybe straight back in, but the Zenith Blade will not connect. Maybe luckily for Lebrov, as it would have followed him underneath the inner turret. But that is a very deep teleport.
Oh, yeah.
Smash making his way over as well, and she wants to cut them off. Caps, oh dear, he's extraordinarily dead, but can Hans stay alive? That is the question. Lucid going to be left to 1v1 him, and that is not a very fair one for the Ziggs. Down will go the Leona as well, and now D+, they're going to break open the base, and is this just the end of the game?
It looks likely because they've got Baron buff. They've got a lot of damage here, and they are just sweeping through this inhibitor. Broken Blade level 14 just kind of running back to the fountain here as the onslaught of D+ hits, and it hits hard.
It really does. There's the Vault Breaker. The cease and assist there as well as Skewmon is just going to get eviscerated. Down will go the Gnar as well, or at least onto the fountain as the Nexus turrets fall one after the other. The Nexus to follow, and D+, they do not want to be eliminated from EWC. That was an absolute shellacking in game number 1.
It all started in the early game, but the most impressive part of D+'s win was how they gave G2 no quarter, constantly applying the pressure. An amazing game of Camille from Career, who was ahead and had agency, but always used it. He was never going to let these guys get anything, as this is a perfect picture here of the Vi.
Yeah, Lucid just having an absolute day out on this Vi. Did fall down that one time. They still managed to win the team fight, and all across the Rift. I mean, D+, it was what looked like an extremely well-practiced draft, and then exceptionally well-utilized into what G2 wanted to play. And I was expecting that this was going to be a very different story. Desk, how about you guys? What did you think?
I thought it was a shellacking there, Mr. Max Anderson, Atlas, and Wolf on the call. Thank you so much for that one, as D plus Kia really take it to G2, who did not have any answer for the aggression throughout the game.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more and more adaptation in the bot lane. Like we've seen the Leona into Camille going really well. But this Victor into Ziggs, having that early prio doesn't allow him to sit back and get to that point where he has the mana for wave clear. And we saw the early pickup of the Nasus from Skewmon never really get off the ground. So that Goldgrath smooth as you can get, basically.
Yeah, basically, I think Jungle Nasus is all about can you actually clear the first pathing, but I think this time around DK had such a great plan, invading enemy red side as jungler and then defending their jungle with their bot lanes, because this is the power of the Victor and Camille in the early game, because even though it's a 2v3, they can definitely just fight back and force them out. And after that, Skewmon had no chance to bounce back because he can't counter jungle, he can't go for the fight, he can't go for the gank. That's the downside of the Nasus jungle.
He just sat in the rush for a bit. That's all he could really do. And then when the camp started to respawn, this is the big thing, right? Getting that first red side jungle from Skewmon is obviously massive, but contesting on the re-clear, D+ made sure they were there in numbers, and getting this initial focus down on Labrov, forcing him away, and then Skewmon, the result of this, he got one little chicken from this. The rest of the camp went over to Lucid. So I think just playing really well around the Nasus and shutting it down from the early levels.
I really like how they play on Lucid here. I think even though he had the insane advantage, if he didn't have his teammates around him, I think he couldn't be able to snowball this fast. But I think Showmaker and Career being on form right now with him is like looking great here.
You know, for those of you that don't know, Wadid and our fellow co-streamer Yankos recently had experience with the Jungle Nasus during the Chijijik Legends match. And I promise it did not look like this. It did work. Griffin as well used this over at the LCS from FlyQuest, but when it gets stuck behind, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought focusing down the Nasus with the Protoplasm first might remove some of the pressure, but like Caps is chasing Career off to the side, already 2 members down, and I just think Smash free hitting here, Showmaker free hitting, the DPS is constantly coming out, and Lucid on this Vi was such a prominent threat. We've talked extensively about Lucid on this pick, how he said when he first came in the LCK that he thought he was the best Vi in the league, and he's demonstrated it again here.
It was just much easier for D plus Kia here, because I think also they had the mid priority and the bot priority at the same time. And again, like Ziggs versus Victor is all about like the matchup that it happens in the mid lane as well. I think Ziggs wants to be boring in the lane, but Victor always goes for the trade, so he can't really do anything that he wanted to do on the bot lane. So I think in general, really great draft idea from D plus Kia here, and I think G2 has to think about different plan coming up to this game 2.
Ox, I feel like in a best of 3, when you are coming in as maybe a perceived underdog, when you go for a risky draft like this, I feel like that in itself was a strategy. Hey, we're playing around this, and if we fall behind, we're pretty, in a lot of trouble. However, it does feel like an intentional decision by G2 here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Nasus, there's a lot of conditions that need to enable this. I'm fine with you going for a bit of a riskier draft in game 1 of a best of 3, but the conditions have to be met, and I just don't think they achieved that.
All right, we'll see what else G2 has concocted for us in this best of 3. Their EWC tournament's on the live in game number 2. We'll see you after this.
In our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Aha! It's the same mind. When I compare to the other role, I think top lane is so much harder. Like playing the champion is very technical. Like you have to 1v1 the guy. Like basically every lane. And jungle is like, I think it's like super hard. Like you can just play support and be fine. Aha! The same mind. When I compare to the other role, I think top lane is so much harder. Like playing the champion is very technical. Like you have to 1v1 the guy. Like basically every lane. And jungle is like, I think it's like super hard. Like you can just play support and be fine. Like when I play autofield, I play support and I feel like I'm just winning. It just feels that way, you know. Like you don't need to be like super good at farming. You don't farm. You just roam. You just like you feel free.
Yeah, low-key true. Kind of agree with Hans. I think the other lanes you need to like think about more stuff and support. I think you have a bit more free time in general.
Well, I have the same answer. Because I'm an ADC, I think I have a lot of knowledge on support and also some of the support champ. I used to play it on ADC. If I would re-roll, I would be support.
For me, it's very different. I think bot lane and top lane, the lane phase is a bit similar, how they work. And if I played a lot of top lane, I think I would also be good at it. And also the fact that it's 1 versus 1, I think if you are better than the enemy top lane, you will have a lot of impact in the game. Which one did you say?
Yumi. Okay.
Yumi is kind of like a common answer, right? So I was thinking Hans would say this, but for me, I played a bit against this champion and it looks very, very OP. I think it got nerfed, so maybe it will be worse now.
I didn't really see that champ too much, so I can't really comment on that too much. But Yumi, definitely, it's like when you play this champ, you instantly feel like it's very different than other champs when you play with it or you play it yourself. And I feel like the gameplay is like, there's not enough gameplay for me to feel like it's like the champion.
What did you like?
You?
Really?
I think everyone have their own sense of humor. I think I connect more with his own sense of humor. It's quite fun. I think he's a very special guy. You know? if you guys know him personally, you would actually lose it, but in a good way. He's quite fun.
Yeah, I mean, I love Bibi because I think he's a very funny guy as well. It's easy for him to make you laugh. He will figure out what is funny for you and he will just imitate and like, yeah. He has shown a lot of like off-meta champs on stage, like Led, Yasuo, and trust me, in scrims he has also played some really sus champs as well. We didn't show on stage, but yeah, I think he's really eager to try new stuff, and some of them really work well, some of them no. What do you write?
Tier?
Yeah.
Pickaxe.
Oh.
I mean, pickaxe because I need to survive, right? Like I'm alone in the island. I mean, I could like craft the pickaxe myself, but I'd rather just have a pickaxe from my build, you know, like how can I craft the pickaxe from nothing? Then I probably need to get some wood, you know, right?
Makes sense, yeah. I wrote tier so I can have unlimited water, you know.
I know what you built.
What did you write?
What did you write?
I wrote actor.
Actor?
Yeah.
Architect and manga. And when I was a kid, when people were asking me what I would do later, it would be, I would always answer them architect or tennisman. But I got really fond of manga later on. So I was actually drawing my own manga.
In a different world, I would like to try being actor. I think it's a cool job and making people laugh and just, yeah, in general, I think it's very fun.
Oh.
What did you write?
Yellow Star.
Oh, I wrote Forgiven, Grey.
Respect. I have high respect for Forgiven.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for the thing we had to do.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote Forgiven for the Greek synergy, you know, and I think he was really, really good back on his prime. With some time travel, you know, it would be very insane.
When I was starting League, Yellow Star was a pro player and looked up to him. And yeah, for sure, on his peak, playing with Yellow Star, we might do some damage.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for game number 2 to see whether D plus Kia can do it again, because they are a team that don't often do back-to-back really good performances. And I have to say, I am a little bit worried about this game number 2 if you are thinking on the LCK side of things. G2, I think that they are definitely going to be capable of bouncing back, but we'll see exactly what does happen, because like, we often talk about Fearless and like it's going to take away all of these key picks. Well, now they can't play Nasus, you know, they can't play Olaf. Like, there's still a whole lot left.
There's no more
available.
Victor flex pick.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we could still have a very, very normal game of League of Legends here, and I think that G2, if they just bring it back to basics, it should be all right to bring us to a game number 3. That's what I'm feeling.
Perhaps we'll see our bottom laners use the attack damage profile. Maybe.
That is, that's very strange. I know that I think it was Pays that was been playing a bit of Jace in the bottom lane, so yeah, there could be some attack damage champions down there. Yasuo was a bot laner as well, wasn't he, for a little bit?
Yeah.
I really liked the Yasuo Sejuani bottom lane. That was a good one.
I have not necessarily enjoyed this meta that much myself. It has been...
You're not an awesome dude kind of guy?
Sometimes when there's not a whole lot of, you know, 80s carrying, tanks just live forever, and then you have team fights where there's 4 champions on 2 pixels crawling it out, like in our T1 game we just watched. Where Zahin is also just impossible to kill. It takes 20 minutes for a team fight to end. So,
yeah, I don't like that either, mainly from a health standpoint, because I feel like I cannot do my job after a team fight like that happens. Maybe if it does happen in the next game, Wolf, I know that you just said that you didn't like it, so you probably don't really want to acquiesce my request, but if you could just play-by-play for a little bit, let me get my breath back, and then I can sub back in again, or something like that. I think that that would be a really good idea in order to try and save it.
My biggest fear going into the second game...
Spiders.
Is, well, if I were in Australia right now, I'd be like looking around, but I haven't seen any spiders in Paris yet.
Okay.
But now you've made me a little bit worried. So my second biggest fear, next to a spider crawling on this casting desk, is Syndra being picked up early in this draft by Showmaker, and then not necessarily being able to draft around that.
Yeah, I haven't been a big fan of the Syndra either, I have to admit. I mean, it is Showmaker, right? Like, him and BDD in the LCK have been our Syndra guys for many, many years. Trovy as well, I guess, sprinkled in there. But, yeah, I would agree with you. I think that it's not one of those sort of ace-in-the-hole style of picks. But here we are into the draft, and already we have a first pick. BB going to lock down the Jarvan for Skumond, and now D plus Kia to try and figure it out.
You know, he got put down by the early levels, and Lucid out jungling him in that early game. But this pick, his Jarvan in particular, inspired me when I watched him at first hand. He was so good on this champion, and he destroyed our region.
Wolf.
Yeah, well, we knew it was
No, come on, man.
I told you I was nervous about it, and there was a reason.
Oh, my... You willed it into existence. You just manifested this Syndra right here into a Jarvan. Are you kidding me?
Well, he's got at least the Zins out to keep him safe.
All right. Thanks. Okay.
Crescent Guard can keep that. Crescent Guard keep that Jarvan away.
Okay. Well, in theory, yes. Okay. Now G2. What are they going to augment this Jarvan pick with?
Orianna is banned, of course, so we won't be seeing that pairing here. A lot of our mages.
What about Cassio Jarvan?
Could be good.
Although I guess
PS
Syndra is
good
picked into it quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, but it hasn't worked that well in the early levels. So we do see actually a completely different take here on this with the early Lucian.
Okay.
It does work well with Jarvan. A lot of really easy setup for the Lucian and a lot of follow-up burst for Hans, and they're also going to grab this Nautilus. Done are the days of the Lucian Nami.
Yep. The Lucian Milio as well has really fallen out of favor.
Lucian Braum? Forget about it.
Forget about it. We did see a
Lucian
Braum
Yumi?
ban.
No way!
Yeah, I hope not. We did know that there was going to be no Yumi because of that piece of content that we had prior to this, and Hans Summer said that he didn't like it, and so that's going to be all right. The Rel consideration here for Korea, which is not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that they would lock something away for Shiu and then protect it in the next ban phase. But instead, splitting the bottom lane.
Yeah, quite a weird pick. A lot of engage is gone, no Camille, no Leona, right? So
with the Nautilus also taken away. They're playing a Syndra, you know, it ends up making sense. I think it's a pretty easy Jhin ban for G2 at this point. Jhin works really well with Syndra.
Yep, I would ban Jhin as well.
Yeah, you just hate Jhin, but
yeah.
I think it also makes sense from a strategic point.
Okay. There's multiple reasons to ban stuff. As we'll see what the first ban is going to be. I imagine still maybe looking towards the top lane, but never mind. It's actually a bit of an Akali situation. They're trying to protect the Syndra pick, which I just realized, which is why I had that sort of inflection in my voice, that the Syndra could be heading towards the bottom lane. Smash has been playing the Victor, but he could have also been playing the Syndra down there as well. I don't know about the Syndra-Lucian matchup. The last time I saw it was in mid lane about 5 years ago, and I don't remember.
Showmaker played both sides of that matchup a lot.
He definitely did.
So we will see the Yorick now taken away, which could lead towards a Jace pickup here for Broken Blade in the top lane, but Yorick also just a really strong side laning champion that gives D+ the ability to move G2 around the map. Cassiopeia feels like a strong tier list ban here for D+ Key. If that's still going to be the focal point, is the mid lane.
Yep. Wouldn't mind something like that, just to try and remove a string from the bow of Caps. And the LeBlanc is another great option. One of the shared champions between both Caps and Showmaker. Both of them absolutely fantastic on that pick.
It might be just even a Showmaker decision saying, CV Max, I just don't want to deal with this in this matchup. Caps is great at it. I am a great LeBlanc player myself.
Yeah, I know how bad this matchup can be. Yeah,
exactly. It's probably his call on that one. Again, the Jhin kind of out there and lurking as a strong pick here that isn't going to be taken. They're still expecting the Syndra bottom lane.
I don't mind it. Or just banning away the Cassiopeia bottom lane, which was something Viper brought in.
You know, good point.
A few different options there. And it can be really annoying as well if you want to try and play the Nautilus. The Miasma is just frustrating to deal with, so getting that one out of the way is a good idea.
I think we are going to see the bottom pick here. Oh, okay.
Oh, dear. Oh,
we're not. We're going to hold that flex.
Third time's the charm, Wolf. Third time is the charm.
I thought we were going to see that, and then we were going to see a potential counter pick for the top side, but instead, just going to hold that Syndra flex here and keep G2 guessing. They did ban the Yorick, so got a little bit easier. Is it's going to be a Rumble to come through here for Broken Blade, and we're going to find out now what Caps will be piloting here in this mid lane. The Silas to come back again.
Fun one. And Silas into Syndra is something that we've been seeing quite a bit. It doesn't feel like it'd be great just because Scatter the Weak can get him out of there if he does dash his way forward. But with the chains, you just find your way back in so comfortably. And that is a Zoe consideration here for Showmaker.
He did like to play this back then when also the Syndra was meta, and it's one of his favorites. Again, BDD and Showmaker from our region being the ones who love to pilot these the most.
And it's another poke comp to come out from D+. So Showmaker's world-famous Zoe, and that does mean that Smash is going to be playing the Syndra on the bottom side of the map, and all of a sudden it has become a poke composition with a Rel.
There's so much that gets in the way of the Silas trying to actually get backline access to this Jace between the Rel, the Scatter the Weaks, the trouble bubbles on the ground that can actually be really frustrating to navigate around. Same with the Jarvan. We'll have to navigate through a lot of this too, but I think in some ways, because there's so many different tools, including the Nautilus here for G2, all you have to do is hit one of those CCs. Once the cooldowns are down here for D+, and you get in there, the Rumble Equalizer gets set up, you have the Cataclysm. I am really worried about this comp from D+, because it doesn't have any form of consistent damage. It's all skill shot based damage. You have the Qs come on the ground from the Syndra, right? You have the Zoe trying to hit those paddles. But you also have the Jace and the Shock Blast, which have been a bit of a pain point for you.
Hey, 1-1, okay? He's managed to win one of them. Did have, of course, that stinker that was what we were referring to earlier.
I just think it's a really hard composition to play for D+. It is incredibly difficult. I'm not saying that it cannot work, and I was fairly a quite large doubter, I would say, of their game one draft compared to what G2 had. The early game went pear-shaped for them, though, and we did end up seeing a very one-sided game.
I think
what happens here in the second one.
No matter what happens in this game, there is always a chance for G2 to come back. I think almost in every single scenario, just because if their hard engage works, D+ will collapse like a house of cards. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2, seeing whether G2 can bring us to that coveted third game decider to keep themselves alive here at EWC. Remember, we only had 2 more slots remaining. I'm not entirely sure what was happening with the other match just yet.
It looks JDG favored at the moment, but still too early to call. In that second game, they're leading 1-0.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to be another LPL representative joining.
That would mean that the only Western team to go through so far would be Carmine Corp. If that does end up happening and G2 become the hope here in this one.
And we did expect that G2 would have a pretty good showing in this particular match so far. D+ being able to navigate their last draft very effectively. And this one, completely different story. And yes, they outrange. And if they can actually disengage from G2 effectively, then there could be some opportunities. But man, it is such a tightrope to walk here for D+.
Now, if Career sets up some CC here, it's very easy for Smash to follow up and do a lot of burst damage.
Anchor is going to connect here as Korea just going to try and keep himself alive with that heal. All of a sudden, that is now on cooldown. Chain's going to connect here as Showmaker does find the trouble bubble, wants that paddle star, but has to proc the extra damage with the auto attack, and there is that paddle star down to 100 health. Obviously, it's a Silas, right? Does have that Kingslayer coming back up, so can get some of that health bar back.
Caps healing up, as you say. The big difference in the bottom lane compared to these two AD carries is that Hansama doesn't need to necessarily hit abilities to actually do damage. He could just right-click whenever there's an opportunity. So if Career and Smash miss, then it is going to be very difficult to play out what happens next. But you can see right now, control in mid and top, bottom lane is definitely G2 favored.
Yeah. And based on what we're seeing out of Smash, I'm like wondering whether actually he wanted to be a mid laner, because he's just been playing mid lane champs over and over again. Labrov does take a cheeky turret shot there as they do get the shove in. Checking out all of these lanes though, it's Caps that's really drawn the short straw in this one, having to blind pick the Silas. Does have a bunch of ultimates that can work out. Like Crescent Guard, for example, is a brilliant one. Not to mention the Magnet Storm as well, if picked up in a team fight, can do a lot of damage. But the portal jump and being Jace is just not as effective.
Yeah.
It used to be that being Jace's Silas was broken. I remember Pawn used to always play that one, and it was very, very dangerous.
And it looks like JDG did, by the way, end up winning that series. I mentioned they were leading when I last checked in, but it's finished already.
Gala just absolutely obliterating that key, as you can see picture in picture. So another one bites the dust here, and JDG find themselves in the knockout. So this is the last spot, the last opportunity here for any of the teams. Just to update you, I do have the list here in front of me. I was just having a look to see whether any team fights are going to break out. They are not. We've got AG.AL from the LPL already through, BLG already through, and JDG already through. As well as KC, as we mentioned before, Genji, and T1 already in there as well. DK trying to join their brethren, but that's not going to work out as First Blood goes over to Labrov, and he will not be dying to the turret this time.
The angle on the dredge line was perfect, and he is able to get that last bit of CC through, as well as the damage required there to take Showmaker out. So a very nice early lead here for G2. And done without Skumon's help.
Yeah, beautifully done. Shiyu now moving back towards that top side was a very aggressive teleport. And in they do go. Oh, picks the flash.
Well, somewhat Skumon's help.
Yeah, a little bit of Skumon's help.
A little bit of Skumon's help.
But one of them went one way, the other one picked the flash. Like, it's beautiful. It's like, let's just take both exits to see who can stop him. And they absolutely managed to do so. Very, very nicely done here by G2.
Really, difficult as well to gank this lane without a setup like that. They played it really, really well. Showmaker now down flash, also pivotal, importantly, because Caps gets to keep his.
That is going to be a lot of damage from Broken Blade, but he does get booped away. And Shiyu just going to go even in that trade, basically. 10 CS going to be the advantage for the Jace, though. And one thing can be said for Shiyu is that the laning phase, he's been fine. It's just been overextending and dying over and over again in some of these matchups as the anchor is going to connect. Once again, Smash forced to flash out of the way, does manage to escape, but let's see where the Broken Blade is going to be so lucky, as there is the Shattering Strike flash out of Korea, picks up the turret, heals himself back up again, and down will go BB. So the answering kill is going to be there for D+.
Broken Blade was able to get a lot of that wave, was hoping that maybe he could clear it before the dive happened, but at least is able to pick up the money from most of those minions before going down. Does not have teleport critically, so Shiu up there going to be able to get some additional value, will be able to deny some more farm and experience. Owies. Yeah, that's painful. Showmaker going to need some resources to deal with him, as we saw before. They were able to get the kill on him, but when he's left to his own devices, will feel naturally strong. Hansama dashes here forward, does a lot of damage, and then it's a Hex Flash engage. Tricky angle there on the dredge line. Almost looked like it was going to hit the turret, but was able to hit Smash there, and then Skumon comes over.
Oh,
way out.
Smash not going to have a whole lot of fun here. Does manage to get the scatter, but Smash will just be dancing around, gets ardently blazed, and will be taken out of that one. As Broken Blade also going to suffer on the top side.
It's level 6 to clear the wave, but not quite able to do it in time, of course.
All right, so it does mean that the gold leads on the map are Shiu on the top side of the map for DK, and Hansama, who is in a great position towards this bottom side on the Lucian. As Labrov, let's see whether these heat-seeking anchors are going to continue working, because he has really started this game on the right foot this time around. And D+, miss a cannon towards that bottom side, not exactly the greatest of times, and you know that a support is having a great time when they're just hex flashing around the lane.
Yeah, and that is generally the state that you want to be in if you're in control. It's just threatening non-stop because you have that tempo. Labrov's about to get his Hex Flash back, and he's going to go for it one more time.
Yeah, over he goes. They did have that control ward in there, but Korea is still just going to get caught out. Crashes down in order to keep himself alive, but sacrifices a lot of his health bar. Now Caps is potentially in trouble here as the Paddle Star will push him away.
Still doesn't have his teleport back, so we'll just have to chug through one more refillable here.
And Showmaker doesn't have damage items yet,
no.
Right? Like, he's got a Sapphire
cooldown
Crystal
boots.
and some cooldown boots, so it's not really the deadliest of Zoes at this point in time. Really does want to pick up the Ludens for that extra burst damage to really take control of this mid-game.
Showmaker had a really good ward there, so was not going to be caught or baited into trying to look for a kill there on the Caps, and runs face first into Skumon. So he's being fine there. The ward is cleared. Now we move forward. Shiu is proxying the wave here, clearing this up as fast as possible, trying to further his lead on the top side. Do have Void Grubs spawning. He wants to deny some farm here from Broken Blade, but Labrov again is ready to Hex Flash, potentially over this wall. We'll run face first into the ward instead.
He's going real fast. There's the flash over the anchor as Lucid going to need to come up. Doesn't actually have to, as G2 back away pretty quickly. Skumon now finding Korea in the river. We'll be able to get that knock up onto the horse pants lady. Caps coming on over here as Showmaker was fresh off a reset. And this was not the time to roam for Korea, unfortunately. Even the hijack coming through as the Magnet Storm is picked up for the Silas. That's a phenomenal ultimate for Caps to have for the next little while. See whether he finds an opportunity to use it.
Korea trying to look for a little bit of information, or maybe even try to hold the wave there for Showmaker, but unfortunately for him, he is found at the worst possible time, as, like you said, Showmaker was on that back, and now Skumon is going to be able to pick up this dragon, so we'll be G2 getting further ahead in this early game. It's really only Shiu that has that gold lead right now, and it's on a Jason. This comp is, like I said before, so complicated to play, and the Syndra is so tricky. If it doesn't get resourced, and if it actually isn't tempo ahead in whatever lane it's playing, often a mage versus mage in this meta, but into the Lucian, you're just constantly getting pushed out. You're unable to farm properly. As you guys could see in the CS, he's a level down, practically, on Hansama right now, is about to hit level 8. G2 are kind of just winning everywhere with the exception of that top side.
And we'll see whether DK can actually play through Shiu this time around, because we know he is a man that does tend to overextend. The rhyme was unintentional, but the meaning was intended. Korea moving down towards his bottom side to try and keep Smash alive as the anchor is going to greet him. Crashes down towards his awesome dude carry guy.
Now Shiu needs some help, but Lucid's very far away. He's going to need a little bit more time here.
going to run up. That is going to be the shock blast to come on through. The barbecue is set up here for Shiu, but steps to the side and will be able to get out of the furnace for now. Skewmon not quite capable of tanking that turret for long enough. The teleport brings Showmaker over to make sure that they are going to be all right. As Smash, Force of Will comes down, but there is the great scatter to cancel the culling, and the Unleashed Power. Dodge this, says Smash. And now Shiu, he's teleporting down. There's going to be another one. This Magnet Storm picks them up. It's Caps that locks down Korea though, but Shiu, he's got the auto attacks. He's able to find the damage. And G2, they flash away to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, they do end up getting away there very narrowly, as that scatter was not quite able to connect there. Shiu did not have his shock blast back to look for another. It's going to be an additional teleport now committed down here to the top, to the bottom side. It's Hansamas who did take it in this matchup into the Syndra. Asleep.
Yeah, very annoying as the Paddle Star's starting to hurt now that at least a book has been picked up for Showmaker. Still doesn't quite have his lost chapter yet, right? Like, I do feel like if that first item spike comes in, if Broken Blade gets caught like that again, he could just die. Flash out of the way from Hansama though as Lucid does find a good angle with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and Smash makes his way back in. Not going to get the kill or anything like that, but a flash from the AD carry feels fantastic here for D+.
Going back to this play here, Smash ending up blocking this off, and Hansama holds his ground. Just eats so much damage from that Q, and the ult comes through and he just is deleted. And there wasn't, I mean, Caps was so far away. I don't know if Hansama would have been able to buy further time for Caps' TP had he just walked back there, but definitely did not work out the way he wanted. Lebrov's flash here is fantastic, but they still end up losing out on the exchange in a big way. Hansama was forced to flash on return as well. So D+ down on gold right now, but only 900 and got a big win back.
Yeah, and the flash scatter was really weird there from Smash as well. Didn't quite have an ult down in order to set up any sort of stun, but see what happens as this game continues. Most gold in the game belongs to Caps, Hans, and Skewmon, and they have got a 1,000 gold advantage due to that one. D+ still kind of fine in this game for now. We mentioned it's a bit like a tightrope to make this composition work, and if G2 continue to find the hard engages that Nautilus is pretty good at, a Jarvan is pretty good at, then it could be real difficult. DK need to try and keep them at arm's length as best they can.
This guy picked up here for Lucid, so now be able to match Skewmon in that regard to big items. Really, these two drafts, when they collide together, I think the best way to put it is it's quite volatile, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen that doesn't go the way you expect, because it's just not the way traditional League of Legends is played. And we have, you know, a Zoe Syndra comp here, but it's very fragile. And very bursty, and if you don't end up getting those picks early, G2 outlast you. Pretty interesting stuff here as Showmaker will not get this sleep.
Yep, Paddles. The portal jump, though, will keep him safe over that wall. And it isn't too much of a worry as Caps just wandering around this mid lane. And does have a 450 gold advantage on this. Silas as Lebrov once again having a real good time with his Hex Flash. And Showmaker going to get caught out here. Does fall a little bit asleep, does Caps, but Showmaker gets the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP either. Lucid's going to come over here and try to make something back of this, but Caps is already way out of there, so just going to have to go to his jungle.
Yeah, Lucid actually realizing, maybe getting the call from Showmaker that he has to stick around to lock that one down. Ludens is completed here for Showmaker. That is certainly great news. We'll start to do a fair bit of damage if those sleeps do connect.
That's the big one. He's already doing a lot of damage to you know, some of the squishier champions here on G2's roster. Now has the ability to fight in this upcoming Dragon if they can get control of it, or at least some space control here to allow him to get in there. Right now they have a lot of space to work with here. As you can see, there's a control ward in the pit. The Dragon just shoves to the entrance as G2 are not there yet. So maybe we could see that early skirmish here for D+ around this double mage composition with that spike coming through from Showmaker, turning this into a lot closer of a game and putting us on a 1-to-1 Drake score. G2 do not have a great entry point here, so it looks like this time around, unlike game one, they will simply give it up.
Yeah, Showmaker also picks up a locket, which is kind of a ridiculous item to grab as the Zoe. That's a real good one. Could be used quite nicely in defense, but Lucid just going to be able to take this one down. They're not going to be able to utilize that locket just yet. The Showmaker is just going to throw it down as he wanders towards this bottom lane. Caps looking for an angle. The chains do not land as he still decides to go on top, but that bubble was gorgeous. He picks up the Unleashed Power and throws it at Smash, but the dash out of the way is gorgeous. Lebrov comes down towards this bottom side of the beach ball, not going to land onto Caps. Can G2 keep their mid laner alive?
It's just so, the League of Legends looks so weird when you've got the Syndra and the Zoe playing in tandem like that in a side lane as Caps is unable to make that pick work. It was so close. Those chains landed is a completely different story, but he will just have to walk away, back off. And we kind of reset to, again, a fairly normal game state here. One dragon apiece. It is Infernal Soul, which would be insane for either of these compositions, but especially with the burst power in this Syndra Zoe composition, G2 definitely want to make sure they can lock down the rest of those for this game. Broken Blade stabilized in his lane, went for the Rocket Belt, so a little bit more of a defensive option here in this matchup. Actually used it to stop the back there. Shu, very briefly, you could see on the mini-map.
Yeah, also going to go for the steel caps as well to make sure that this Jace is not going to be too much of a problem. But speaking of problems here, Showmaker looking to move towards that top side. The bubble is not going to quite connect onto Broken Blade, who does decide that he's probably going to die, and so is going to just get rid of the minion wave before he does fall down. Korea locks up the kill. Not exactly ideal here for DK, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Sometimes the difference maker in these types of picks is that he used his Rocket Belt to actually stop a back. So he doesn't have it defensively, can't get away there. And it was a quick rotation up from D+. This gold lead is so small here for G2. They had so much control, but it is becoming very quickly a very even game here as we're going to see Lucid take the Herald on cross map here. Shield will be able to walk away.
Yeah,
Wave is pretty thin, so I don't think they can get the full turret either.
Yeah, not quite. So I actually thought that they were going to get that last plate. It's what I was about to say, but does not actually happen. So first turret does go over to DK. The Herald goes down as well. And that means that they pull the gold back in their direction just slightly. I still do think that that tightrope that we were talking about before still exists. And as this game goes on, the team fights just make a whole lot more sense for G2 and will be very, very difficult to pilot for D+. But it is a style of composition that they have made work in the past. And we'll see whether they can do it yet again.
That this game is so close is, well, I'm going to maybe have to hold my thought on this because we are going to have a bit of a potential follow-up here on this sleep. Doesn't hit.
Yeah, Caps going to lose a lot of health on his turret and on his own health bar. D+ moving into the river, 2 minutes on the Drake, so we're not fighting over that one. We're just looking for a Rift Scuttler. Great knock up there onto his Demacian brother as now Hans Sama possibly in a little bit of trouble. Getting a little sleepy as well as now Smash makes its way in. She locks down Labrov. Now Skumon could be in a little bit of trouble, but Cap shows up. Massive health bar. He's also got the Xin Zhao ulti running, and Shu has to get the heck out of dodge. And this is the problem. G2, if they're in melee range, they will kill you.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just no durability here outside of the Crescent Guard for Lucid. I mean, sure, Career kind of tanky on the support here, but isn't going to last very long when there's that much firepower there for G2. And if Caps had been there a little bit faster, you can imagine how much worse this could have gone for D+. And the Crescent Guard is on their side as well, with Caps stealing that one away. And this turret will finally go down here. Be the second turret of the game, as the first did go over to D+, but it puts a much larger lead here into G2's hands. So it's very messy here for D+. Initially, a lot of CC goes down. The Crescent Guard buys space. Smash rotates over, right? You have that TPing Jace. There's no backbone for this composition once they end up getting control over Lucid as Crescent Guard is down and Cap steals it, and there's just no way out. She was forced to flash, and D+ end up losing out in a big way.
Yeah, and they didn't even really have Smash and Showmaker available for that fight either, as it was just kind of the other three having a little bit of a skirmish for themselves. Great collapse from G2 to make sure that they could get that advantage. However, the advantage is not really even 1,000 gold just yet. The game is exceptionally close at 19 minutes. My problem is that maybe that's not going to be enough here for DK, as they do definitely want to start a snowball a-rolling to make this poke composition happen. 3-0-1 though for Caps on this Sylas, as you can see here as we follow him out of base.
It's not quite Faker's 17 kills, but it's a pretty good spot in this one. And, you know, I think that G2's comp scales better here. There's so many different ways to fight a team fight. You can play through a pick with Hans Sama and the burst he has. You can play through the Sylas setup. You can play it slow. And now they have control over this dragon, so D+ is going to be the ones who have to aggress, and it's so much tougher with a poke comp when you don't have vision. As you can see here, D+ just cannot see where these G2 members are outside of Hans Sama. Labrov's going in.
Yeah, how can you poke if you don't know where? As now Labrov going to take a whole bunch of damage. Battle Shelly comes on through as well, and the Nautilus is just destroyed. It is going to be Shelly making her way over at the same time as Smash decides that Shelly should not charge. And we'll just give her a headache against the wall. Lucid going to be able to take down this dragon.
Frustrating turning point potentially in this game because Herald's crashing mid. They got that on
they
the
did manage
top
to get
side.
the crash. Never mind.
And they're getting this turret down. 2 turrets fall. Gold lead over to D+. As this equalizer isn't going to necessarily help Broken Blade, who's in trouble. He's trying to go for the all-in.
Yeah, he does manage to get the silence off his man. Okay, that's a lot of burst damage.
And consider, this is an elimination game. If G2 lose it, they are out of this tournament. They had so much control. They had control over the Dragon Pit. Lebrov's engage was a disaster. Now the Herald gets an additional charge here on the inner. It looks like based on the minimap there, it might have been piloted by Lucid over there to get him. Not actually even sure. Might have actually been
Showmaker's showing up. I have no idea. Shelly did move from the mid lane to the bottom lane though. And the Wind Becomes Lightning comes in through here at the same time. Lebrov unfortunately doesn't find the anchor into the wall.
G2's falling apart.
Able to take him down. Yeah, exactly. This is not looking very good. After the early game was played out beautifully, right? And if they just kept it stable, it was probably going to be all right. And honestly, 1,000 gold, it's not over just yet, but certainly some issues starting to form.
You know what I want to say, and I've been holding it in.
Okay,
well, you know when you're playing Zoe, and that mid turret goes down, Atlas.
Oh, the Zoe turret, Wolf, that was your first color point in your entire career, like 8 years ago or something.
It's been like 5 million years since we got to talk about it, but when the mid turret goes down, you have a Zoe comp, especially when you have a Syndra also in your bottom lane, which isn't normal, but for D+, it's what they have. It's hard to be on the map. It's hard to be Skumon trying to clear your camps. It's hard to be Lebrov trying to set up vision because if you don't have those turrets to fall back on, it becomes incredibly oppressive what D+'s comp do. They have that ward deep up in the mid lane. They have wards on the left and right side of the river. And now, if anyone on G2 is alone, they will be collapsed on and picked. They have to move as a group. Hansama alone!
Oh dear, the Scat of the Week comes on through. The Flash has to be used, but the Shattering Strike, the Magnustorm is there. The Unleashed Power is not quite enough though, and Hansama creates enough distance. However, Lucid is there with the Audacious Charge. It's a 1-for-1 trade though of the 80 carries. His career is going to get chased out. Great equalizer does come down as Showmaker. Oh dear, this is not where he wanted to show up. Lucid is going to die. Shiu is going to turn up as well as Career making his way back in, but the anchor is there from Lebrov, and immediately G2 are back on the board. I say that, they're getting a little sleepy as Skumon makes his way over, and Shiu is allowed to live for now.
A lot of push and pull in this game. It's 22.5 minutes
The pendulum swings, Wolf.
Exactly, and G2, I don't think, can take this Baron right now. They have too many members who need to back who don't have TP to rejoin, so it's not going to be a Baron on the play, but it will be gold lead back in G2's hands. I said Hans was alone, but he wasn't alone. He was just isolated, and D+ thought they found that target. Smash is zooming here, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything on his own. But he was able to buy enough space. The rest of the team shows up. The TPs come through, and G2 are able to fight this one out. So it's Caps who comes in here and makes the huge difference as he shows up on this Silas. And they're able to get over here, set up the Crescent Guard. Lucid is alone, trying to come back over and is pushed back. And then this Jace just can't get it done. There wasn't enough burst damage in the initial salvo for D+, and that's where the problems can start. If you don't get the initial pick, then they have more consistent damage than you on the G2 side.
Exactly, and what you really don't want is for them to be able to engage at all. It's not really about a team fight that you want to look for. It's about softening them up, and then you can use your engage in order to finish them off. If you're starting at full health on both sides, I think G2 should win almost 10 out of 10 times. And so it's going to take some pretty creative team fights to be set up here with the Shock Blast connecting, the Paddle Stars landing, and these orbs being thrown around effectively here by D+. As G2 now moving into the D+ side of the map.
They really need to defend this turret by any means necessary. They cannot give that one up. It's what they want to play through here in this mid game right now. Is a big push in the bottom lane from Shu is going to pull Broken Blade back. Broken Blade does not have TP, so a little bit of a tempo advantage here to get Baron Vision back for D+. And we finally have an even game here in this series. You know, it's anyone's game to take right now. G2 keeping it interesting after it looked like maybe they were starting to fall by the wayside, but D+ now getting a lot of vision around this Baron, a lot of map control still there as they still have that mid turret. As we're looking for that third item for Hansama. That is the main focal point here for G2. Once he has the IE complete, he is going to be a monster.
He really will. Smash is also looking for his as Caps just gonna immediately engage, finds the Crescent Guard. Showmaker able to create enough space to get out, but the depth charge is doing so much work. Caps diving on forward. That is gonna be Lucid falling. Crashdown gets him out as there is the unleashed power. 1 kill back here for D+, as the scat of the week I don't think should work on G2 right now. They ain't looking weak at all.
No, I don't think so. Jungler's down though, taking this dragon with enough damage here from Hansama, and a retreat from D+ is looking very difficult to contest here for the side of D+, and they can't do anything cross-map. There isn't any cross-map to take, so even though they got a kill back, D+ are not going to really be able to get anything in exchange, so that's going to be 2 apiece on the Dragons. Pretty close game here. Hansama picked up some additional gold in the fight. When all the cooldowns are gone, that's when G2 can just say, all right, we're going to force this fight. There's no more threats. There's nothing that you can do. Hansama gets stunned here by the scatter, and he's like, all right, that's it. Everything's down. I'm walking forward. Skumon's going in. He's going to trade his life here for all of that damage onto Shiu, and that's all G2 need to go over and take the dragon.
And DK, I feel like they need to slow things down, right? I feel like they need to find a pick, find an angle before these fights happen, but Caps isn't letting it. As he dives over and starts the fight immediately. And that's precisely what we were saying D+ cannot let happen. And like you were saying, the Infinity Edge is done. Also has some Merc Treads as well, which is great to see from Hansama. Keeping himself alive against all of this magic damage, I think, is going to be a very, very good idea.
I mean, it's one of the things that's most terrifying for D+ is that consistent damage output from Hansama. The next thing they'd be worried about is if they lose vision control over this Baron. Because the turn is fierce from G2, and they can't poke what they can't see, as this turret in the mid lane is so important. And they are going to keep it alive a little bit longer, but it is very, very, very low. Top turret completely gone, as Caps will wipe that off the map.
Now looking to push down as a little bit of a stun onto Broken Blade. Hansama poking his head in. The trouble bubble is going to go wide. Now Shiu is going to walk over Vision. The rest of G2 are going to respond as Hansama takes that shock blast. Flash out from Labrov as G2 just trying to escape. Bubble is fantastically placed, but G2 are just going to split and walk away. Fighting without Caps is not what G2 want to do. He wants to hold on to that teleport in order to play these side lanes and allow that Baron's threat to remain.
Yeah, really nice play here from D+, getting over there, getting back control of mid, pushing G2 off the map, removing some vision, maintaining that mid turret so that they can still play around the poke. So much burst if it can, you know, be set up properly, and if you could see where G2 are and you could soften those members up like you said, that's how this is going to have to be played here for D+. An incredibly tough composition to pilot, especially the game state like this, 2,000 gold down. The fact that mid turret's still up is a testament to how much practice D+ has put into this type of comp.
Well, I think they're going to have to say goodbye to the turret this time around, as Labrov could be in trouble. He tries to anchor his way out as Showmaker moving on down. DK not going to be able to lock down the Nautilus. They will have to back away into this fog of war one more time. These control wards are going to fall as well around this Baron. Lucid just wanting to clear out his camps, get things ready for a potential setup around the Baron. The thing is, I don't think G2 can do Baron either. No. I think doing Baron into Zoe and Jace just sounds like a really horrible thing to try and
They have great turn, though, because they've got a Silas, right? They have this Jarvan.
Yeah, they have to turn instantly,
and if they
make their way over.
If they get vision control and D+ have to kind of walk towards it and they don't have any poke, it's so easy to turn because D+ just don't have any answer to the turn. If they're face checking, they're doomed. So that's why right now the D+ is like, we have to put everybody on Baron, get all these wards cleaned up, get our own wards in there. And so G2 can play around getting vision, they're getting the rest of the map. Getting vision on Baron, they're getting the rest of the map. Because D+ always have to answer that vision. So G2 are doing such a great job of pulling D+ around the map right now.
And Shiu answering that bottom lane push. You can see Broken Blade actually moving that one up. Does have his teleport, as does Shiu. Showmaker and Caps as well, with theirs available. In fact, there are quite a few of these summoner spells up on both sides of the rift. I'm waiting for Smash to have his.
Ooh, that bubble. Almost forcing a flash there out of Hans if it was at a different angle.
And the Zoe, I mean, sometimes can do absolutely nothing in a fight. Other times, solo win. And we'll see which version Showmaker is going to be able to be as we get further along. As getting a little bit sleepy is the Nautilus. It's a lot of damage out, but Broken Blade finds his way in. Shiu diving on forward. Caps gets sleepy and goes golden at the same time as now Hansama trying to kite this one out, doing a lot of work. The culling cutting them up and he has to get himself out of there. The Unleashed Power comes in, the last auto attack, as now it's Showmaker dancing around the battlefield, and a Sleepy Rumble is going to get taken out by a paddle star. There is the Zoe I was talking about, and Showmaker making it look easy.
That last auto there from Showmaker to take him out is just basically deleting him off the map. We saw in the initial engage from Career, because Career was always fishing. He was looking, he's like, I really want this flash out of Hansama, because then the fight becomes so much more playable for us. Caps will dodge this one, but Lucid's still here.
Yep, stolen flash gets Showmaker over there, dash cannon in. There is the ulti to come on through from Lucid, whereby Caps here is now going to be taken down, and Showmaker looking for another one. Unfortunately, the minions are here, so that paddle star is not going to land. The Caps shows up, manages to get the Crescent Guard, and then just dies.
Showmaker just taking over this game suddenly, Atlas, as G2 fans.
Is this 2020, man? Is it 2020? Like, pinch me. Which year is it?
It feels like it is. And so watch this setup here as Hansama doesn't have eyes on Career, has to flash. He barely gets out, but now he's flashless. And with those cooldowns there, G2 are like, all right, there's some play here. There's some wiggle room. Hansama's kiting back. And then you see, as this fight goes on, more and more of these skill shots coming out for Showmaker. Hansama has no flash, and then, boom! Smash gets the hit on him. He has no flash, he's slept, and Showmaker will take him out with that final auto. And Broken Blade is just left by the wayside. It was a good turn there from G2 after the initial salvo, but Showmaker and Smash, the double mages, played it so well, and once Hansama is down, the fight is a wash.
Yeah, there is nothing that they can do. I have to say, the equalizer left a little bit to be desired, right? DK never really wanted to be where it was, and Caps found himself just right in amongst it. And I like the idea, I like the plan, because they do not want to give DK time to poke them out. The problem is, you also need to have a good setup in order to make these team fights work, and D+ holding them at arm's length, utilizing Lucid and the Crescent Guard, the Magnet Storm for the extra CC, and then Smash able to get these orbs down and scatter the G2 members all over the mid lane. It was beautiful to watch. And we said, like, D+ has practice with compositions like this. The thing is, it's just always quite difficult to play. The thing is, they are managing to walk it. They are still on that tightrope, and they are taking down the structures on their way.
This whole point with Infernal Soul, with how Showmaker is playing, with the double Void Staffs, you know, we're